psychology.
The Global Positive Health Institute is going to be able to offer very user-friendly tools for busy practitioners on how they can prescribe and motivate and engage their patients in these kinds of positive psychology activities. Ultimately, the vision is that this kind of practice would become standard of care.
If you're a physician, if you're an organization that believes in the mission, then the opportunity exists to support and align. And we are here to welcome and invite.
That was a message from Global Positive Health Institute on positive psychology. And that is what we are here for, promoting the happiness in the Happiness Summit, is more of positive psychology. I will move on with our program, and our next talk is by none other than Dr. Liana Lianov. She's an innovative global leader in lifestyle medicine. Dr. Lianov has advanced the movement for integrating positive psychology into healthcare. He serves as the president of Positive Health and Wellbeing Division of International Positive Psychology Association, chair of the Happiness Science and Positive Health Committee of American College of Lifestyle Medicine, and vice chair of American Board of Lifestyle Medicine, and founder president of Global Positive Health Institute. Dr. Lianov will talk about the power of positive emotions. So we'll start with Dr. Liana Lianov. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Dr. Liana Lianov. I'm the president and founder of the Global Positive Health Institute, and I'm delighted to speak with you today very briefly on my favorite topic, the power of positive emotions in a healthy lifestyle. We'll briefly define positive psychology and positive health, and as a part of that, the role of social connections and positive emotions that are so foundational to a healthy lifestyle, examine that reciprocal reinforcing relationship between healthy lifestyles and positive emotions, and touch a little bit on some positive psychology tools and approaches in clinical practice. Here are some books and articles that I think you'll find useful. The Roots of Positive Change was edited by myself with a number of wonderful authors and released by the American College of Lifestyle Medicine. And it helps health professionals do exactly what we're talking about in this talk, as well as a couple of papers we published after we had a summit on happiness, science, and healthcare in 2018. And then there's also just published an exciting new book, The Good Life, that is by the lead investigator of the Harvard Adult Development Study on social relationships, which is the most robust component of this area of positive psychology on our health. So what is positive psychology? It's the scientific study of human flourishing, an applied approach to optimal functioning. It's the study of strengths and virtues that enable individuals, communities, and organizations to thrive. And we're really focusing on what's going well. What are the positive influences in a person's life? And this can be applied across a number of health domains. Emotional well-being, of course, help to promote and support healthy behaviors, manage stress, be a part of treating mood disorders and actually other psychiatric conditions, improve physical health directly with physiologic benefits, increase social health, actually make more successful the interactions between physicians, providers, and patients, and lead to the state of positive health that we'll be defining here, which is over and above the health we can achieve through traditional risk factor addressing types of treatments. I love this graphic, which summarizes the 6 pillars as defined by the American College of Lifestyle Medicine for a healthy lifestyle. And you can see that 4th area there is social connections and positive psychology activities that we're focusing on today. It is a pillar of a total healthy lifestyle, but you also see in the blue box that they're all connected through positive psychology interventions and positive emotions, because that's what drives healthy behaviors. And I'll only touch on one area right now, which is physical activity and mood. We have had a lot of literature over many years that physical activity boosts mood. So it actually treats depression. In fact, it may be even better for treating depression without side effects than medications. And not only that, but independent of that, even people who don't have depression, who are physically active, tend to be happier. And the reverse is also true, and we've shown this in longitudinal studies. So we can tease out that if the people were actually happier before, they're also then more likely to, over time, be more physically active. So it's this reciprocal reinforcing relationship of happiness, positive emotions, and physical activity. And this also applies to the other pillars of a healthy lifestyle. And what that leads, as we include a total healthy lifestyle with these positive psychology approaches, it leads to a state of positive health. It's a state that we can achieve of health and well-being that is greater than what we can achieve by addressing traditional risk factors. So it includes these other independent protective health factors. And here in this slide, we talk a little bit about what those mediating mechanisms are that make us healthier and eventually also help us to live longer when we're happier. We get a boost in cardiovascular health. Our parasympathetic nervous system is boosted, which lowers blood pressure, etc. We have lower inflammation, greater immune system strength, longer telomeres that are associated with living longer, better endocrine regulation, and healthier behaviors. There are quite a number of positive psychology interventions that have been studied. Here's a list of some of them, like gratitude practice, optimistic thinking, savoring the good moments, acts of kindness, many more. And there have been meta-analyses that most of them actually show that even though we're putting a variety of interventions that are applied in a variety of ways, on the whole, we are able to boost happiness and positive emotions through these kinds of interventions. There are 1 or 2 studies that are more equivocal, and they might be equivocal because of the types of studies they chose and the kinds of applications that they used. But the majority of meta-analyses, which means the majority of studies, do confirm these positive emotion effects of these kinds of interventions. So then the question is, there's so many, how do we keep them in our mind? And so one nice framework that is now commonly used is the PERMA framework, developed by Martin Seligman, who's the father of positive psychology. P for positive emotions, so activities that boost positive emotions, such as gratitude practice, acts of kindness. E for engagement, doing activities that we lose our sense of time in. And then relationships, those social connections that I mentioned, are the most robust component of this positive psychology model, and we're talking about positive relationships. Finding meaning, M is for meaning and life purpose, and then A for achievement. So as we set goals for ourselves and we achieve them, we feel better about ourselves, and we want to keep tracking and celebrating those successes. So PERMA. And of course, literature is going to show that these kinds of interventions are going to work differently in different populations. So we do have to take into account our cultural backgrounds, and I'm cognizant an audience outside of the US, outside of the Western framework, and a lot of this was developed in a Western, that indeed different cultures define happiness differently, and they may benefit differently from these kinds of interventions. And so we need to pay attention to that. As you're coming from an Asian culture, you may need to experiment and be true to your cultural background about which kinds of positive psychology interventions would work best for you. And even though there seem to be greater gains from these interventions in Western cultures, for example, European Americans more than Asian Americans, for example, even in the US, it is very likely that you will find certain kinds of interventions that will work for you within your culture. Now, as clinicians and health practitioners, how do we incorporate this into our practices? We can assess for happiness and life satisfaction, along with checking for sadness and anxiety and stress. We can ask about the activities that patients are doing that we would consider positive activities, positive psychology activities. We can measure their well-being status over time as they come back to us, and also track those activities over time. We can brainstorm with them new activities if they're not doing too many in this area, and really emphasize how important this is to overall health. We can even go so far as to prescribe these activities as part of treatment action plans, and also prescribe them as part of a health maintenance plan. Here's an example that I often recommend, an example of an assessment tool, which is the satisfaction with life scale. You rate each of these 5 statements on a scale of 1, strongly disagree, to 7, strongly agree, and you total up your score. There's 7 points for 5 items, so it's a total of 35 points. And if you get a score of 20 and above, that's pretty good. That's average and above. If it's below 20, for sure, it might be time to reconsider and experiment and explore what types of positive activities you can do in your life, or recommend to patients if they score low on this. And then once we're assessing and getting a sense that we do need to make these recommendations, we can actually make a prescription like we prescribe anything else. And so here's an example of a social connection prescription. We can say what the activity is. The dose usually is unlimited, how often to do it, and also the refills are unlimited. Then, of course, in lifestyle medicine, it's all about health behavior change and helping patients reach a healthy lifestyle. So we're doing a lot of coaching and health coaching, and health coaches have been the early adopters of positive psychology. They've included it in motivational interviewing a long time ago, and really helping patients to have this positive vision of their future if they are able to achieve and maintain these healthy behaviors. We can also coach our clients and patients through the PERMA model. So we can think about all 5 elements of the PERMA model when we're helping them design a desired health behavior change. How can we connect health behavior with positive emotions? How can we make that behavior something that gives them that sense of flow and mindfulness? Like if we're doing some healthy cooking and we're chopping vegetables, that can be in a mindful way. How can we include others and build relationships and doing these kinds of activities together? How can we find meaning in doing these healthy behaviors, again, maybe together with family and friends, and also how can we feel that we're achieving this, the sense of accomplishment by tracking our successes and celebrating our successes. And so in a clinical practice, of course, we're quite busy. it's important that the primary care provider make it clear to the patient that this is important. This is just as important in their health plan and treatment plan as all the other things that we are recommending, like not smoking and being physically active, eating a predominantly whole food plant-based diet. We may not have a lot of time as the primary care provider, a lifestyle medicine provider, to go into detail. That's when we leverage the healthcare team. So others on the team might be able to have more time to really go into more detail if we've just spent a minute making sure that the patient knows that this is important, and then they follow up and meet with other healthcare team members. If we don't have that in our practice, we can refer outside to coaches and counselors and health behavior experts that are available within your system, and that of course varies from place to place. And also, what's in the community? Are there church groups, hobby groups, classes, senior centers that they can take advantage of? And also digital apps and programs, and these can be prescribed, especially if they're credible ones that can help them engage in positive activities. And at the Global Positive Health Institute, right now at no charge, we have a My Happy Avatar app that could be used, for example, that helps patients be aware of their personal strengths, which is an important aspect of positive psychology, and also track their positive activities and mood. Now, if you feel a bit overwhelmed and this is too much to do and you want to start someplace simply, you can aim to, without too much more time in your busy practice, really aim for positive interactions, not only with patients, but with coworkers, everyone you encounter throughout the day. You can say, what is going well in your life right now? What matters to you right now? We can end visits with what's gone well during this visit. And that not only helps them, but it also helps you, because a positive interaction, that social connection, builds positivity resonance, where you actually are both experiencing parasympathetic boosts that lower cortisol, lower blood pressure, lower sugar. So it's good for you to really make a point of being positive and having positive interactions throughout the day. So in summary, a healthy lifestyle does include physical activity, a whole food plant-based diet, adequate high quality sleep, stress management, avoiding risky substance use, and then this broader umbrella of positive psychology, or PERMA, that includes social connection at the heart of it, but also includes these other components. So it's positive emotions, engagement, positive relationships, meaning, and accomplishment. And to keep in mind that positive emotions and healthy habits have this reinforcing reciprocal link, that we can facilitate health behavior change by incorporating these positive psychology techniques in with motivational interviewing and other techniques, and that we can promote positive emotions during the clinical encounters. And if that's the only thing we can manage to do, that's great. That's a great start. But if we want to do more, we can measure happiness, we can measure positive affect and life satisfaction, we can prescribe positive activities, etc. And we do need to keep in mind that there are some cultural differences among us, and so please feel free to experiment and find which types of interventions work for you. Encourage your patients to experiment as well until they find the right formula for themselves. So if you've enjoyed this talk and would like to learn more, the Global Positive Health Institute exists for this reason, which is to help health professionals globally to apply positive health, positive psychology approaches in your personal lives and with patients. And our vision is that positive health will become the standard of care in lifestyle medicine, primary care, and beyond globally. So I hope you'll join our movement. And with that, thank you so much, and I hope to connect with you in the future, and enjoy the rest of your conference. Thank you so much. Take care, everybody.
Thank you, Dr. Liana. I think it was amazing and packed with so much information, and you showed us the power of positive psychology, positive emotion, and the strength it can bring in an individual being. What we need to do, what I understand, is to focus on what's going well And this behavior change help us to move forward. Uh, what you taught us very nicely there is the clinical approach using the PERMA and how to implement it clinically in a clinical setting. Uh, I think we need to be mindful, and it was a great talk.
Absolutely. You're right, Dr. Zia. It was actually an excellent talk by Dr. Lianov. As always, her talks, I love her talks, and they are full of knowledge, full of positive psychology, and that makes you happy. Talking about positive psychology, it's as Dr. Lianov mentioned in her talk as well, and it is now scientifically proven that optimism and a positive attitude are good for health. There was a study on AIDS patients that revealed that those who found benefit in their situations, such as appreciating things more, focusing on the things that really matter, or getting closer to certain people, were more likely to survive. And similarly, there's a very famous study called the Nun study that was about optimism as well. And it actually, I was surprised when I read about it, that it started in 1932, and it showed that joy prolongs our lives. And there were 178 nuns had to write biographical sketches of themselves. Scientists looked at various factors and found one predictor of longevity in it, and that was positive feelings. The nuns' writing were sorted into 4 categories actually: most positive and least positive, and 2 categories were in between. And I tell you, here comes the mind-boggling result. After, I think, around 80 or 85 years, 90% of those in the most positive category, and of those in the most positive category, and only 34% of those in the least positive category were alive. So that was really mind-boggling for me. And after 90 years, 54% of those in the most positive categories and only 11% of those in the least positive category were alive. So that tells us how positive psychology affects our health, and how we should all be trying to be positive in even the negative situation, because that is the main thing. When it comes to negative situations, that is when we really have to try hard to become more positive. That is where, again, even gratitude comes in. You have to be more grateful and find the good in the bad, because that is how we will feel better. Otherwise, the negatives will surround us, and it will drown us and drain us to death. So excellent.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
I'll hand it over to you next to introduce our next speaker, and then we'll carry on from there.
Thank you, Dr. Umar, for your valuable input. It is amazing, and the power of positive psychology, it really can change lives. Our next distinguished speaker is Dr. Zarqa Soharwardi. She's a gold medalist and consultant in aesthetic and anti-aging medicine. In 2011, she was amongst the first few in the field of aesthetic in Pakistan. She has been trained in US, UK, Middle East, and Pakistan. She has been on the faculty of Otago University, New Zealand, and is currently an examiner with the Royal College of Physicians of Ireland. Dr. Zarqa has started her own initiatives to contribute to the society. Her organization, 21 Up, is working to spread awareness on special children with Down syndrome and their parents who need constant help on one-on-one basis with the challenges. So the focus is to work together towards people acceptance of special children as having equal rights as any other children. So let's listen to Dr. Zarqa Soharwardi.
मैं आज बहुत खुश हूँ क्योंकि मैंने खुशी पे बात करनी है। और मैं आपको बताऊँ, दो ही बातें बताऊँगी आपको, एक शुक्र और दूसरा खुशियों को बांटना। ये करना शुरू करें, कोई दुनिया की ताकत आपको आपको अनहैप्पी नहीं कर सकती। तो अल्लाह ताला का शुक्र अदा करें, लोगों का शुक्र अदा करें जो आपको मोहब्बत देते हैं, जो आपके साथ हैं, जो आपकी ज़िंदगी का हिस्सा हैं, जो आपको अच्छे लगते हैं, जो आपको अच्छी बातें कहते हैं, और जो आपको अच्छी बातें नहीं कहते उनको माफ़ कर दें और उनसे थोड़े से किनारा कश हो जाए और अल्लाह का शुक्र अदा करें कि उसने ज़िंदगी में आपको हर रंग दिया है। सो अल्लाह ताला का शुक्र हर लहजा अदा करें, मुश्किल में भी अदा करें, आसानी में भी अदा करें। और आप देखेंगे क्योंकि ज़िंदगी उतार चढ़ाव का नाम है, कभी अच्छी कभी बुरी, और ये दिन और रात की तरह चलता है। लेकिन अगर हमारा दिल, हमारी रूह उसमें सुकून है और हम अल्लाह पाक का शुक्र अदा करते हैं, तो आप देखेंगे कि रोज़ाना आपके दिल में सुकून होगा और रोज़ाना आपको खुशी मिलेगी। सो दो ही बातें, अल्लाह ताला का शुक्र अदा करना और जो कुछ उसने आपको दिया है वो बांटे। खा उसने आपको अच्छी शक्ल दी है, खा उसने आपको अच्छी ज़बान दी है, खा उसने आपको कोई चीज़ दी है। देखिए, पैसों की ज़रूरत नहीं है, सिर्फ राह चलते किसी को सलाम कर दें, किसी को अच्छा कॉम्प्लीमेंट पे कर दें। जितने लोगों को दिन में मिलें उन सबको कोई अच्छी बात कहें, किसी को कोई बुरी बात ना कहें। अगर मेरे जैसा कोई मिल जाए तो मुझे मोटा ना कहें, मुझे प्यारा कहें। तो इस तरह जब आप अच्छी बातें करेंगे दूसरों के साथ, तो आपको वापस, हम शीशा है जिंदगी, जिस तरह हम उसकी तरफ देखेंगे वैसे ही हमें वापस मिलेगा। सो बहुत से शुक्र के साथ और बहुत सी दुआओं के साथ अगली दफा मिलेंगे। खुदा हाफिज।
Thank you very much, Dr. Zarka. That was really nice, short but sweet. And obviously, that is what we need to do is जब हम बाहर निकलें, when we are walking outside, one of the very powerful tools that I found whilst I used to be in UK when I was a practicing doctor in there. But in fact, even before that, the day I landed in UK and then went to the place where I was staying, I found out that in the morning when I would go out, everybody, knowing or not knowing me, would greet me with a smile. Now that was really powerful. Initially, I thought that why are they smiling at me? Because though living in Pakistan, we never noticed this kind of act of kindness, or what you would say is that in them there, that is a habit. And then when I joined the hospital, whenever I used to be walking in the corridor, people knowing me as a doctor or even not knowing me would give me a smile, and that would lift my own inner self as well. It would create the vibes of happiness inside me, and then positive energy would start flowing out. So yeah, Dr. Zarka Suharwardi very truly said, and it was right, that whenever we go out, we should do acts of gratitude, and one act of gratitude, one act of positive psychology and gratitude is giving people a smile, and just even if you don't know them, I am pretty sure with your smile, even if they have too much going on in their mind, if even it is too much of worries, for a moment, for a few seconds, they will forget everything and either give you a smile back, or at least they'll start thinking that why did this person give me a smile? And that will perhaps take away a bit of their thought of those worries, what they were thinking about. And again, that is something that you have given as a sadqa. A smile is a sadqa, and it's a very strong one as well. So yeah, along with
Uh,
that,
Sure. So I think the link is working very nicely, starting with positive emotion, moving on to act of kindness. It's nicely gelling in of our objective, what we want to achieve at the end. Sometimes we look at things at a bigger perspective, and we try to achieve everything at the same time, which is very hard. I think what we need to do is sometimes take baby steps that can help us. Like you were talking about, Umar, that a social smile that can bring any act of kindness that will help. And these small things build up, and then they pile up, and you can change behavior, you can change life, you can impact other people.
absolutely, absolutely, you're right. And with that, I would like to introduce our next speaker. I must say, the work he is doing is absolutely fantastic, and may Allah give him the ajr and sawab for it. Our next speaker is Dr. Muhammad Amjad Saqib. He is the executive director at Khuat Foundation. He is a graduate from King Edward Medical College and completed his master's degree in public administration and Hubert Humphreys Fellowship at American University. He served in the civil services of Pakistan, from where he retired in 2003. And since then, besides rendering philanthropic and social services, he has been providing consultancies, services to Asian Development Bank, International Labour Organizations, UNICEF, World Bank, and Canadian International Development Agencies. His areas of expertise include poverty alleviation, microfinance, social mobilization, and education management. And Dr. Saqib is the founder of Akhuat, the first ever interest-free microfinance program in Pakistan, which operates from mosques and churches. So without wasting any more time, I would take you on to Dr. Saqib's talk. Thank you.
अस्सलाम वालेकुम अमजद साहब।
वालेकुम अस्सलाम।
क्या हाल चाल हैं आपके?
जी अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह, अल्लाह का बहुत शुक्र है।
पहले तो खुश आमदीद पाकिस्तान एसोसिएशन ऑफ लाइफस्टाइल मेडिसिन की तरफ से, और यहाँ आने का बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया हमारे साथ वर्ल्ड इंटरनेशनल हैप्पी डे मनाने के लिए। आप आए और आपने इतना अपना टाइम, कीमती वक्त निकाला है हमारे लिए। कुछ सवालात आपसे करना चाहूँगी आज की समिट के हवाले से, to celebrate happy day today with us. थोड़ा सा आप बताना चाहेंगे ये अखुवत का सफ़र आपके लिए किस तरह शुरू हुआ, और इंसानियत के इतने बड़े मकसद को पाने के लिए आपने क्या क्या जद्दोजहद की और क्या क्या रुकावटें सामने आईं, तो थोड़ा सा हमें अपना सफ़र के बारे में बताइएगा ज़रूर।
जी, सबसे पहली बात तो ये है कि ज़ाहिर है इंसान को तख्लीक किया गया तो इसी काम के लिए तख्लीक किया गया ना, कि अल्लाह ने कहा जाओ ये मेरी कायनात है, इसको खूबसूरत बनाओ। तो उस खूबसूरत बनाने के अमल में लोगों की खिदमत शामिल है, मखलूक की खिदमत शामिल है। इन पहाड़ों, इन समंदरों, इन दरियाओं, इन वादियों को खूबसूरत बनाना है और ज़्यादा अच्छा करना है, ताकि अल्लाह की दुनिया और हसीन हो। वो हसीन व जमील है, उसको अच्छी चीज़ें लगती हैं जिनमें हुस्न हो। तो बुनियादी तौर पर इंसान की तख्लीक का मकसद ही है कि वो इस कायनात को खूबसूरत बनाए और ख़ुद को भी खूबसूरत बनाए और मुसर्रत से हमकिनार हो, दूसरों को भी खुशियाँ दे, ताकि फिर जब उस हस्ती के रूबरू पेश हो तो बता तो सके कि वो बोझ जो पहाड़ों ने नहीं उठाया मेरे कंधों पर रख दिया गया, तो मैंने उससे कैसे इंसाफ किया। तो ये एक हर शख्स का मकसद है ज़िंदगी में। तो इसी हवाले से ہم نے بھی کہا کہ دوستوں کے ساتھ مل کے ہم بھی کوئی ایک ایسا کام کریں جس سے لوگوں کے چہروں پہ مسکراہٹ آئے، غربت کم ہو، افلاس کم ہو. تو ہم نے کہا کہ ایک تصور حیات جو اللہ کے رسول صلی اللہ علیہ وآلہ وسلم نے دیا مواخات، اس کی پیروی کرتے ہیں. وہ بتاتا ہے کہ ہیوز اور ہیو ناٹس کے درمیان اگر محبت ہو جائے تو ایک خوبصورت معاشرہ بن جائے گا. تو پھر ہم نے کہا کہ اس کی عملی شکل یوں ہونی چاہیے کہ ایک فنڈ بنائیں جس میں جو ہیوز ہیں وہ کچھ عطیات دیں، ہم اس فنڈ کے امین بن جائیں، اور پھر اس رقم کو بھیک کے طور پہ نہیں بلکہ چھوٹے چھوٹے بغیر سود کے قرضوں کی صورت میں، جسے قرض حسن کہتے ہیں، لوگوں کو دیا جائے. اس سے وہ کوئی ریڑھی لگائے، دکان بنائے، عورت کوئی گھر میں کاروبار کرے، کوئی بیوٹیشین کا کاروبار کرے، کوئی سائیکل پنکچر لگانا شروع کر دے، کوئی موٹر سائیکل ریپیئر، چھوٹے چھوٹے کام ہیں. وہ جو بے روزگار ہیں ان کو اگر شام کو 1000-2000 روپے مل جائے تو پھر اس کی خوشی کا کیا اندازہ آپ لگا سکتی ہیں. اس کے بچے کھانا کھائیں گے، اس کو چھت ملے گی، تحفظ کا احساس ہوگا، اس کی معاشی پریشانیاں دور ہو جائیں گی. تو یوں ہم نے مواخات سے انسپیریشن لیتے ہوئے قرض حسن کا ایک ادارہ بنا لیا، اور اس کے ذریعے سے لوگوں کو چھوٹے چھوٹے قرضے دے کے غربت سے نکلنے کا کام شروع ہو گیا. آج الحمدللہ یہ دنیا میں قرض حسن کا سب سے بڑا ادارہ ہے. چند لاکھ سے کام شروع ہوا اور آج الحمدللہ 200 ارب کے لگ بھگ ہم قرضے 40 لاکھ خاندانوں کو دے چکے ہیں. اب 40 لاکھ خاندانوں کا مطلب یہ ہے کہ 2-2.5 کروڑ سے زیادہ افراد. تو ان قرضوں سے اگر آپ کہیں کہ ان کے چہرے پہ دن میں ایک بار بھی مسکراہٹ آتی ہے تو 23 سال سے آپ کام کر رہے ہیں تو کتنے ارب ہا مسکراہٹوں کے پھول کھلے. تو غربت کا کم ہونا، ختم ہونا یہ تو خدا کے اختیار میں ہے، لیکن آپ کا اور میرا کام تو یہ ہے کہ اس کے لیے جد و جہد کرنا. تو بنیادی طور پر اخوت کا مقصد خوشیاں بانٹنا ہے. کسی کو کہنا کہ تمہارے دکھ میرے ہیں اور میری خوشی تمہاری ہے. تو یہ اس کے الٹیمیٹ اس کا منزل ہے. رستہ یہ چھوٹے قرضے ہیں، مواخات ہے. کسی کو گھر میں جا کے کہنا کہ یار تم کیوں اداس بیٹھے ہو، وہ کہتا ہے جی پیسے نہیں ہیں، کھانا کہاں سے کھاؤں. تو ہم کہتے ہیں آؤ بازار چلتے ہیں، یہ لو 30-40 ہزار روپے ریڈی لگا لو، کوئی کام شروع کر دو. کیونکہ بھکاری تو ہم نے تمہیں بنانا نہیں ہے، ہمیں تمہیں ایک بہترین، تمہارے اندر ہمیں ایک انسان نظر آتا ہے. تو یہ جو فائنینشیل انکلوژن ہے نا، دنیا میں بھی یہی ایک سوچ ہے کہ فائنینشیل انکلوژن، سوشل انکلوژن کے ذریعے سے ہی ایک انکلوسیو سوسائٹی بنتی ہے. تو ہم فائنینشیل انکلوژن کرتے ہیں، پھر لوگوں کو اپنائیت کا احساس دیتے ہیں، اور یوں اللہ تعالیٰ نے اس میں بڑی برکت ڈالی ہے. پھر ہم نے ایک یونیورسٹی بنائی ہے جس میں ہم فیس نہیں لیتے، بچے پڑھتے ہیں. وہ بچے جا کے پھر خوشیاں پھیلائیں گے، لوگوں کے غم اور غموں کے کانٹے چنیں گے، راستے آسان ہو جائیں گے. تو یہ کچھ ہم کرتے ہیں.
امجد صاحب، آپ بتانا چاہیں گے کہ اخوت کا سب سے اہم اور سب سے روشن خیال پہلو کیا ہے؟
جی، اخوت کا سب سے بڑا پہلو یہی ہے نا، مواخات، کہ اس کا سرچشمہ حیات کیا ہے، اس سوچ اور فکر کہاں سے آتی ہے؟ مواخات سے. اور مواخات کیا ہے؟ یہ نبی پاک صلی اللہ علیہ وآلہ وسلم کا دیا ہوا ایک پیغام ہے کہ بھی اگر معاشرے میں ایک خوشحال آدمی ہے تو وہ ایک ایسے شخص کو جس کے پاس کچھ بھی نہیں اپنا بھائی بنا لے. اب ایک شخص کو تو اپنا بھائی بنانا مشکل نہیں ہے نا. تو یہی اس کی خوبصورتی ہے کہ اگر 50% پاکستانی خوشحال، 50% خوشحال نہیں، یا امیر اور غریب، تو ان کے درمیان اگر رشتہ بن جائے تو یہ ریاست کی مدد کے بغیر بھی ایک اچھا معاشرہ بن سکتا ہے. تو دس از دی پاور آف این آئیڈیا اینڈ پاور آف این انڈیویژول. یہ اخوت کی سب سے بڑی، میں سمجھتا ہوں کہ ایک ڈسٹنگوشنگ فیچر ہے.
بہت بہت شکریہ امجد صاحب. ویسے تو آپ نے کافی ڈیٹیل میں ہمیں ماشاءاللہ اخوت کی اچیومنٹس کے بارے میں ابھی بتایا، اور کس طرح ماشاءاللہ آپ کی دلی خواہش پوری ہوئی ہے اور آپ کو اس محنت کا پھل ملا ہے. لیکن بائی دی اینڈ آف دا ڈے کون سی ایسی چیز ہے جو آپ کو سب سے زیادہ خوشی دیتی ہے؟
یہی کام، اخوت کا کام ہی تو ہمیں خوشی دیتا ہے، کیونکہ اخوت کا کام خوشیاں بانٹنا ہے. تو جو آپ کام کریں گے جس سے خوشیاں جو ہیں وہ میرے گھر سے نکل کے میرے ہمسائے کے گھر میں بھی چلی جائیں گی، تو یہ کام خوش دیتا ہے. آپ کسی معصوم بچے کو مسکراتا ہوا دیکھتی ہیں تو آپ خوش ہوتے ہیں. آپ کسی جگہ پہ باغ میں جاتے ہیں، پھول کھلے ہوئے ہوتے ہیں تو آپ خوش ہوتے ہیں. آپ کو خوشبو کی مہک آتی ہے تو آپ خوش ہوتے ہیں. تو یہ ساری چیزیں اگر ہم سب کرنا شروع کر دیں, ہم ایسی گفتگو کریں کسی کو سن کے کسی کی چہرے پہ مسکراہٹ آ جائے, نہ جائے بجائے اس کے کہ ہم ایسی بات کریں کہ کسی کے چہرے پہ تیوریاں آ جائیں اور وہ ناراض ہو جائے, اداس ہو جائے, دل گرفتہ ہو جائے, دکھی ہو جائے. تو بولنے میں, اٹھنے میں, چلنے میں, پھرنے میں ہمیں سب چیزوں کا خیال رکھنا چاہیے. وہ کیا کہتے ہیں کہ خیال خاطر احباب چاہیے ہر دم. تو ہمیں دوسروں کے جو احساس کا خیال رکھنا چاہیے. یہ جو دل ہے نا, یہ ایک بڑا نازک آبگینہ ہے, یہ چھوٹی سی بات سے ٹوٹ جاتا ہے. تو ہمیں اس چھوٹی سی بات سے بھی پرہیز کرنا چاہیے. تو یہی کچھ کرتے ہیں, ہم کوشش کرتے ہیں. ہم بھی دن میں بہت سی غلطیاں کرتے ہیں, ٹھوکریں کھاتے ہیں, لیکن خواہش یہی ہے, جستجو یہی ہے کہ ہم ایسا کام کریں جس سے کسی کو دکھ نہ ہو. تو آپ خود فیصلہ کریں, اگر ساری دنیا یہ فیصلہ کر لے کہ ہم نے ایسا کام کرنا ہے جس سے کسی کو دکھ نہ ہو, تو پھر دکھ تو بدل جائے گی نا, دکھ تو نہیں رہیں گے, پھر دکھ عجائب گھر میں چلے جائیں گے. نہیں, ابھی ہم چند ایک ملکوں میں لوگوں نے انفرادی طور پر یہ کام شروع کیا ہے, لیکن باقاعدہ اخوت نے ایز این انسٹیٹیوشن وہاں کام نہیں کیا. ہمارا ارادہ ہے کہ یہ تو پیغام پوری دنیا کے لیے ہے, انسانیت کے لیے ہے. نبی پاک صلی اللہ علیہ وآلہ وسلم صرف رحمت للمسلمین تو نہیں ہے, وہ تو رحمت للعالمین ہے, اور ان کے اس پیغام کو ہمیں اور جگہ پر بھی لے کے جانا چاہیے, پھیلانا چاہیے. تو ہم کوشش تو کرتے ہیں, لیکن ابھی جی لوگ ہزاروں لوگ پوچھتے ہیں. اب آکسفورڈ میں اور خاص طور پر ہارورڈ میں کیس اسٹڈی کے طور پر پڑھا جاتا ہے اخوت کو. تو بہت سے لوگ پی ایچ ڈی کر رہے ہیں, ریسرچ کر رہے ہیں. پہلے تو لوگ اس کے اوپر یقین نہیں کرتے, پھر جب یقین آتا ہے تو محو حیرت ہو جاتے ہیں. تو پھر اس کے بعد وہ کھوج میں نکلتے ہیں کہ یہ ہم بھی کیا ایسا کر سکتے ہیں. تو ایک ولولہ تازہ, جو اقبال نے کہا نا کہ ایک ولولہ تازہ دیا میں نے دلوں کو, لاہور سے لے کے تا خاک کے بخارا و سمرقند. مطلب پوری دنیا ہوتا ہے شب و روز تماشا میرے آگے. تو اس دنیا میں یہی چیز اگر آپ سمجھے نا, ایک ویشیس سائیکل ہوتا ہے. یعنی میں نے کسی سے برائی کی, اس نے کسی سے برائی کی, اس نے کسی سے برائی کی, اور پھر وہ برائی لوٹ کے میرے پاس آئے گی. تو اس کے مقابلے میں ایک ورچوس سائیکل بھی تو بننا چاہیے کہ میں کسی کے ساتھ اچھا کروں, وہ کسی کے ساتھ اچھا کرے, وہ کسی کے ساتھ اچھا کرے, اور پھر ایک دن وہ اچھائی لوٹ کے میرے دروازے پہ بھی آ جائے. تو وہ وی آر کریٹنگ اے ورچوس سائیکل فالوئنگ دی فٹ اسٹیپس آف ہولی پروفٹ پیس بی اپون ہم.
ایسی کون سی چیز ہے جو آپ کو رات کو جگائی رکھتی ہے؟
جی بالکل یہی کہ آج کا دن اچھا نہیں گزرا, آج کا دن ہم نے کام نہیں کیا, آج کا دن ہم نے محنت نہیں کی جتنی کرنی چاہیے تھی. تو یہ کیونکہ دیکھیں زندگی محدود ہے, لمحے گنے ہوئے ہیں. کوئی لمحہ آ سکتا ہے جب آپ اس دنیا میں نہیں ہوں گے. تو کوشش یہی کرنی چاہیے کہ ہمارے دامن میں جتنی نیکیاں بھر جائیں. تو یہی دکھ ہوتا ہے رات کو. آپ بالکل درست کہتی ہیں, کئی دفعہ یہ ہوتا ہے کہ جی ہم یہ اچھا کام کر سکتے تھے لیکن کسی وجہ سے نہیں کر پائے. ہاں وہ تو مطلب بالکل ایسے ہی ہے نا کہ یہ کام نہیں ہوا, یہ ہو جانا چاہیے تھا. پھر یہ کہہ کے دل کو تسلی دیتے ہیں کہ خدا کی مرضی بھی تو ہے, پتہ بھی اس کی مشیت سے ہلتا ہے. تو لیکن پھر دوبارہ صبح اٹھتے ہیں, سورج نکلتا ہے تو ایک نیا عزم لے کے گھر سے نکلتے ہیں کہ آج پھر وہ کام کرنے ہیں. لیکن یہ توفیق اسی کی طرف سے ملتی ہے.
بہت بہت شکریہ امجد صاحب. میرا لاسٹ بٹ ناٹ دا لیسٹ سوال کہ اگر آپ کے دل میں کوئی ایسی 3 خواہشات ہیں اس ملک کے لیے, پاکستان کے لیے, تو وہ کیا ہوں گی؟
سب سے پہلی خواہش تو یہ ہے کہ غربت ختم ہو جائے, ہر شخص کو عزت اور آبرو سے زندہ رہنے کا موقع ملے. دوسری چیز یہ ہے کہ ہم اخوت, بھائی چارہ اور محبت سے رہیں, لڑائی جھگڑا نہیں ہونا چاہیے. یہ جو ڈسکریمنیشن ہے, یہ جو تعصب ہے, یہ جو ذات, رنگ, نسل, مذہب, سیاست کی تقسیم ہے, اس سے بلند ہو کر ہم انسان کو انسان سمجھیں. تیسری چیز یہ ہے کہ علم کا فروغ ہو, کیونکہ علم سے عمل کی راہیں کھلتی ہیں. تو علم اور عمل کے امتزاج سے ہی دنیا بنتی ہے. تو تو چوتھی چیز بھی میں چاہتا ہوں کہ ہر جگہ پھول ہی پھول ہوں.
اس قوم کے لیے، ہمارے نوجوانوں کے لیے آپ کیا پیغام دینا چاہیں گے؟
جی پیغام، میں کون ہوتا ہوں پیغام دینے والا؟ میں تو ایک معمولی آدمی ہوں. میں تو خود اچھے جو کیسے کہتے ہیں کہ پیغامات کی اور وزڈم اور فہم و فراست کی تلاش میں رہتا ہوں. تو بہرحال پیغام وہی ہے جو اللہ کے رسول نے دیا کہ ہم سب برابر ہیں. برتری اسی کو حاصل ہے جو تقویٰ میں برتر ہے. تو یہ زوم، یہ تکبر، یہ غرور، یہ انا، یہ چیزوں سے بے نیاز ہو کر ہمیں یہ سوال پوچھنا چاہیے کہ میں کون ہوں اور اس دنیا میں کیوں آیا ہوں، مجھے کیوں بھیجا گیا ہے. تو ہر نوجوان سب سے پہلے تو یہ سمجھے نا کہ میرے وجود کا مقصد کیا ہے. پیسہ کمانا، شہرت، دولت، طاقت، اقتدار، یا خدا نے ہمیں اس کائنات کو خوبصورت بنانے کے لیے یا مخلوق کی خدمت کے لیے بھیجا ہے. اس بنیادی سوال کا جو جواب پا گیا وہ کامیاب ہو گیا. اب میں یہ نہیں کہتا کہ اس کا جواب کیا ہے، یہ تو ہمیں خود تلاش کرنا ہے. تو ویسے بھی نوجوانوں کو نصیحت نہیں کرنی چاہیے. لیٹ دم لرن دیئر اون لیسنس. وہ گریں گے کھڑے ہوں گے، گریں گے کھڑے ہوں گے، اور پھر انشاءاللہ اگر جستجو اچھی ہے تو راستہ بھی ملے گا.
امجد صاحب، میرے ذہن میں ابھی خیال آیا ابھی بیٹھے بیٹھے، وہ یہ ہے کہ ماشاءاللہ آپ نے اپنی پوری زندگی تقریباً لگا دی اس کام کو، اس مقصد کو اچیو کرنے کے لیے. ماشاءاللہ آپ کی پوری ٹیم کا ہارڈ ورک ہے. اٹس آل اے کلیکٹیو ایفرٹ فرام ناٹ اونلی پاکستان بٹ انٹائر ورلڈ. ماشاءاللہ. اب میرے ذہن میں ہے کہ انشاءاللہ یہ کام، ہماری دلی خواہش ہے، ہم سب کی خواہش ہے کہ یہ چلتا رہے اور کبھی رکے نہ. تو آپ کے کیا فیوچر پلانز ہیں ریگارڈنگ اخوت؟
جی یہ بڑا اہم سوال ہے کہ لوگ اکثر پوچھتے ہیں کہ نہیں، لوگ ہم سے پوچھتے ہیں کہ ہاؤ ول اٹ کنٹینیو، سسٹین کیسے ہوگی، واٹ از یور سکسیشن پلان. کہ آپ نے اپنے دوستوں سے مل کے، لوگوں سے مل کے ایک ادارہ بنایا جو اچھا کام کر رہا ہے، تو کیا یہ مستقبل میں بھی قائم رہے گا؟ تو یہ ایک بڑا اہم سوال ہے. اس کے لیے ہم نے ایک اخوت یونیورسٹی بنائی ہے. ہم نے کہا کہ 10 20 30 ہزار ایسے بچے وہاں پر پڑھیں اور ہم اپنی ویژن، یعنی جو ہم نے مواقعات سے اخذ کی، وہ ان کو ٹرانسفر کر دیں. لیڈرشپ یہ نہیں ہے کہ آپ خود کچھ کر لیں. لیڈرشپ یہ ہے کہ انسپائرنگ ادرز ٹو اچیو کامن آبجیکٹیوز. تو جب تک یہ انسپیریشن کا عمل نہیں ہے تو لیڈر اکیلا کیا کر سکتا ہے؟ تو یو ہیو ٹو کریٹ کریٹیکل میس آف پیپل جو آپ کی اسی سوچ، آپ کی اسی فکر، اسی درد اور اسی آپ کی احساس کو اسی طرح سمجھیں جیسا آپ سمجھتے ہیں. تو وہاں پر آپ آئیے نا.
بہت بہت شکریہ امجد صاحب. پاکستان ایسوسی ایشن آف لائف اسٹائل میڈیسن کے لیے آپ کیا پیغام چھوڑنا چاہیں گے؟
پاکستان ایسوسی ایشن آف لائف اسٹائل میڈیسن، یہ تو میں بڑی خوش ہوا ہوں. آپ نے یہ کتنا اچھا کام شروع کیا ہے کہ آپ لوگوں کو کہہ رہے ہیں کہ دوائیوں کو چھوڑیں، لافٹر از دی بیسٹ میڈیسن. آپ ہنسیں، کہکہ لگائیں، خوش ہوں. آپ ہنسے بے وجہ بھی ہنستے رہیں گے نا تو آپ کو دیکھ کے کچھ لوگ ہنسنا شروع ہو جائیں گے. جو ہنسی ہے نا، کہکہ ہے، اٹ از اے کنٹیجیس ڈیزیز. یعنی آپ ہنسی ہوں گی نا، میں آپ کو دیکھ کے ہنسنے لگوں گا، مجھے دیکھ کے کوئی اور ہنسے گا، کوئی اور. چلیں کچھ عرصہ کے لیے وہ اپنے غم کو، اپنے دکھ کو، اپنی بیماری کو بھول جائے گا. اور یہ بیماری اور دکھ اور غم کو بھولنا ہی اصل علاج ہے. آپ یقین کیجئے، بہت سے سائیکیٹرسٹ، سائیکالوجسٹ میں بات کرتا ہوں، وہ کہتے ہیں لوگ بیمار ہوتے نہیں ہیں، وہ صرف اس وہم میں مبتلا ہیں کہ ہم بیمار ہیں. تو یہ احساس اگر ان کو ہوگا میں ٹھیک ہوں، تو یہ ذہن سے، دماغ سے کچھ ایسے چیزیں، کچھ انزائمز، کچھ ہارمونز جنریٹ ہوتے ہیں جو آپ کو صحت مند زندگی کی طرف لے جاتے ہیں. امید ہے نا، خوشی امید کو جنم دیتی ہے اور امید سے آپ خوشی کشید کرتے ہیں. تو یہ خوشیاں آپ جو بانٹ رہی ہیں اپنے اس ایسوسی ایشن سے، تو میں آپ کو مبارکباد دیتا ہوں. آپ تو ہم سے بھی بہت آگے ہیں کہ آپ لوگوں کو چہروں پہ مسکراہٹوں کے پھول کھلاتی ہیں. اللہ تعالیٰ اس کو کامیاب کرے اور پاکستان میں ہر شخص ہنسے، کھیلے، خوش رہے.
Our special thanks to Samar Hashmi for making this available. Dr. Amjad Saqib, an amazing, amazing success story. He's spreading happiness like anything. And he's really a role model teaching us how to care for others. I mean, he talks about inclusive society. He talks about things, how to gel things up, how to start things again at a small level. Do what you can do for your brotherhood. And it was so enlightening to listen to this talk and understand that this has been a case study for people abroad. And Dr. Amjad, you make us proud, and we wish we can clone you and have many of you. Your comments, Dr. Umar?
Absolutely. I mean, I've always enjoyed listening about Dr. Amjad and listening to Dr. Amjad as well. Once, the first time I think I met him, not met him, I went to a small seminar in Pearl Continental, which is now Serena Peshawar. And there I heard about Akhuat Foundation and what they were doing. And actually, I was amazed how it started and then how it has flourished and reached to the level where now they are independent enough to establish a university. And at university level, they will be spreading the message of Akhuat and Bhaichara, which is brotherhood. So, and to be honest, all this is there for us in Islam. It teaches us all about Akhuat and brotherhood. Our Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, he was a living example along with all his friends, family members, and all the people who were with him. Our four caliphs, Hazrat Abu Bakr radiallahu ta'ala anhu, Hazrat Umar radiallahu ta'ala anhu, Hazrat Usman radiallahu ta'ala anhu, Hazrat Ali radiallahu ta'ala anhu. So they were all, and many more, and including that the Ummahatul Mu'mineen as well. They were supporting Muslims in the Akhuat and Bhaichara message all the time. And after that came Hazrat Umar bin Abdul Aziz. In his time, Islam flourished with Akhuat and Bhaichara. And I am very, I mean, again, on the Happiness Summit, I'm not just happy, but I'm grateful as well that people like Dr. Amjad Saqib are still there and spreading the message, the important message of Akhuat. In whatever way they are doing it, I must say it is our duty as well to help them, to join hands with them. And I would say, I would also request Dr. Shagufta that whatever Palm can offer to Akhuat to help them with their mission, we as Palm executives and volunteers would be happy to do as well. So with that, I'll hand over to you.
Yeah, it would be for a greater cause. Spreading the word out, word, like in Urdu, you say "Shama se Shama jale." So if you spread the positive, and it's a great idea. Next we have a quote from Holy Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. Let's listen to that quote.
And he, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, said, "The most beloved deed to Allah When you hear that statement, I'm sure your mind is thinking Salah, Siyam, reading Quran. Listen to this narration. The most beloved deed to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is to make another Muslim happy. Allahu Akbar. You are so important to Allah that He told His Prophet ﷺ to teach us all. To make you happy is the best deed that someone can do. When we hear a hadith of the Prophet ﷺ, we have to remind ourselves that Allah said about him, He does not speak from Himself. Everything that the Prophet ﷺ said was revelation from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala.
Jazakallah, that was great. I think being kind is very important. And for that, we have a short video for you on the act of kindness. And let's look at the video on act of kindness.
Acts of kindness, acts of generosity is how simple it is to make people feel good. I was walking down the streets of New York City, and a guy walking in front of me, his backpack opened and a bunch of paper fell out on the street. I didn't think much of it. I bent down, I gathered up the papers, handed them back to him, and pointed out that his bag had opened. Now, in our bodies, there's a chemical called oxytocin. Oxytocin is responsible for all the warm and fuzzies, unicorns and rainbows. It's responsible for all the warm feelings and connectedness we have with each other. Friendship, love. Huge amounts of oxytocin surge through a woman's body as she gives birth. This is what is responsible for the mother-child bond. Oxytocin binds human beings. There are many ways to get oxytocin. One of them is acts of kindness and acts of generosity. It feels good when we do something nice for someone. It feels good when someone does something nice for us. On this particular day, I did something for someone with no expectation of anything in return. I got a little surge of oxytocin. I felt good. He turned to me and he said, "Thank you. It feels nice when someone does something for us with no expectation of anything in return." He felt good. I walked to the end of the street. I'm waiting to cross the street. And a total stranger who happened to be standing next to me said, "I saw what you did back there. That was really cool." As it turns out, witnessing an act of generosity releases oxytocin, and he felt good. And the best part about oxytocin is the more oxytocin we have in our bodies, the more generous we become. It is Mother Nature's way of trying desperately to get us to look after each other. I can guarantee you that that man who witnessed what I did something nice for somebody that day simply because he saw someone do something nice for somebody that day. So what if we commit to do something nice for someone with no expectation of anything in return? Imagine what happens at work. Imagine what happens at home. Imagine what happens with our friends. But it must be genuine.
Yeah, it must be genuine. You have to do things without looking for some benefit in it, and that's really spreading. In Japanese they say arigato, and arigato, what it means basically thank you. But the way they express it and the way that they say it, the gesture itself is like spreading. I mean, we have so many different cultural variation. If we go around the globe, people say thank you, and people say shukriya, people say shukran in Arabic. But the way I have seen Japanese say it, it's amazing. It's very bonding. So, Dr. Umar?
Yeah, absolutely. Talking about Japan and Japanese, I always, when I look at their lifestyle, I get amazed and I get so attracted. And one thing that one of the American motivational speakers. I think it was Zig Ziglar or Jim Rohn. They are quite famous ones. In one of their talks, they were mentioning that he visited Japan to see what was actually different that was making Japan go towards excellence. And he says in their education system, I realized that from kindergarten up to high school, the first hour of their education and obviously their course and structure is mainly on ethics. So not only just it stops at kindergarten or year 1 or year 2 or year 3, it goes on all the way up to year 12. So it gets ingrained in them, and things like happiness, gratitude, how to greet people, how to respect elders, how to love the younger ones. And this is something that slowly and gradually is disappearing from the world because of people being so busy in the priorities which I feel are non-priorities, like running after jobs, running after earning more money. That eventually is in the longer run, when they reach older ages, they realize that they have more or less wasted their life. So yeah, Japanese culture is very rich. It is very strong. And in the last few months, I've been telling my wife now and again that I think if I decide to marry again, I would probably marry somebody in Japan. So
Well,
she is not taking
that's
that
a
very
dangerous
nicely.
statement to start with.
She is not taking it very nicely, but let's see what happens with time.
Great.
So, and again, our summit is on gratitude, that it fosters happiness. Yesterday, I talked about gratitude as well, and how it can affect our lives, what Islam says about gratitude, and then what is the power of gratitude on our mind, on our body, how it changes our attitude towards life as well. Gratitude actually recharges you with energy boosts, your self-worth, and is directly linked to physical and mental well-being. It leads you directly to happiness. And as I mentioned before, it's the best antidote to anger, envy, and resentment. Now, I must say, we should start our day by saying thank you for what we have instead of complaining about what we don't have or listing all the things we fear or hate about the coming day, which is completely the opposite of gratitude. Doing so will have an immediate effect on our lives. So
Absolutely.
focus on good things that you can find every day. And I know it's easy to be grateful when things are going well. So it's always better to start with gratitude when things are going well. So I must say, we just should always be, when I wake up, since I started working on gratitude, I have realized that when I wake up in the morning, the first thing that comes into my mind is thank you, Allah, that I am alive again. Because when you are asleep, you are nearly half dead. You don't
SubhanAllah.
know what's happening there. So if you wake up the next day, and if you look in, perhaps I would say, if we Google how every minute, how many people or how many living things and living beings, uh, especially human beings, die every second or every minute, and then you are the lucky one who is still alive. we should be really just grateful for that, for the breath we take, for the food we taste, for the eyesight, for the vision, for the nice colors we can see. I mean, you name it, and it's the list is never ending. We start with it, and I don't think so even in our lives we will be able to complete a list where I would say that that is it. I don't have anything more than that that I can be grateful for. Every time there's something new in the day, in the hour, in the minute, in the second that we can be grateful for. So with that, we move.
Dr.
Yeah,
Saab,
sorry.
you are
Yeah.
absolutely right. You're absolutely right, I think the list goes on, and if you very rightly said, the more we build on it, the more we can learn from it, and I think if we learn little by little, that will pile up and form our personality, which in return form a society where, for example, what we were listening to Dr. Amjad Saqib, he was saying that a deed or an action that we do is it spreads around and it piles up. So you're absolutely right. We need to take care. Our next speaker is Dr. Sheila Namber.
I think before that,
Yeah,
sorry, Dr. Zia, I would
there's a
say,
slight. Yes, go ahead. There's a slight
yeah,
change. Yeah.
okay, fine, fair enough. Then you go ahead. Sorry.
Okay. Dr. Sheila Namir is an MD. She's a practicing obstetrician gynecologist, a board certified lifestyle medicine physician. She's a fitness consultant at National Association of Fitness Certification, NAFC, positive psychologist, UPenn, current president of Indian Society of Lifestyle Medicine, ISLM. She is council member of Global Conglomerate THI, True Health Initiative Council member of GPHI, which is Global Positive Health Institute. Beside her OB/GYN practice, through her wellness program, TFL, she prevents and treats non-communicable diseases like diabetes, obesity, PCOS, infertility, depression, musculoskeletal dysfunction, and various other chronic lifestyle diseases using fitness, lifestyle medicine, and positive psychology. She's on the council of a global consortium of physicians dedicated to improving health and preventing disease through lifestyle medicine for the True Health Initiative. Let's listen to Dr. Sheila.
Hello, everyone. Thank you, Dr. Shagufta Feroz, for inviting me to be a part of this Happiness Summit. I'm really grateful to be here. Let me just share my screen. So the topic that I'm going to talk about is creating happiness. I have no financial relationships to disclose, and I will not be discussing any unlabeled or unapproved drugs. So the talk today will discuss and explore what happiness is, the role of hereditability and the neurobiology of happiness, and we will discuss ways in which we can improve our own happiness on a day-to-day basis. So happiness has been defined in many ways. Simply put, it is the positive emotional experience, otherwise called subjective well-being. Sonia Lambrinsky a researcher in positive psychology, explains it as the experience of joy, contentment, or positive well-being, combined with the sense that one's life is good, meaningful, and worthwhile. According to the ancient Greeks, happiness can be distinguished in two separate ways: hedonia and eudaimonia. Hedonia is the pure pursuit of pleasure, enjoyment, or comfort in the absence of any distress or negative affect. Now, it is a subjective state of feeling great, or the emotional effect of laughing, enjoying or relaxing time with a friend, and so on. These are fleeting moments of what we would probably refer to as joyful moments or exciting moments. Eudaimonia, on the other hand, is a state of fulfillment or a flourishing and thriving life that's filled with moral excellence, duty, virtue, etc. And it really refers to life as a whole and not just separate events. So what is the role of being happy? According to Barbara Fredrickson, a pioneer researcher in positive psychology, the function of happiness, or more precisely, the function of positive emotions, is to broaden one's thinking and to build one's resources. She refers to this as the broaden and build theory. Happy people are more cooperative, they work better, they're more productive, they're able to handle situations better, they have better relationships and cognitive abilities, are better leaders, and even seem to make more money. So while we may want to be happy only because it feels good, this desired goal may actually lead to other positive outcomes in our lives. So what exactly determines happiness? Is it heritable, and are happy people born that way? In this paper by researchers Sonia Lumbrinsky et al., they demonstrated a very simplistic pie chart of what contributes to our well-being. In this chart, 50% of happiness is heritable, 40% of happiness is created by intentional activities or behavior, and only 10% is left to circumstances. There is, of course, plenty of overlap between these three apparently clear-cut areas in this pie chart, as our genes, our life circumstances, and our behavior aren't really three isolated factors that influence our happiness directly. They can also influence each other and muddy these distinctions. For instance, you may have the strengths for leadership, but you won't necessarily turn into an adept leader unless you find yourself in the right life circumstances. Or perhaps you have the genetic predisposition towards anxiety, which is activated by the circumstances of your stressful childhood. That is putting a damper on your happiness. Now, many other researchers have countered these percentages. Another paper by Brown et al., for instance, in the research suggests that the heritability of happiness is almost 70 to 80%. Whatever the percentage, there are many ways that we can improve our own happiness, and that's what we will be discussing today. So how do we feel happy? The emotion or the feeling of happiness is created in the brain by endogenous cannabinoids or endocannabinoids like anandamide, neuromodulators like dopamine and serotonin, and hormones like oxytocin, among others. Activities like exercise, dancing, and even physical movement can raise endocannabinoids and endorphins. The pursuit of a goal or forward movement will release dopamine. Close and warm physical contact, or even just being with people that you have authentic connections with, can lead to the release of oxytocin. Pro-social behavior like altruism, feelings of gratitude, acts of kindness can lead to the release of all of these chemicals in the brain, and the feeling of happiness follows. So how does exercise improve happiness? Besides the release of endocannabinoids and endorphins in the brain during exercise, the contraction of the muscles during physical movement or exercise leads to the release of a protein called myokine. Myokines have been called the molecules of hope in a 2016 paper that was published in the Journal of Physical Therapy that named this molecule as such. So you're literally supplying your bloodstream with these molecules of hope every time you move your body. We now know that muscles are like endocrine organs. They produce proteins and molecules that can specifically target immune system, the cardiovascular system, or even the brain, essentially any metabolic system. Even a single bout of exercise can elevate the mood, and regular exercise has been used effectively in the management of depression, and anyone who exercises regularly knows of its mood-boosting effects. Another opportunity to create happiness is to experience a concept of flow. According to Mihai Csikszentmihalyi, the Hungarian American psychologist who named the psychological concept, flow is a state of mind in which a person becomes fully immersed in an activity. So people feel a sense of happiness when they are in the state of flow. He describes flow as being completely involved in an activity for its own sake. The ego falls away, time flies, and your whole being is involved, and you are using your skills to its utmost. Getting into the flow state is not always easy. The initial phase may be a struggle as you learn the activity at hand, but as your skill improves, a fine balance is created and achieved between challenge and the degree of difficulty that you face, and you get immersed in the activity and you can reach the peak flow state. Finding and creating opportunities for flow state, therefore, can improve your levels of happiness. And this can be a hobby, work, or anything that is that makes you, that interests you. In positive psychology research, gratitude is strongly and consistently associated with greater happiness. Gratitude helps people feel more positive emotions, relish good experiences, improves health, helps them deal with adversity, and builds strong relationships. Extensive research in the field of positive psychology has shown that even writing a gratitude journal and noting the 3 things that we're grateful for every day for just 6 weeks can improve subjective well-being. So how are our social connections related to our happiness? Research in the recent years has shown that the quality of our relationships really matter when it comes to our health and happiness. I'm sure all of you are familiar with the very famous Harvard study of adult development, which is perhaps the longest running study following Harvard graduates through their lifespan for over 80 years. Robert Waldinger, the director of the study, had this to say about the results of the study. The lessons we learn are that relationships matter. The surprising finding is that our relationships and how happy we are in our relationships has a powerful influence on our health. The most salient characteristics shared by the 10% of students with the highest levels of happiness and the fewest signs of depression were their ties with their friends and family, and their commitment to spending time with their friends and family. One of the commonalities in the blue zones, where we find the highest number of centenarians, is that they have close social connections and contact. The social structure is built such that people are connected, unlike in many countries today, where people are becoming more and more isolated and living disconnected lives. Now, this cannot be good for our health and well-being, as we're already seeing the increasing incidence of depression and suicide. At the other end of the spectrum is loneliness. Loneliness appears to be the cause of deep unhappiness worldwide. Julianne Holt-Lunstad, who is a researcher on loneliness, in her large meta-analysis on social isolation, compares the effects of loneliness on the risk for mortality to smoking 15 cigarettes per day. That's not to say that having close friends mitigates the effects of smoking, certainly not. But loneliness has serious effects on our metabolism, on our brain and cardiac health, besides leading to less happy lives. So in a nutshell, become aware of the things and the habits that can truly create happiness. Gratitude, both giving and receiving gratitude, have been found to increase levels of happiness. Altruism and acts of kindness to others improves our mood and creates happiness. Helping someone create psychological and physiological changes in the brain that causes us to feel good and creates a sense of belonging and meaningfulness. Consciously creating a culture of appreciation around us starts by first appreciating others. Thanking people whenever possible, for instance, even if it's someone that you live with and most probably take for granted, as most of us do, has been shown to improve relationships and create happiness. Regular exercise improves happiness, as already mentioned. Building strong and mindful social relationships takes time and effort. Sometimes we believe that we don't have the time for the people and relationships, but we know that relationships matter. We don't need a crowd. We just need a few people who make us happy and who we are able to make happy in turn. Addressing loneliness when it happens is important. Most of us feel embarrassed to say that we are lonely because there is a stigma attached to it. But now knowing that loneliness kills, we need to address it to protect ourselves and to help others improve connections in turn. Workism is a belief that work is not only necessary for economic growth, but also should be the centerpiece of one's identity and life's purpose. The belief that any policy to promote human welfare must always encourage more work is very, very common. Now, this sole focus on work can lead to isolation and unhappiness. For me personally, moments of happiness arise from a variety of things stimulating all the senses. Food, for instance, connects us. The sight or the smell of good food, cooking, or serving food for loved ones can create opportunities for happiness. The sight of a beautiful flower garland seen in all our markets, or an intricate kolam at the doorstep of many Tamilian homes. The colors of Holi, the smell of spices, the sound of the laughter of children, the sound of prayer or the smell of incense, a quiet evening with a book and a cup of tea, or the sound of rain. My walks in nature, exercise has been the centerpiece of my well-being for all the reasons mentioned before. The sense of well-being, happiness, call it whatever you want, is significantly experienced with regular exercise. For anyone who hasn't tried this, all you need to do is start with just 15 minutes of walking every day to feel the difference. What also brings me great joy is my connection with my patients and the thousands of times that I've witnessed the pure joy on the face of a new mother when she sees her newborn child. With lifestyle medicine as a part of my practice, I find even more meaning in my work. It reflects my deepest values and also helps me work with my strengths. When I first started practicing medicine in 1994, I had a sense of unsettlement and felt a gap in how I wanted to treat patients and how I was actually treating them. This gap was ultimately filled when I started teaching women how to exercise, how to eat healthy and prevent disease, and adopted lifestyle medicine as a part of my medical practice. And of course, most importantly, are the connections with friends and family. As Robert Waldinger, the director of the Adult Development Study, said, relationships matter. Having good quality relationships goes a long way to mitigate stress and make life more meaningful. It's on us, therefore, to create these relationships. I think as busy practitioners, we tend to fall into the trap of workism. We may along the way misplace many friends and relationships, and this turns out to be a big mistake. While we may love our work and truly thrive in it, we should also put in the effort to nurture our relationships in the best possible way that we can. Let us also expand our emotional vocabulary by identifying other words that can bring us happiness, like joy, delight, excitement, awe, pride, contentment, enjoyment, gratitude, etc. And you can add many, many more to this list and not limit ourselves to only the word and concept of happiness. On a final note, happiness is a skill that can be learned. All of us may not be blessed with a genetic predisposition to be happy in the way that it's commonly understood. But if we believe that happiness is when a person does the best that they can, whatever their life circumstances, then we fulfill our potential and excel in our own ways. Happiness is not just about a widescreen TV or even good healthcare. It's about being kind, working hard, committing to something that's bigger than ourselves, and striving to improve ourselves and the world around us in the best possible way that we can.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sheila. Really a presentation packed with so much information. I was trying to grasp things, and I wish this presentation should have been a little bit slow so I could grasp more out of it. I mean, when you talked about flow in the beginning, what I understood from that is that we really need to indulge in the activity that we are doing, and by mentally being present in what you are doing is in that specific activity can bring more joy to you, more happiness to you. You talked about relationships and how important they are, and you showed us about the impact of loneliness on mortality. It's really a killer. and we are so much blessed to have people around. What we need to do is take full advantage of it, and try to practice and have people with positive relationship, and build our strong relationship and bonds with people that are positive minded, like minded, that can really impact our life, that can change our life. We need to appreciate others. So you talked about that we need to appreciate as much as possible other. You talked about food, my favorite subject over there. That is very intriguing. Really, food is a therapy, and aromas that you talked about, whether whatever type of aroma it is coming from the food, and how it helps you calm down, how it helps you prepare your mindset and move on. That was very, very important. Last, what I gathered from the presentation was the purpose in life, uh, that you talked about. If you have, like you were saying, that during your clinical practice, when you connected the purpose in what you were doing, that brought you a lot of joy and satisfaction. And that is our vocabulary is very small so far, so we are trying to build it up and add more and more words to it. What do you think, Dr. Umar?
Absolutely. Well said, Dr. Zia, and I can not anymore agree with all that was said. It was absolutely said in a very nice way, and Dr. Sheila, I've heard her a few times now, and the way she talks, that's also so soothing. She talks in a nice, wonderful, composed way, and so that it makes you have the feeling that you should listen to her
Very true.
as somebody who has the experience and the knowledge. And it's in fact, as the proverb goes, whenever she talks, it feels like it's coming from the horse's mouth. It's somebody who has all the experience there, and she knows what she's talking about. So, and it's actually directly coming from the heart. In case of Dr. Nambiar, Liana Lianov, and Dr. Shagufta, all of them, they when you start listening to them, you just hope that
Want
the
more of it.
talk goes on and it never ends. So yeah,
Exactly.
absolutely. And with that, we are slowly moving with our happiness summit. And when you talked about food, I must say it's something which is one of my favorite topics as well. But looking forward to the coming week. Ramzan is coming. What are we going to do? Are you looking forward to it?
Definitely.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean,
It's a feast in itself,
it's
I mean,
it is a feast in itself. I must agree with that, but I don't agree with it the way we make it a feast, because that goes against the principles of lifestyle medicine. When we wake up in the morning and we have parathas and malai and
well, look
all
at the
different
bright
kinds
side,
of.
Dr. Saab. Look at the bright side, that you have social connections. You get up in the middle of the night and you're with your family. You're actually spending time.
You are right on the bright side, but on the dark side, you see, when people would think that when I was in UK, my colleagues, obviously the doctors and the nurses in the hospital, they would actually be surprised at the end of Ramzan. They would say, "You've gained weight rather than losing weight." And what can I tell them that when I sit
and start eating the samosas and the pakoras and the dahi ballas and the lobia chaat, and then move on to from there move on to the juices where the lemonade is there, the shikanjabin is there, the ruh afza is there. Even in UK, I used to get ruh afza and then move on from there. In after offering Maghrib prayers, you're ready for the dinner, and there's pulao in it, there's chicken in it, there is different kinds of other things in it. Actually, that is something that I've been lately thinking about. That this Ramzan, I'm going to make sure that I eat within my limits, or within the limits lifestyle medicine or Pakistan Association of Lifestyle Medicine and has actually set for us. Now how do I do that? I think I have to look into that. Before we move on, I'm looking at the screen, Dr. Zia, and I can see there are some questions coming up from our distinguished joiners who are there with us. So I would perhaps go ahead and connect to them and see what do they have. It's Professor Muhammad Masood Khoker, and I'll see if I can take Professor Khoker live for his question. Professor Khoker, can you hear me?
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam, sir.
Assalam.
Thank you. So you are really putting flavors to this happiness summit, mashallah.
Thank you very much, sir.
Great. Actually, I heard Liana, and they're all actually adding colors to this happiness summit. My question was that in our day-to-day life or in practice, can we, think of some instantaneous recipes to lift our mood and emotions? Because every day people somehow or the other they do get low. So that was the question. If anybody can, respond or say, and I'm sure there must be a lot of recipes actually, a lot of recipes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. And that is an excellent question, I must say that. And we all in our day-to-day lives, we try to keep ourselves going by being happy and trying to be positive. And that's actually, it's all human, and it's all nature and everything, that we try to make ourselves happy, and that's actually life. And suddenly we get hit by something that makes us go low, and that is the time when we need something, some recipe that can lift us up. Now, I'm pretty sure there are loads and loads of recipes available. Google being our very best friend, you type things like that, and you'll be amazed to get so much response and answers. But in my knowledge, where I've been reading about things, and there's certain people or certain seminars I've attended, I found something which I can look into and tell you during the seminar as well, what it actually is called. It's just slipped out of my mind, but I read it in a book called Heart Math Solution. Heart Math Institute is an institute in America, and they actually work on this thing, where you when suddenly you are hit with something that you cannot that makes you go low, or makes you feel down or a bit sad, and you want to lift yourself up. uh, they teach you how to do that. But one thing I read in that book, which I actually practiced myself as well, and I still practice it, is close your eyes, imagine yourself somewhere nice, or imagine now when it comes to this, I must tell you, something nice for me would be like sitting on a beachside in the sun, wearing my beachcomber goggles, having a nice pina colada on my right hand side, in the glass, sipping it from the glass, and enjoying the not a very strong sunshine, but just a bit of partly cloudy weather, where the temperature should be around 25 degrees, and I close my eyes and imagine myself lying on the sunbed on a beachside in wherever the nice beaches are, perhaps. And at that time, I put my hand on my heart as well, and start feeling the feeling I would get. But apart from that, one other thing we can do is, if this is not something some people would like to do, then what we could also do is think of someone you love, the most. Can be your parents, it can be your one of your siblings. For me, whenever I think about to make myself come out of a low mood, I usually think about, or I bring the moment where, for the first time, I took my daughter in my hands, and when she was born, she was only, I think, if I'm not wrong, she was tiny, and she weighed around 6 pounds or something like that. And when I took her in my hand, that feeling, I always have carried that feeling with me in my life. She is 18 now, but I still, when I sit with her and I say, you were just the size of my forearm, and that's how small and tiny you were. And when I imagine that feeling, wherever I am, if I'm feeling low, it just takes all that sadness away, and brings the smile on my face as it was on the first day when she was born. So there are things, but obviously, I'm sure if you look into Heart Math Solution, there's a book on it as well. The author is Doc Childer. He has done massive research into this subject, and that perhaps would be something that you will find helpful. And whilst explaining my dream of lying on the beach with a pina colada in my hand and wearing my beach combers, there was another Palm executive who messaged me and said that my dream is exactly as your dream. So I'm sure it's not me and that executive, but a lot of other people who
Absolutely.
have this dream. I'm sure, Dr. Zia, you would like to have that dream as well. Why don't we both? You know what, Dr. Zia, I don't know. I got a message this morning that there is a lifestyle medicine conference coming up in Azerbaijan in October. How about me and you join together and go to that conference?
Why not?
And
Why not?
do and attend the conference? And if there are some nice places, we should enjoy some according to the weather, pina coladas
Why not?
or nice food, and go around and be happy with it.
Sure,
So
sure.
keep that in mind. It's on my cards. So you put it on your in your diary as well.
We'll do that.
I'm sure taking asking Bhabhi for you wouldn't be not a big problem. I'm not going to ask my wife. I'll just pack my bag and say I'm going to Azerbaijan
On a business trip.
on a business trip. Absolutely right. Right.
I think in the
So
questionnaires, in the section, we just had someone probably raised hand, Menahil. If you still have a question. Okay, let's move on.
right. Okay. So I hope to some extent I have answered Professor Coker's question. But if Professor Coker, if you have any other further questions or want to clarify or need more information, I'll be happy to provide you with
Yes, sir. Thank you very
more
much. Thank you very
references and
much.
information. Thank you very
Yeah,
much,
yeah,
sir.
yeah. You want me to say something? Time allows.
You sure you can
Please
go
go
ahead?
ahead.
Yeah.
Great, great. Thank you. Thank you. Being a psychiatrist myself, actually, I have to have a lot of recipes which work instantaneously and medium and long term also. So with your permission, I just want to add the CBT model, cognitive behavior therapy. This is the current model which is almost applicable in all the situations, whether clinical, they're subclinical, or otherwise positive psychology perspective. So when I talk to the people just regarding their sadness or their state of lower end of their mood state, so they say honestly, I can't connect with the people. I have difficulty in social communication. I don't enjoy even that. Okay, you can do this. No, I don't have energy, doctor. I really can't go for a walk and I can't exercise. Okay, do this. Then I tell them, okay, you have got three options. Either you have certain thoughts in your mind, which is the cognitive part of the CBT, or and finally, you have got your behavior, those CBTs, cognitive behavior therapy. So you can switch any one of these buttons, three buttons. Either try to make your thoughts positive, as you said, think something nice, something positive in the past, in the present, in the future, which can lift your mood. If it does not work, okay, just switch the other button. Try to lift your mood and your emotion, say by connecting with the people who are in a good state of mood. Or if this switch is also not working, then just get up and go for 15 to 20 minutes walk, jog, stretching exercises, some sort of yoga, any physical activity. And as Dr. Sheila said, the physical exercise, it actually adds a protein, myokines. So these myokines, they actually, once they are in your circulatory system, then they can chemically reset your mood state. So this is how I tell people, if one switch doesn't work, go to the other. If it doesn't work, go to the third one. And if you try hard, ultimately you'll be able to do this exercise, inshallah. Thank you so much.
Inshallah. Thank you so much. Let's move on, Dr. Umar.
Yes, thank you very much, Professor Coker. That was absolutely great. I'll keep that in mind, and next time, whenever I face a situation, I will try those things as well. Now, Dr. Zia, do you face the same frustration that I face when my wife asks me not just for money, but to drive her to Hardy, Maria B, and places like that?
Well, that's a very tricky question. and I know where you're taking this. It's sometimes very comforting. You need to do things, whether you are fully not immersed in it or not. But yeah, you have to do things.
Yeah, no, I am not at all a shopping person. I tell her, I said, fine, you go ahead, you do whatever you want to do. At least give me give me a break. Or even if I have to take her for shopping, the best I can do is when she opens the car door and enters the shopping mall, I put my car seat down, close my eyes, and go to sleep. And that nap is one of the most peaceful nap I can ever have. Though I know that by the time I wake up, I probably my bank balance would be worse than a beggar. But still I just enjoy my nap. Why not? Why not? So we move on. And the next message is if I fall asleep, Dr. Zia, can you wake me up? Because the next message is from the founder and the person who's launched a Pakistani brand, a Pakistani clothesline brand, Maria B. Maria B has been involved with Pakistan Association of Lifestyle Medicine in promoting as well as practicing lifestyle medicine. So a brief message from Maria B, and I'm sure all the females who are joining us for the Happiness Summit, their minds, their hearts will be bubbling just to see what Maria B has to tell them about. I'm sure she's not going to tell us about the new clothes line, but some very useful tips of information about lifestyle medicine. So let's go ahead and see what Maria has for us today. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum, everybody. This is Maria B. I am an entrepreneur. I am a businesswoman. I'm a designer. And थोड़ा सा मैं social activism में भी हिस्सा ले रही हूँ आजकल. Happiness Summit is something I think जो पाकिस्तान में बहुत सख्त ज़रूरत है right now, because all of us, I think हम लोग काफ़ी जब भी बैठते हैं लोग, हम ये realize करते हैं पिछले 9-10 महीने में जो पाकिस्तान के साथ हुआ है, जो हमने देखा है, उससे पूरे पाकिस्तानी कौम में PTSD, which is post traumatic stress disorder, हम ज़्यादातर हम लोगों को वो हो चुका है. और उस डिजेक्शन या उस डिप्रेशन से निकलना हम सब के लिए बड़ा मुश्किल हो रहा है. आई थिंक ये मेरे साथ जो प्रोसेस हुआ था, आई विल वॉक यू थ्रू इट एंड हाउ आई डिस्कवर्ड कि व्हाट यू कैन डू टू एट द एंड ऑफ द डे स्टे पॉजिटिव. बिकॉज शुरू में जो पाकिस्तान का हाल हुआ था, लेट्स से मार्च वगैरह में, तो मेरा सबसे पहले एक फेज़ आया था जिसमें मैं बहुत शदीद डिप्रेशन में चली गई थी. मुझे हर बात पे रोना आ जाता था. एंड देयर वाज दिस हेल्पलेसनेस की सिचुएशन जो मैं फेस नहीं कर सक रही थी कि पाकिस्तान, हमारा पाकिस्तान वाज फ्लाइंग, हमारे बिजनेसेस वर डूइंग सो वेल एंड अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह एवरीथिंग वाज, एंड सडनली वी थॉट कि हमारे हाथों से सब कुछ निकल गया है और एक आम पाकिस्तानी की कोई वैल्यू नहीं है. वो एक सब इतना कुछ हमें सीखने को मिला या कुछ एक्सपीरियंस करने को मिला कि एट द एंड ऑफ द डे वी ऑल बिकेम डिप्रेस्ड. आई डिड. उस दौरान मैंने अल्लाह से बहुत दुआ की. मैं उम्रे पे गई, वहाँ दुआएं करके मैंने उम्रा ही पाकिस्तान के लिए किया. आई थॉट बिकॉज मैं बहुत रिलीजियस हूँ, स्पिरिचुअल हूँ, आई थॉट मैं वहाँ जाऊँगी मुझे थोड़ा सा सुकून आ जाएगा. मिला. but I wasn't there 100%. फिर मैं हज पे भी गया, अल्लाह ताला ने मुझे हज पे भी बुला लिया. पूरी ज़िंदगी का पहला हज था मेरा, लेकिन इसी दौरान हुआ और उसमें भी मुझे एक बेचैनी थी, एक अनहैप्पीनेस थी कि पाकिस्तान में क्या हुआ. उससे भी मुझे मतलब स्पिरिचुअल अपलिफ्टमेंट हुई, लेकिन अभी भी मुझे कंटेंटमेंट नहीं आ रही थी. हाउ डिड आई अचीव दिस? व्हेन आई गॉट बैक, I realized कि contentment is in the heart, right? It is to accept कि आप का ज़िंदगी में या इस माशरे में या इस मुल्क में जितना रोल है, जितना आपका इन्फ्लुएंस है, अगर आप उसमें ही बेहतर काम कर लें या उस इन्फ्लुएंस जो नेटवर्क है आपका, जो आपके लोग आपके इर्द गिर्द जो इन्फ्लुएंस होते हैं, अगर उनमें ही थोड़ा सा आप जो आपके मतलब जो whatever is in your hands जो आप चेंज कर सकते हैं, अगर आप वो कर लें तो उसी में कंटेंटमेंट है. जो बड़े काम हैं, जो आपके हाथ से बाहर काम है, अगर आप उनके बारे में सोचेंगे तो आप लगातार डिप्रेशन में डीपर एंड डीपर जाते जाएंगे. तो मैंने ये डिस्कवर किया कि मैं क्या कर सकती हूँ. बीइंग अ मदर, मैं अपने बच्चों को प्रिपेयर कर सकती हूँ, मैं अपने माँ बाप का एक्स्ट्रा ख्याल कर सकती हूँ, मैं अपने बिजनेस का, बिकॉज हमारे थाउजेंड्स एंड थाउजेंड्स ऑफ एम्प्लॉयज़ हैं, उनका स्पेशल ख्याल कर सकती हूँ कि पाकिस्तान में जो इस वक्त हाल है, हम उनकी इस क्रिटिकल टाइम पे उनके लिए ज़्यादा काम करें, उनको उनकी सैलरीज मेक श्योर कि एवरीथिंग, राशन, सैलरी, सब कुछ प्रोवाइड कर सकें, ताकि मतलब जो हमारा एक हल्का है उसके अंदर हम कांस्टेंट एफर्ट करें. दूसरा, आई रियलाइज ऑन अ पर्सनल लेवल कि पाकिस्तान की पॉलिटिक्स में मैं कुछ नहीं कर सकती, लेकिन उसकी इकोनॉमी में मैं कुछ कर सकती हूँ. तो मैंने एक्स्ट्रा काम करना शुरू कर दिया. मैंने कहा कि वी हैव टू मेक एक्स्ट्रा एफर्ट कि हमारे बिजनेसेस सर्वाइव करें, बिकॉज आजकल बिजनेसेस लेफ्ट राइट एंड सेंटर वर क्लोजिंग डाउन. तो हमने बहुत फोकस किया कि हमने अपने, ताकि हमारी एम्प्लॉयमेंट जो हमने जनरेट की है पाकिस्तान के लिए, वो उसी तरह कायम रहे. नंबर 2. नंबर 3, आई सेड कि अच्छा, एज अ मदर एंड एज अ स्पिरिचुअल पर्सन, आई बिलीव इन थिंग्स. तो अल्लाह मियाँ मुझे कुछ काम दें जिससे मैं कहूँ कि मैं पाकिस्तान के लिए भी काम कर रही हूँ, इस्लाम के लिए भी काम कर रही हूँ. तो दरमियान में अल्लाह ताला ने, जब आप दिल से कुछ मांगो तो आई बिलीव अल्लाह ताला आपकी बात सुनते हैं. तो दरमियान में एवी एक इशू आ गया कि आजकल ट्रांसजेंडर का एक्ट का एकदम से मेरे सर पे पड़ा. मैंने कुछ ये चूज़ नहीं किया. अल्लाह ताला जस्ट पुट दिस इन माई लैप एंड आई स्टार्टेड डूइंग दैट. Activism for what I believe is wrong and what I believe should be stopped for a future generation, I started doing that. So what I'm trying to say is कि आप सबके हलकों में या आपके सर्कल ऑफ इन्फ्लुएंस में जो हो सकता है, आप उसको 100% दे राइट नाउ. आई थिंक अल्लाह ताला इज टेस्टिंग पाकिस्तानीज कि हम में कितनी मोरालिटीज़ रह गई हैं, कितना फेथ रह गया है, कितनी पॉजिटिविटी रह गई है कि हम अभी भी, क्योंकि अभी हमारा टेस्ट हो रहा है आई थिंक ऑन एन इंडिविजुअल लेवल, अगर हम अपने हलके में पॉजिटिव चेंजेस करते रहेंगे और अपने हलके में बिलीव करेंगे कि हम कोई अच्छा काम कर सकते हैं, तो फिर ऊपर जा के हमारा पाकिस्तान भी कहीं पहुंचेगा. मैंने इस डिफ़िकल्ट टाइम पे इस तरह टू स्टे पॉजिटिव, टू हैव अ मिशन, टू हैव कॉन्स्टेंट पॉजिटिव थॉट्स, उसके लिए ये 3 फॉर्मूले यूज़ किए थे. आई होप दैट हेल्प्ड, बिकॉज मैं उस तरह, क्योंकि मैं घर पे बैठ के और रो के ज़्यादातर नहीं रह सकती. मैंने कुछ महीने गुजारे थे उस तरह. दैट्स नॉट द वे. And as you know, Happiness Summit में, if you are connected to your soul, it's because your body is connected and you're eating healthy, you're drinking healthy. आप अपनी body को एक synchronized form में लेके जा रहे हैं so that आपका spirit और आपकी body और आपकी mind की connection उसी तरह बनी हुई है. फिर आपको अल्लाह ताला कोई ना कोई राह दिखाता रहता है. This is what I found. I hope that helps all of you. Stay positive. Pakistan needs positivity. They need people to do even small little things like feed the birds or water the plants outside your house. So with that spirit, continue to stay happy and stay positive for Pakistan.
Thank you very much. That was very enlightening. Being an entrepreneur, connecting things by heart and actually finding the purpose in doing things. As you talked about your journey going for Umrah and then going for Hajj, and then trying to do things for your people, and that helped you actually connect with your inner soul, which was a great achievement. And once again, thank you very much for that. What we have next is abstract presentation, Role of Gratitude by Maham Abdullah, and another abstract on Surah Rahman Therapy by Zunaira. These are by Riphah University. Let's have a look at these abstracts.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Maham Abdullah. I am senior lecturer at Riphah International University, QAIU campus, and also PhD scholar there. My co-researcher is Zahid Abid, and I'll be presenting the research on topic impact of gratitude training on mental well-being of adolescents. So for background, we know that mental well-being is a complex construct, and it basically covers your ability to cope with the stress, your psychological functioning, your self-realization, and also how well you learn, how well you work, and how well in general you give back to the community. We know that for the adolescents, this stage is very critical for their physical as well as mental development. Individuals at this stage are more likely to suffer from issues. These issues could be psychological, for example, depression, problematic behaviors, externalizing, internalizing issues, which can carry on to adulthood, developing further into lifelong problems. Furthermore, we know that gratitude has many positive effects on an adolescent's functioning overall, which is obviously given by the extensive research carried on in gratitude domain. For example, gratitude is in adolescents predicted higher GPAs, life satisfaction, social integration, and absorption, according to Freud, Mons, et al. In 2011. Also, for a decade or so, there is an increased focus on developing interventions which include the religious domain as well. So we know that the relationship between religious commitment and religious gratitude attached a distinctive variation to mental well-being as compared to general gratitude as per the researchers carrying on. So based on one's level of religious commitment, showing gratitude to God boosts a person's psychological well-being more in comparison to just a general gratitude. And this was elicited by Rosa Marin et al. In 2011. Which is why we wanted to work on an intervention which integrated Islamic aspects in gratitude and then give it to the adolescents. As we know that gratitude is at the heart of Islamic teaching and forms one of the most fundamental aspects of the religion, as we know that God tells us, if you are thankful, then I'll increase you more in Quran. A true Muslim is not only aware of the fact that the creator of the universe is the provider for everything he or she has in this life. That could be their consciousness, their health, family, sanity, wealth, education, whatever. Everything is provided by God. But the individual also realizes that it is his or her obligation to express gratitude to the Lord. This is not just for what he or she perceives to be the blessings, but also for every circumstance. And we do so to show acceptance of God's decrees. Thus, praising and thanking Allah for his blessings are highly valued in Islam. And also this is, the intentional part of showing gratitude is also very welcome. It is about doing something for it, because we know that Allah Ta'ala, he doesn't change circumstances unless we do so for ourselves. We have to work somewhere around it so that then we can expect God's help. So this was the objective of our study. It was to explore the impact of Islamic-based gratitude training on mental well-being in adolescents. Main hypothesis of the study was mental well-being of adolescents who received gratitude intervention, which were included in a treatment group. Treatment group will be higher as compared to adolescents who did not receive training, which were in control group. Obviously, this was an quasi-experimental design because we could not meet the entire assumptions of experimental design. There were 80 participants. The age range of the participants was 13 to 18 years, and we included the participants who were in their intermediate. The sampling was convenient, obviously, because it is difficult to go for more complex sort of sampling. The treatment group had 40 adolescents, and the control group had also 40 adolescents. And these adolescents were male because the school that we approached was in Tilakam, and that was mainly for males. So we only included males in the study. The tools that we used to measure mental well-being was Warwick Edinburgh Mental Wellbeing Scale, developed by Stewart and Kusum in 2008. And to measure the level of gratitude, we used the Gratitude Questionnaire GQ6, which was developed by McCullough in 2013. And then we used these two tools to get the base measurement of their mental well-being and gratitude. And then we randomly divided students in both control and treatment group. For the treatment group, we provided Islamic-based intervention, which was for 7 weeks, and each week we gave one session. So there were in total 7 sessions of gratitude intervention, in which we basically taught them to show gratitude with respect to the teachings of Quran and Hadith, in which there were multiple activities, for example, enlisting your blessings and then paying your gratitude, writing letters, etc. So these were the activities that were involved, and also the teachings of Quran and Hadith as mentioned earlier. Obviously, permission was taken from university and concerned authority of school. Consent from the authority as well as parents was taken, and assent was taken from the adolescents. And all the ethical considerations were kept in view. There was no breach of confidentiality, and participants knew that they were participating completely voluntarily and they could withdraw at any time. Afterwards, after the intervention, when they were given intervention, obviously, afterwards, after 7 weeks, they were also measured again. The post-testing was done, which was done by Mental Wellbeing Scale, WM, WBS, and GQ6 for gratitude. In both treatment and control group. Also, control group was not given anything at that time. But after the research was concluded, they were also given the gratitude training. So for the result, a 1 minute between subject and cohort was performed to examine the hypothesis between group changes after adjustment for T1, which was basically the baseline readings of the treatment group. Mental well-being score, there was a statistically significant difference in T2, which was post-treatment reading mental well-being score between the groups. The effect size was also medium, which was 0.74 for the mean difference of the treatment group to the control group at T2. The mean mental well-being score was statistically significantly greater in the treatment group compared with the control group. So these were the overall results, which showed that the gratitude training did enhance the well-being of adolescents, received their overall gratitude and mental well-being. And mainly we wanted to check the efficacy of Islamic-based intervention. So that was, as per the results, it showed that it was efficacious because it did improve their overall well-being. For the discussion and implications part, previous research provided evidence of the effectiveness and positive influence of gratitude interventions, and this was the case in our research as well. This study confirmed that an Islamic gratitude intervention effectively improves the mental well-being of adolescents. The treatment group showed significantly higher well-being after the intervention. The impact of the gratitude intervention was significantly positive and of medium effect size, comparing the treatment group with the control group after the 7-week gratitude intervention. So for the implications, obviously, we can use gratitude training not only as treatment for different adolescent issues, but we can also use it as a preventive measure, because we know that adolescents are already going through a lot of changes with respect to their physical development, with respect to their emotional development. So we can provide gratitude training to enhance their overall positive attitude, overall well-being. Also, there were certain limitations of the study. It was not on a larger scale, so for future studies, we can suggest that it should be done on a larger scale. Also, female adolescents and other populations and age groups can also be included to check the efficacy of Islamic-based gratitude training, so that we can generalize these findings. Thank you very much. This was all from my side.
Thank you very much. That was Maham Abdullah from Lahore campus of Riphah University presenting her abstract. Next abstract is on Surah Rahman therapy by Zunaira. She's also from Lahore campus of Riphah University. Let's listen to Zunaira on Surah Rahman.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Zunaira Gul. I have recently graduated in BS Psychology from Riphah International University, and here I am presenting my thesis that I have done under the supervision of Ms. Samia Khalid. So my topic is aggression, emotional regulation, and the sleep quality of university students, an interventional study of Surat Rahman, marital therapy. So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said in Quran that verily in the remembrance of Allah do heart find rest. Quran itself is a book of medicine, yet it has some beneficial rules of guidance. If a person follows those rules, they will help in promoting good health. Quran is also a book of healing, as written in it. In Quran, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said in chapter 17, verse 82, that we have sent down in the Quran that which is healing and mercy for those who believe. Abdullah bin Mas'ud reported that the Prophet peace be upon him said that everything has an adornment, and the adornment of Quran is Surat Rahman. So as we know that an individual's university years are emotionally and intellectually more demanding, because at this stage an individual faces so many challenges that cause a variety of emotional, physical, and social difficulties. Those challenges, these all changing that social and emotional situation make university students more vulnerable for developing mental health problems. So current study particularly focus on three major problems that we usually see in that we usually observe in students, and these problems are aggression, emotional regulation, and sleep deprivation. So first one is emotional regulation. Report shows that every year people of age between 15 to 44 dies because of others' aggression. Aggressive behavior is in youth is especially in student is a universal issue, and bullying is most commonly and crucial one. It is commonly assumed that to solve problems, young students found aggression is an easy way, without even considering that this reaction can damage their several factors of their life. We all know that that emotional regulation, that having emotional healthy and happy emotional state can improve a person's capacity for problem solving. Therefore, students who are struggling with a variety of issues such as increase in their course load, lack of motivation, lack of hope for future, and sense of failure, and low sense of efficacy, self-efficacy, they need to develop and strengthen their positive emotions. Third one is sleep. In university students, especially, poor sleep quality and sleep deprivation is prominent. Research shows that university students have at least twice as many sleep problems as compared to the general population. Disturbance is directly associated with emotional reactivity, and also it is associated with aggressive behavior. So the marital therapy. So the word marital means tartil, which means reading Quran in nice low manner pace. A religious form of the marital therapy is a religious form of therapy. It's a relaxation therapy basically that instill a sense of serenity and contentment and peace in the listener, because it can activate the delta wave dominant central and frontal region of the brain, which actually controls the movement and regulate emotions. So we have seen in previous literature that marital therapy is very effective in dealing with different psychological and physical problems. I've quoted few of them here. First one is that marital therapy with combination of muscle relaxation therapy is effective in sleep problems, in dealing with sleep problems of older people basically. And that it is also effective in enhancing positive emotion in caregivers of schizophrenia, as they are dealing with patients that are not stable. And the other study says that marital therapy is beneficial also for depression, females with depression. While reviewing the literature, I have seen a gap that this form of therapy is not yet applied to a university students. So we hypothesized that a marital therapy of Surat Rahman has positive effect on aggression, emotional regulation, sleep quality of university students. So Kozai experimental design was used in my study, and sample of 18 participants, which include 16 girls and 2 boys, were collected through non-probability purposive sampling technique, and students were from undergraduate, and they were middle class, and they were scrutinized by previous tasks. For assessment of variables, I've used Pittsburgh's sleep quality scale and modified emotional regulation scale and Person Perry's aggression questionnaire. So Surat Rahman, so for the technique as a therapy, Surat Rahman recited by Kari Basit was listened to by the participants for 21 days on daily basis. The session was on Zoom, and participants were asked to whisper Allah 3 times in their heart and drink a glass of water in 3 sips after listening the surah. So the results were amazing, and results shows a very positive, significant betterment in sleep of university students. Yet we see that for aggression and emotional regulation, a prolonged therapy or a therapy with marital therapy with combination of other CBT and awareness programs will work better for these 2 variables. Just like every study has some limitations, this study also has some limitations, and that the students were this study was comprises on a small sample, and the gender ratio was unequal, and there was no check on extraneous variable. So for future researchers, it would be best if they provide the therapy in a proper lab setting and use a bigger sample with equal gender ratio to get results on the basis of gender also. Uh, and for implications, like student can apply the therapy on themselves to get better sleep, and it's affordable, it's relatable, it's accessible, it's very easy. Like you just have to listen in a very peaceful place, and you have to listen marital therapy of Surat Rahman, and it's very beneficial for a student's sleep. So to conclude, it is concluded that marital therapy of Surat Rahman is effective in dealing with the sleep problems of university students.
Thank you, Zanera. That was really, I think we are blessed to have such a therapy that really directly connect and affect our souls. And Rahman is proven so much helpful in in therapies, in calming yourself, relaxing. And what do you think, Dr. Umar? I think it's subhanallah, it is great.
Absolutely, yes. It is great, and uh, every time I hear the power of Surah Rahman in talks like this, it makes me feel from inside the calm and all that I can feel. And I'm sure, obviously, it has been now uh, seen in studies as well. So absolutely, yeah. Subhanallah and Alhamdulillah that I'm born a Muslim, and I get to hear Surah Rahman and enjoy the benefits of Surah Rahman along with all of you who are with me as well. And yeah, great. So we move on.
Yes, please.
Right. Okay. Do you know what a genius is? I'm not talking about you.
Definitely not me. Definitely not me. Well, tell
You
us,
are a
please.
genius. You are a genius as well.
Well,
I'm sure you know what a genie is.
Okay. Okay.
So actually, when I think about the word genius, I don't look for dictionary. It says itself, a genie within us. That's a genius,
Wow.
right?
That's a
So
perspective.
so and I feel everybody has a genie within them, a small genie that we ask for big favors and it gives us that. And everybody has been given a special power that makes that person a genius. I was scrolling through internet looking for genius to see what else I could find, and I hit a small research paper that said people born in September are more smarter, and that has been apparently proven or seen in the study as well. So people born in September are more smarter than people born in the rest of the 11 months. So then I started thinking, who's born in September? By the way, I'm born in November, so I'm not a smart person as such. And suddenly I realized my wife is born in September. So now I have to tell her that she is smarter than me because she is a September baby. So, and perhaps that will take her again to a next level, that where she will feel above me now that I am smarter, and that has been proven. Anyway, we move on. Each of us is born into a genius. Sadly, most of us die amid mediocrity. And that, I think, it's partly because we don't realize our genius. We don't find our genius. In fact, we don't even look for our genius in our life. Not talking about the rest of the world, but in Pakistan, the geniosity quality is in fact, it's in the subcontinent, so pressed and suppressed, because when a child is born, he has to either become a doctor or an engineer or a lawyer. So no matter if he's an artist, he has to become a doctor and try to become a artist whilst doing medicine, so he can make great diagrams, and that's how he would he or she they would utilize their skills. And so moving on to geniuses makes me move on to leaders. Leadership, a topic that is being discussed a lot nowadays, and there's a lot on leadership going on as well. Dr. Ziad, tell me one thing. Do you need a title to be a leader?
Well, no, I don't think so.
I don't think so either.
Yeah.
I mean, if you want to be a true leader, then you need no title to be a leader. I'll quote Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. here. And he said, if a man is called to be a street sweeper, he should sweep streets as Michelangelo painted, or Beethoven composed music, or Shakespeare poetry. He should sweep streets so well that all the hosts of heaven and earth will pause to say, here lived a great street sweeper who did his job well. And actually, it's doing your job well that makes you a great leader in yourself. You don't need to be, to have a title for that. And our next speaker is one of my favorites as well, and he is just like Dr. Amjad Saqib from Akhuat Foundation. He is another person who is doing a lot of philanthropic work. And when I first came to know about him, I was so amazed at what he was doing that I always had the desire in my heart to meet him. And you know, when something you truly desire, then the law of attraction starts working. And I am a very great believer of the law of attraction. And the whole universe starts working for you to achieve that desire of yours, to achieve that goal of yours. And then strange things start happening, and suddenly you find yourself in front of your goal and desire. And that is where if your, as I said, your desire is strong, it will change things for you. And again, yesterday I mentioned as well Steve Jobs and his most famous Stanford speech about connecting the dots, that you cannot connect the dots looking forward. You can connect them looking backwards. You have to trust that the dots will connect in future. You have to trust your life, your karma, whatever it is. And one day you'll find out that anything that was happening was because your desire for that thing was so strong that it led you, according to a law of attraction, from one place to another till you reached there. And the same happened with me with when I reached Pakistan Association of Lifestyle Medicine. And then when I met the next speaker, who is Dr. Abdul Bari Khan. Dr. Abdul Bari Khan has been awarded Hilal-e Imtiaz, Tamgha Imtiaz, and he's an Eisenhower Fellow. He's a Pakistani cardiac surgeon and a philanthropist. He is the founder of Indus Hospitals and Health Network and served as the network's CEO from 2007 to 2022. He has since taken on the new role as president of the network. And now, when I met him, I was feeling so great in myself. And I'll share my experience and the talk I had with Dr. Bari. So we'll start with that. Thank you.
Rahman Rahim. Assalamu alaikum, everybody, and welcome to our Happiness Summit. I hope you're enjoying the summit. Where there is bad, there is always good as well. Allah keeps the balance. Though at times bad might be more visible, this does not mean that good does not exist. A lot of the time, good leads without a title. And that is the case with our today's guest as well. He is the chief executive of Indus Healthcare Network. Indus Healthcare Network is Pakistan's first paperless. And when I say paperless, I mean cashless as well. So first paperless and cashless hospital where the ailing humanity gets treated without any charge. I would like to welcome and thank Dr. Abdul Bari, Chief Executive, Indus Hospitals, who, despite his busy schedule, gave us some time today and joined us for the Happiness Summit. Thank you very much, Dr. Bari.
Thank you. Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Wa alaikum salam. Sir, Indus Hospitals Network, मैं जब UK में था, तो I heard about it from some of my friends. And since that day, it was always my dream to meet you. And Alhamdulillah, when I've heard, and this is being said a lot nowadays, that if you want to achieve something, Allah helps you achieve that. And here I am sitting along with you today, discussing Indus Healthcare Network. Sir, जिस तरह आपने कहा कि मैंने आपको एक बार कहते हुए सुना कि ख्वाब वो नहीं होते जो हमें सोते हुए आते हैं, बल्कि ख्वाब वो होते हैं जो हमें सोने नहीं देते. Obviously, उन ख्वाबों को अचीव करने में बहुत ज्यादा तकलीफें बर्दाश्त करनी पड़ती हैं, बहुत हार्ड वर्क करनी पड़ती है, बहुत हार्डशिप्स आते हैं. तो आप थोड़ा सा बताना चाहेंगे कि कब आपने ये आपको ये अपना पैशन, पर्पस, मिशन जो है, तो ये आपने कब रियलाइज किया और उसमें आपको क्या क्या हार्डशिप्स सामने आई जिनको आपने ऑब्वियसली कवर करके आज इंडस हेल्थ केयर नेटवर्क को यहाँ तक पहुँचाया.
बिस्मिल्लाहिर्रहमानिर्रहीम. पहले तो बहुत शुक्रिया आपका, और दूसरा ये कि जी थोड़ी सी एक तस्वीर भी कर लो कि अब मैं इस पर्टिकुलर हॉस्पिटल हेल्थ में तो फाउंडिंग प्रेसिडेंट. I was founding CEO for 15 years. Then मेरी हमेशा से ख्वाहिश रहती कि एक इदारा बने, कोई पर्सनालिटी डिफरेंट जगह नहीं होनी चाहिए, क्योंकि शख्सियत तो चली जाएगी, इदारा वो कायम रहेगा. बिल्कुल. तो अपनी जिंदगी में अगर अपनी जिम्मेदारियां आप किसी को पास ऑन कर दें, अपना सक्सेसर ले आए, पाकिस्तान में ऐसी रीत है नहीं. तो नवंबर लास्ट ईयर से नया CEO आ गए, माशाल्लाह. He's taken over the operational responsibilities. Excellently. So I am now the founding president with different role, और उसमें यही है कि मैंने एक तो ये है कि strategic planning for next 15 years, अच्छा 15 साल के अंदर है, और उसके बाद जो है ना revenue generation है, फिर उसको self sustainable की तरफ जाने के लिए वो मेरा एक main mandate है कि जब हम चले जाएं तो ये sustainable रहे. جہاں سے آپ نے خوابوں کا ذکر کیا اور اس میں مشکلات تو ڈیفینیٹلی آتی ہیں، لیکن جب آپ ہمارا زمانہ جب تھا، جب آپ کسی سے پوچھتے تھے بچوں سے کہ آپ کیا بنیں گے تو وہ کہتے ہیں ڈاکٹر یا انجینئر. بالکل. اور وہ جب وہ نہیں رہتا، وہ اس میں نہیں پہنچتا تو وہ پھر کامرس پہ چلا جاتا. اتنی اپرچونیٹیز نہیں تھی آج کل ہیں. ایگزیکٹلی. لیکن میرا ہمیشہ سے بچپن سے یہ تھا کہ میں نے ایک ڈاکٹر بننا ہے، اور ڈاکٹر اس لیے بننا ہے کہ خدمت خلق کرنی ہے. تو سفر ڈاؤن میڈیکل کالج سے ہوا، اور پھر جو آج میں کچھ ہوں میرے اپنے والدین کی تربیت اور ان کی دعاؤں کی وجہ سے. میرے والد صاحب تاج الدین انسان تھے، اس کی عادت تھی کہ دعا بآواز کرتا، اپنے بہن بھائی ان کے بچوں کے نام لے کر اور اپنے بچوں کے نام لے کر. میں نے ساری عمر ان سے صرف ایک دعا سنی کہ بھائی کو خدمت خلق کے جذبے کے ساتھ ڈاکٹر بنانا، نہ پیسے کے لیے، نہ شہرت کے لیے، نہ عزت کے لیے، سب کچھ کے لیے. اور الحمدللہ تو پبلک سیکٹر ہاسپٹل جیسے آپ ریڈنگ ہاسپٹل ریبل کے ساتھ آئے یا پیش بعد میں آئے، اور ہمارا کراچی میں سول ہاسپٹل جس میں جو قریب قریب لوگ آتے تھے، جس میں تھوڑا پیسہ ہوتا تھا آپ کو وہ تو مل جاتا تھا ڈاکٹر اور بستر، لیکن آؤٹ آف پاکٹ ساری چیزیں ہوتی تھی. ہر مریض کوئی کام نہیں لے کر آ رہا تھا، کوئی اپنی بکری بیچ کے آتا ہے، کوئی بھینس بیچ کے آتا ہے. تو ان حالات میں میں سمجھتا ہوں کہ اگر ٹریننگ ہو تو اور وہ صحیح جذبے کے ساتھ ڈاکٹر بنتا ہو تو اس کو کچھ نہ کچھ کرنا چاہیے. تو پھر اسی مقصد پہ ہم نے کہا تھا کہ ایسا ہاسپٹل بنائیں جو کوالٹی کیئر کرے اور فری آف کاسٹ کرے، اور خواب 1987 میں دیکھا گیا. پھر اس کے پاس اپنا ایک پروسیس گزرا تھا کہ میں نے اس پر ہاؤس جاب کر رہا تھا جب میں نے یہ سوچا تھا، کیونکہ وہ بھی ایک پوسٹ بام بلاسٹ کراچی میں ایک جی 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 بالکل پوری بازار کے اندر جی 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 اس کے بیسس پہ جب ہم ایمرجنسی میں جب مریض آئے تھے تو جو حالات تھے ایمرجنسی کے اس وقت تو ہم نے ان کو ٹریٹ کر دیا تھا. لیکن ایک اچھی چیز جو نظر آئی تھی وہ یہ تھی کہ باہر لوگ ایمرجنسی کے باہر لائنوں میں کھڑے ہوئے تھے اپنا بلڈ دینے کے لیے. بہت سارے لوگ ایسے تھے ہاتھوں میں شاپنگ بیگ میں پیسے لے کے کھڑے ہوئے تھے، آپ کو کس چیز کی ضرورت ہے. اس وقت مجھے احساس ہوا کہ یہ فارم ایک عجیب فارم ہے. کرائسس میں اس سے بہتر فارم میں نے نہیں دیکھی. ایگزیکٹلی خاص طور پر اگر وہ دیکھیں تو ہم نے پھر اس کا دیکھا ہم دوبارہ اس ہسپتال کی ایمرجنسی کو اس کرائسس سے نکلنے کے بعد ہم نیا بناتے ہیں. اس کے لیے 100 بیڈ کی ایمرجنسی کا پلان بنایا. پہلی دفعہ اسکول کے بچوں کو ہم نے منی باکس اور 36 لاکھ روپے کا بجٹ اس وقت بنا تھا ماشاء اللہ. اور اس میں سے 1987 جی جی تو 36 لاکھ روپے میں سے جو ہے نا 24 لاکھ روپے بچوں نے جمع کیے منی باکسز کے اندر. 3 لاکھ روپے کوائنس کی صورت میں تھے، 5 پیسے 10 پیسے 4 میں 8 40 بوریاں تھیں. رائٹ. اور میجر چیلنج اس وقت یہ تھا کہ ان کو روپے میں کنورٹ کرنا. لیکن اس وقت بھی جو پی ڈبلیو ڈی نے ہمیں بڑا تنگ کیا تھا، تو اس پر جب اناگریشن سے ایک بورڈ لگ رہا تھا تو میں نے اپنے دوستوں سے کہا تھا کہ اللہ تعالیٰ نے موقع دیا تو انشاءاللہ ایک ہاسپٹل بنائیں گے جو کوالٹی کیئر کرے گا اور فری آف کاسٹ کرے گا. اس کے بعد پھر ہم سب ڈسپرس ہو گئے. میرے کچھ دوست باہر چلے گئے، کچھ یو کے، کچھ یو ایس، کچھ امریکہ میں تھے، کچھ آسٹریلیا چلے گئے. میں پاکستان میں رہا. میرے والد صاحب کو پیراپلیجیا لیا تھا تو میں ان کو دیکھا کرتا، وہ مجھے کہا کرتے تھے کہ تم کو پاکستان میں اتنا ملے گا جتنا تمہارے دوستوں کو ملے گا. ایگزیکٹلی. پھر میں نے کلیکٹر کی فیلوشپ کی NICVD سے. اچھا جی. پھر اور میں جب سول ہاسپٹل سے گورنمنٹ کا ملازم تھا وہاں سے ڈیپوٹیشن پہ گیا تھا. سرجن رحمان میرے مینٹور تھے. اچھا اچھا رائٹ. تو میں اس مشن کے ساتھ گیا تھا کہ میں سول ہاسپٹل میں واپس آ کر کارڈیک سرجری ڈپارٹمنٹ بناؤں گا. اور پھر جب میں 95 میں نے فیلوشپ کی، جب مجھے اسسٹنٹ پروفیسر کارڈیک سرجری کی جاب مل گئی بغیر کسی وارڈ کے، تو مجھے پتا تھا کہ نہیں ہے. لیکن یہ بھی کہہ دیا گیا کہ 3 سال کوئی فنڈنگ نہیں ہے. کچھ لوگوں کو جمع کیا، فرینڈز آف کارڈیک سرجری بنائی، اور پھر کوئی تقریباً 8-10 کروڑ روپے جمع کیے اور سول ہاسپٹل کے اندر کارڈیک سرجری بنا دی. تو وہ یہ کہتے تھے گورنمنٹ نے کیا ہیلپ کی، میں کہتا ہوں انہوں نے مجھے کرنے دیا. اس سے بڑی بہت بڑی ہیلپ تھی یہ. تو 2004 میں میرے ساتھی واپس آ گئے تو میں نے سب کو جمع کیا اور میں نے کہا کہ ہم نے ایک خواب دیکھا تھا جو کہ اب وقت آ گیا اس کو پورا کریں. ہم نے جگہ دیکھنی شروع کر دی. پیسے ویسے تھے نہیں، لیکن ایک چیز تھی اور وہ تھا یقین. یقین اللہ کے اوپر یہاں سے اور ہم نے بسم اللہ کرنے شروع کر دی. तो 99.99% लोग ये कहा करते थे कि ये बन नहीं सके, अगर बन भी गया तो ये चल नहीं सकेगा। किसी ने 1 महीना दिया, किसी ने 6 माह, किसी ने साल दिया, पैसे लेना शुरू कर दिए। और उस वक्त हमारा तो यही था कि अल्लाह करेगा। तो आज हम 15 साल के हो गए, ये अगस्त 2022 में तो एक अस्पताल जो 150 बेड से शुरू हुआ था वो 300 बेड का हो गया। और फिर गवर्नमेंट ने हमसे अप्रोच करना शुरू किया कि आप हमारे हॉस्पिटल लेके चलाएं प्राइवेट पब्लिक पार्टनरशिप में। तो इस वक्त 15 हॉस्पिटल पूरे पाकिस्तान में पब्लिक हेल्थ, प्राइमरी हेल्थ के प्रोग्राम चल रहे हैं, वो क्लिनिक है, मोबाइल क्लिनिक्स हैं। तो महाना कोई 5 लाख मरीज पूरे सिस्टम में बेनिफिट उठाते हैं। तो पहले साल का बजट हमारा 10 करोड़ रुपए था। आज पिछले साल जो जून में मैंने बजट पास कराया है 45 बिलियन। माशाल्लाह। कराची के हॉस्पिटल को एक्सटेंड कर रहे हैं, वो 1350 बेड का हॉस्पिटल बन रहा है। लाहौर में हॉस्पिटल शुरू हो गया है, जो बिल्डिंग पूरी है वो 600 बेड की है, वो तैयार हो गई है, फिनिशिंग हो रही है। 100 बेड ऑपरेशन कर दिए, इस साल के आखिर तक हम 300 बेड के चैलेंजेस, जो मेजर चैलेंज रहा है हमेशा, वो जो रहा है वो उस चीज का था, वो ह्यूमन रिसोर्स का था। अच्छे लोग मिलना, एग्जैक्टली, वो बड़ा मुश्किल काम है। क्योंकि एक तो पाकिस्तानी हालात, जो सिक्योरिटी के हालात, और फिर यहाँ पर जॉब सिक्योरिटी, उसके अलावा दूसरी सिक्योरिटी, तो ब्रेक ड्रेन बहुत होता है। बहुत सारे अच्छे डॉक्टर तो वहाँ चले जाते हैं, उस ग्रेजुएशन चले गए, फिर वहाँ की जब आदत पड़ जाए तो वापस नहीं आते। बिल्कुल, चंद ही लोग आते हैं। तो वही मेजर चैलेंज रहा है। और बाकी है कि प्राइवेट मेडिकल कॉलेज आ गए तो लोग इन्वेस्ट करते हैं अपना, 1 करोड़ रुपए लग जाता है डॉक्टर बनने में। तो पब्लिक सेक्टर में तो हम लोग तो, मुझे याद है हमारे जमाने में हमारी साल की फीस जो होती है 217। तो मेरे साथी जो निकल में बैठे हुए, हम तो 1200 रुपए में डॉक्टर मिले, 2400 रुपए में घर में हम 2-2 फीस ले देते। एक तो शुरू में ले लिया, फिर इम्तिहान का जब एनरोलमेंट जमा करा तो वो तो खा जाते थे सब लोग, वो बाकी जो है ना वो वाली कर देते थे। ठीक है, तो ठीक है, 2400 में भी डॉक्टर बन गए लोग। तो अब कसक तो रहती है कि कुछ आपके अंदर ये नहीं हो सका। बाकी तो मेजर चैलेंज एचआर का रहा है, और फिर पैशनेट लोगों का मिलना।
राइट, ठीक है। तो ऑब्वियसली ये चैलेंजेस तो हम फेस करते हैं जी, एंड especially those of passionate people who would like to do things without any title, जो मैंने पहले mention किया। In fact, Pakistan, or in fact the world needs leaders without title, and those are actual passionate people. तो उस लिहाज से और हमारे हैप्पीनेस समिट के लिहाज से इसकी उससे आप लोगों को क्या मैसेज देना चाहेंगे? इंडस हॉस्पिटल क्या मैसेज देना चाहेंगे?
देखिए, उसके लिए सबसे बड़ा मैसेज बड़ा अहम सा है कि जैसे मैंने कहा कि हर चीज के अंदर जब तक आप, और जब आपके अल्लाह पे यकीन आपका होता है ना, और पुख्ता यकीन होता है, बिल्कुल, तब तो फिर हर चीज आपको आसान लगती है। आप खुद खुश रहते हैं, क्योंकि आपको ये पता है अभी में, जैसे अभी पाकिस्तान के हालात हैं, जी, क्राइसिस के हालात हैं, और वो जो है ना, उसमें मेरे एक दोस्त ने मुझे फोन किया जो हमारे साथ शुरू में हमारे साथ था, और फिर वो बाहर अलायन में था, मुझे फोन आया कहते हैं पाकिस्तान की जो हालात है, जो उसमें तो क्राइसिस बड़ा हो रहा है, तो इंडस किस क्राइसिस में है। तो मेरा मुझ से अगर तैला करने का कि अल्लाह के यहाँ क्राइसिस नहीं होता। अब अगर देखें जो हालात है, एलसीस नहीं है, आपके पास वो नहीं है, और मैंने वो कहा और वो चीज चली गई, हमारी चीज आसान है। जब आपको क्या अल्लाह पे यकीन होता है ना, तो आपका हर चीज तो वो आपको आसान लगती है। और मैंने तो हमारी स्ट्रेंथ हुई है, और आपकी हैसियत तो कोई है नहीं ऐसी चीज की। असल तो खुश रहे, और खुशी में ही सब कुछ है, और लोगों को खुश रखे, मुस्कुराहट देनी। मैं एक दफा किसी जगह में जा रहा था, गाड़ी एक हॉस्पिटल के बाहर, प्राइवेट हॉस्पिटल के बाहर किसी पेशेंट को देखने के लिए कोई जानने वाला था, उसकी आदत के लिए ज्यादा था। तो छोटी जगह वहाँ पार्किंग वार्किंग के इश्यूज हो रहे थे, तो मैं जा रहा था और मैंने एक जगह गाड़ी पार्क की तो किसी ने हॉर्न किया मुझे पीछे से, थोड़ा सा आगे से। मोस्ट प्रोबेबली ही वाज लुकिंग फॉर दैट पार्किंग। जो मैंने देखा है, तो मैं दिमाग में रुका, उसने कुछ ऐसा कहा, मैं निकला और फिर मैं वो जगह छोड़ के पार्क कर दिए, मैं आगे जाके मैंने पार्क करके आ गया और मैं वापस वो शख्स वहां खड़ा था। और उसके बाद वो शख्स जो है ना मुझे कहने लगा कि पाकिस्तान कराची में आप रहते थे, कहते मैंने आपने ये कहा, मैंने कहा सर मुझे माजरत कि मैंने आपको देखा नहीं था और हक आपका था और मैं वो हक तलफी कर रहा था। कि जैसे मुझे एहसास हुआ तो मैंने कहा वो इसमें मैंने कोई बड़ा काम नहीं किया, ये तो मेरा फर्ज था कि मैं ऐसा काम करता। लेकिन उस आदमी की जो खुशी हुई, उस आदमी को उसको एक उम्मीद पैदा हो रही कि वो ये इस माशरे में भी ऐसे लोग मौजूद हैं जो छोटी छोटी खुशियां होती हैं। मरीजों को हर एक को छोटी छोटी खुशियां देती। मैंने कभी भी किसी पेशेंट में अपने जब ऑपरेट करके निकलता था, तो मैं जब वहां से निकलता तो आपको अपनी कार पार्क तक जब पहुंचता था, रास्ते में जो मरीज का अटेंडेंट बाहर होता है, जैसे मरीज का ऑपरेशन हुआ, मैं उसके इमीडिएट को बता भी चुका होता, तकलीफ भी कर चुका हूँ। रास्ते में मैं कभी भी कोई मुझे रोके तो मैं कभी किसी को ठहरता और मैं रुक जाता, उससे उसकी बात करके हमारे दो बोल बोलने से वो खुश हो जाता है, उसकी तबीयत चेंज हो जाती है और हम खुश रहते हैं। तो हमारे देखें अगर पॉजिटिव अप्रोच के साथ रहेंगे दिन में तो सारा दिन पॉजिटिव, एग्जैक्टली बिल्कुल, सारा नेगेटिव रहेंगे तो, और उसका जो रिपल इफेक्ट इतना ज्यादा होता है, आपके स्ट्रेस कम होते, स्ट्रेस मैं तो समझता हूँ मुसलमान को स्ट्रेस हो ही नहीं सकता, अगर वो सही एग्जैक्टली अल्लाह पे यकीन रखता है, बिल्कुल कभी भी स्ट्रेस नहीं हो सकता। खुश रहें और लोगों को खुश रखें। एग्जैक्टली, थैंक यू वेरी मच जी। once again it's been an honor, a pleasure कि आपने हमें टाइम दिया जी। and yes, gratitude fosters happiness, and gratitude in my view is great attitude, positive attitude, और यही हमें डॉक्टर बारी साहब ने भी मैसेज दिया है कि that we should keep happy and keep other people happy as well, and the happiness you give when you make somebody else happy, that happiness is eternal, it's long lasting, and happiness is contagious, and happiness is contagious. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Abdul Bari. May Allah protect us all and give us strength to continue the good work that we are doing. Next up is Sidra Kaval. It's an abstract that talks about the key to happiness is a connection, not competition. She's from Lahore campus, Riphah University. Let's listen to the abstract.
Assalamu alaikum. This is Sidra Kaul. I am working as lecturer at Riphah Institute of Clinical and Professional Psychology, QI campus. So today the topic of my presentation is the key to happiness is connection, not competition. Okay. So the background for the study, just a minute. Okay. The reason for choosing this topic is we have such strong cultural narrative about the selfish side of humanity that we adapt systems and behaviors that undermine our natural cooperative tendencies. As Darwin has said, the survival of the fittest is one concept, but he also said that human has a general tendency to be caring. We've lost that tendency somehow. in this era. This competition starts in schools where the only focus is on exams and the achievement, which inculcates in young people the idea that success is about doing better than others. This thought pattern is then reflected upon every field. We can see it every one in the competition race. Schools and workplaces encourage our selfish side, but research suggests that this attitude is counterproductive to our well-being. Literature for the study is the Weiss and Westorov carried out research on finding happiness through finding alternative to the problem-based approach in social work for vulnerable groups. They provided positive psychology intervention to the participants selected from various vulnerable groups like people belonging to low socioeconomic status, people who have some sort of psychological illnesses. Results of the study revealed that intervention, which was basically a happiness intervention improved participants' well-being significantly. Furthermore, the happiness intervention was more successful in bringing people out of a suffering state. Another study in which Grant narrated that givers, people who help others without seeking anything in return, are more successful in long term than takers who try to maximize benefits for themselves rather than others. Social work. Thinking on these lines, social work is another name of helping others who are in need develop capacities to help themselves. That's definition. The project is basically of social work. So the rationale for arranging the project and the rationale for designing is for the individuals belonging to low socioeconomic status, the less fortunate individuals, with the purpose to teach them some skills through which they can earn their livelihood. The project was also planned to make oneself realize their true potential, to come out of their comfort zones and to strive for betterment in their lives. For the students, it was designed to learn for the students to learn to new things, to learn to try to new things and reach out to community for help. So it's a two-way process. Objectives of the project was to provide needy individuals, which I would be calling subjects from now on, with an opportunity to showcase their skills, to make them realize that they can generate income through their skills or talents, and to make students realize that they can help others by tiny little actions. Procedure. The students of the semester 3 BS psychology were divided into groups and were asked to identify subjects in their surroundings. Subjects means the individuals who were less fortunate and who were in need. They were then asked to teach them some creative skills like bangle making, card making, and some other creative skills like wall hangings and all. Some subjects already had the skills, but they lacked budget and platform to showcase their talent. Students provided them with the material, and then the handicrafts were made. An event was then organized in Riphah Institute for Clinical and Professional Psychology to showcase the handicrafts made by them through stalls. The advertisements before arranging the event, the advertisements were being done rigorously to attract maximum people at the event. Then these are some advertising posts the students have made for the people. They were being advertised in social media through WhatsApp and every other platform students can reach. These are the invites for the stalls and for the event. The event, we named the event as being the helping hand, and it was based on getting happiness from helping. Inaugural, that's our head and the faculty. These are the stalls. These handicrafts were made by the subjects, and the students displayed stalls on the event day. These are some pictures. Everything was so pretty. These are my students. Handicraft stalls. This is handmade jewelry. Okay, so The results. Event went really well, and almost all of the stall items were sold. Students and faculty from psychology department and from different departments visited and bought from the stalls, and really fascinated by the idea of helping it. The revenue generated from the event was then given to the subjects, thereby generating a source of income for them. For students reported that they pushed themselves out of their comfort zones for this task, and they realized how much creative they actually are. One of the students reported, I came to know that I can generate very interesting and different ideas. It boosted my self-confidence. For the subjects, the verbatim of one of the subjects was, I used to think that my skill is useless and nobody will like it and buy if I make jewelry. He was the one who used to make handmade jewelry. So, conclusion, the event was successful in achieving its goal of raising awareness about helping needy individuals. The subjects felt appreciated and encouraged to continue to make more items. Overall, this initiative not only helped the subjects but also encouraged in everyone to take an active role in promoting the well-being of others by making connections and reaching out to others. Again, not the competition, but the students actually made connections with the people, and it brought them happiness. It served as an efficient source of happiness and created positive impact in the lives of everyone involved. It surely did. Thank you so much. That was the
Thank you, Sidra Kaval. That was great. Abstract. Now we will move into lunch break, and we will break and resume, inshallah, at 2.
Yes, that was really nice, and the all-awaited lunch break has come up. Dr. Zia, I can see the smile and the contentment on your face. What's cooking there? What's cooking there?
Well, I still have to go to the kitchen and check it out.
Check it out or cook it out?
Well, let's let's keep the secret.
Right. Well, I'm sure you people would have enjoyed the talks, and you are bored from seeing me and Dr. Zia throughout the morning. But I can promise you that some very great celebrity faces are coming up in our next session, where there's a talk by Samia Mumtaz. There's another talk coming up by Dr. Zainab Wasim, and then Mr. Azam Jamil Saab. So lots more to come in the afternoon session, and we hope that you will stay with us in the afternoon session after lunch. And if me and Dr. Zia, because of the food the carbs we eat, we fall asleep, please, you people can take over the screen and continue. And I'm sure Dr. Shagufta would not mind you people continuing if we are snoring in the background. Thank you. Enjoy your lunch.
See you at 2.
Take care.
Welcome back.
Welcome, Dr. Zia. I'm already getting the feeling of taking a nap. So why not you just continue with the session and I'll just sit back and relax.
Great.
What was cooking?
So, I had a very light lunch, so as to stay awake.
So what's light for you? I need to know that.
Well, sometimes we tell our family, like especially my wife, यार कुछ सादा सा पका लो, कुछ थोड़ा सा बनाना बस, ना? Something like pulao, kebab, and biryani, and blah 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 blah, and so the list
I
goes
thought you would
on.
say I thought you would say dal saag. So pulao. So well, anyway, I had Peshawar's famous chapli kebab, so it was really
Oh,
nice. Still feeling the taste in my mouth. The taste buds are
excellent.
really on fire.
Excellent. So let's move on to our next speaker. She is Dr. Farhanda. She's a clinician that have 30 plus years of experience. She is also a lifestyle medicine coach, and she's going to talk to us, is disease a blessing? Let's listen to Dr. Farhanda.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Is disease blessing? Disease can be blessing. It is a strange topic. Everything has opposite. Light has opposite of dark. If always dark, then how we can know the importance of light or brightness? Life is full of ups and downs. We can't value the good things if always in bed of roses. If no thrones with roses, nobody can realize pinching of the thrones. Health is wealth. According to Socrates, if a person cares for his health, it is difficult to find a doctor who would know what's better for him. So self-care is. What is illness versus disease? A disease has a specific result on a body part or function. Illness can be a perceived notion of wellness or derived from self-diagnosis. Disease must be diagnosed by a medical expert. Illness can fall under a generalized periscope of health maladies. Difference between illness and disease. Illness can affect the body or mind in different capacities. A disease has a specific result on body part or function. Illness can be perceived notion of wellness or derived from self-diagnosis. Disease must be diagnosed by a medical expert. Illness can fall under a generalized periscope of health ailment. Disease is a name by pathological identification label or markers such as diabetes, sickle cell anemia, or leukemia. How disease is blessing. After recovery is boosts immunity to produce antibodies as in COVID-19. It improves endorphins to produce serotonin, which is happiness hormone. Spiritual values in Quran, Surah Shura, ayah number 80, Hazrat Ibrahim said, "Vaiza maristo wa huwa yashfin." When I am ill, it is He who cures. According to our Prophet, peace be upon him, narrated by Ibn Abbas, the Prophet went to visit a sick Bedouin. Whenever the Prophet went to a patient, he used to say to him, "Don't worry. If Allah will, it will be a expiation for your sins." Conclusion. If we don't go through any illness or disease, how can we value the health? When person heals or recover from any disease, which was he feeling, he has gratitude, peace of body and mind, happiness, Always be thankful and be positive. Positive thoughts bring happiness. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Farkhanda. That was great. I think the most important message here is that disease is a blessing. The way I look at it, it gives you the opportunity to look into yourself, get your attention towards the pain or the ailment or thing that you are living with, and this ultimately drive you towards self-care, and self-care is very important. Next, we have a quick video which is very dear to my heart. It's a tour of the country Pakistan. Let's look at it. Subhanallah, that was great. I mean, we must thank Allah for the blessing and the blessed country we have, the diversity we see all the way from north to south and east and west. So it is amazing. Thank you, Allah Almighty. Next up, we have a message on unforgiveness. Let's look at that.
Did you know that unforgiveness can actually make you sick? It's classified as a disease in medical books. Now, forgiveness therapy is being used to help treat diseases like cancer. Dr. Stephen Standiford, a cancer surgeon, says unforgiveness makes people sick and keeps them sick.
It's important to treat emotional wounds or disorders because they really can hinder someone's reactions to the treatments, even someone's willingness to pursue treatment.
Of all cancer patients, 61% have forgiveness issues, and of those, more than half are severe. That's according to research by Dr. Michael Berry, a pastor and the author of the book, The Forgiveness Project.
These negative emotions, this anger and hatred, creates a state of chronic anxiety. Chronic anxiety very predictably produces adrenaline and cortisol, which deplete the production of natural killer cells, which is your body's foot soldier in the fight against cancer. When a person forgives from the heart, which of course is the gold standard that we use in Matthew 18, forgiveness from the heart, we find that they're able to find a sense of peacefulness. Quite often our patients refer to that as a feeling of lightness. Lori, we don't realize what a burden anger and hatred is until we let it go.
And the first step in forgiveness therapy is recognizing forgiveness is not the same thing as condoning what a person did, which is the major hurdle for most patients.
Right. So I'm back, and that's very interesting about forgiveness. And I mentioned yesterday on the day one as well that I read in a book that forgiving is actually a very selfish act. Why selfish? Why not selfless? Well, it's selfish because when you carry the grudge or the burden of the grudge inside you, as this was mentioned in the report as well, that it releases adrenaline and cortisol, and that then decreases your natural killer cells, which are the main fighter cells against cancer cells. So if you keep carrying the grudge, then that means you are actually harming your own body. And have you ever thought of or imagined that, you know, in our day-to-day lives, I keep thinking and I keep coming across this feeling a lot of the time, and now I have reached that stage where I can control myself and my emotions, especially whilst driving in Pakistan. I always come across people who are coming on the wrong side of the road, and then they create traffic jams, and they can be a traffic hazard as well. Accidents can happen, and there might be in the morning when you are going to office, somebody overtakes you in the wrong way, and then you are angry and shouting at them, perhaps, and then you go to your office and then you start complaining that what happened to you on the road, and all day you are thinking about that, you are cursing that person who did that act on the way that you are coming to the office. But have you ever imagined that, and you're thinking, how can next time I be a bit more angry and I'll respond in an angry way or take my revenge. I mean, all day you are complaining to your colleagues, you're thinking about it, and actually what you are doing, you're harming your own body. So why not let it go? I mean, that person who did that act doesn't even know that what you felt or what he did. So perhaps it's better to let go, forgive, and carry on. Again, as I said, it may be a selfish act, but you're doing it for your own good. With that, we move on to our next speaker. Well, actually, it's a message from the one and only. You people like, I'm sure you people like him a lot. And in one of his recent, there was a new film released. I'll just word a few dialogues and you might find out who that is. पहली वारी नत दे सामने एक शेर आया है. And the other side, मौले नु मौला ना मारे ते मौला नहीं मरदा. Yes, Maula Jat. And in Maula Jat, the role played by Noori Nath was none other than our famous Hamza Ali Abbasi. Hamza Ali Abbasi is a favorite of everyone. He is the Afzal of Pyare Afzal, and also his movie drama Manmayal, everybody would have watched that. So we'll move on and see what Hamza Ali Abbasi has to say to us on the Happiness Summit. Thank you.
बिस्मिल्लाहिर्रहमानिर्रहीम, अस्सलाम वालेकुम जी। जैसा कि हम सबको पता है कि पाकिस्तान में बहुत टफ टाइम चल रहा है, इकोनॉमिकली भी, पॉलिटिकली भी, तो एक ज़रा डाउनर सा है हर जगह पे, एंड फॉर लॉट ऑफ रीजंस राइटली सो, बट आई वांट टू शेयर विद यू सम थिंग्स जिनकी वजह से मैं इन हालात में भी थोड़ा सा आई फील पॉजिटिव, आई फील लाइक कि ऑल इज़ नॉट लॉस्ट, और इस नेगेटिविटी में भी बहुत सारी अपॉर्चुनिटीज़ हैं अगर हम सिर्फ सोचें इन चीज़ों के बारे में। सो आई शेयर विद यू दोस थिंग्स ताकि आप भी हो सकता है कि आपको कोई फ़ायदा हो जाए इन चीज़ों से। फर्स्टली तो मैं ये अपने आप को बताता हूँ कि कौमों की ज़िंदगी में उतार चढ़ाव आते रहते हैं। सो इवन दो कि ये थोड़ा सा एक टर्बुलेंट टाइम है, लेकिन हमेशा नहीं रहेगा। तो इसलिए इनफरादी ज़िंदगी हो या कौमों की ज़िंदगी हो, इट्स अ साइकिल। तो आज अगर बुरा टाइम है, कोई बात नहीं, इंशाल्लाह अच्छा टाइम भी आएगा। द सेकंड थिंग व्हिच कीप्स मी लिटिल पॉजिटिव इज़ के हम काफ़ी हार्ड लेसन्स लर्न कर रहे हैं इस टफ टाइम से। तो आई एम होपिंग कि वो सबक जो शायद हम अच्छे वक्तों में नहीं सीख सके, तो अल्लाह ताला शायद हमें अब ज़बरदस्ती वो सबक सिखा रहे हैं टफ टाइम से। एंड आई होप वी लर्न आवर लेसन्स, एंड दिस, ये जो एक डाउनर है, प्रूव्स टू बी एक ऐसी मशल राह साबित हो जिससे हम we learn our lessons, and probably that will result in better times to come. The third thing I'm really hoping, inshallah, जिससे कि I stay very positive, is कि I've realized कि शायद वो approach गलत है कि लोग नीचे अपनी इस्लाह ना करें और ऊपर से कोई निज़ाम आ जाएगा, कोई बहुत अजीम लीडर आ जाएगा और नीचे सब ठीक हो जाएगा। I think that's not the right approach, और इसीलिए हम शायद यहाँ हैं जहाँ पे हम हैं। What I've realized is कि individuals का अपने आप को ठीक करना बहुत ज़रूरी है, और यही हमारे दीन का भी असल में पैगाम है कि जब अफराद अपने आप को ठीक कर लेंगे, वो अपने हिस्से की इस्लाह कर लेंगे, तो क्योंकि अफराद का ही मजमूआ एक माशरा होता, तो जब बहुत अच्छे अफराद बहुत ज़्यादा तादाद में हो जाएंगे तो माशरा भी बेहतर होना शुरू हो जाएगा। सो आई डिसाइडेड कि मैं अपने दायरे के अंदर अपनी इस्लाह करूँगा, अपने दायरे के अंदर अपने हिस्से के अच्छे काम करूँगा। फॉर एग्ज़ाम्पल, आई हैव डिसाइडेड कि मैं अपने हिस्से का इशारा नहीं तोड़ूंगा, रेड लाइट नहीं तोड़ूंगा, चाहे रात के 4 भी बजे होंगे मैं नहीं तोड़ूंगा। चाहे मुझे कोई देख रहा है, चाहे मुझे कोई नहीं देख रहा, मैं कानून की पासदारी करूँगा, इवन रात के जब 4 भी बजे हो। मैंने ये फ़ैसला किया है कि मैं अपनी हद तक ट्रैश नहीं फैलाऊँगा, मैं गंद नहीं फैलाऊँगा। मैं कुछ खाऊँगा तो मैं गाड़ी के बाहर नहीं फेंक दूँगा, मैं अपनी तरफ से उसको सही जगह पे फेंकूँगा। आगे हुकूमत कहीं उसको लेके जाए ना लेके जाए, दैट्स नॉट माई कंसर्न। मैं अपने हिस्से का सही काम करूँगा। उसके अलावा मैंने फ़ैसला किया है कि मैं अपने हिस्से का झूठ नहीं बोलूँगा, चाहे मुझे कितना ही फ़ायदा क्यों ना होगा। मैं गाली नहीं दूँगा, मैं अपने इखलाक को अच्छा करूँगा, मैं दयानतदारी से काम करूँगा, चाहे कोई देख रहा हो ना देख रहा हो, चाहे मुझे कानून के पकड़े जाने का खौफ हो या ना हो, मैं नहीं, मुझे क्योंकि अल्लाह तो देख रहा है। सो ये इनफरादी इस्लाह का जज्बा इज़ समथिंग दैट कीप्स मी वेरी पॉजिटिव। और जहाँ जहाँ तक मेरी आवाज़ पहुँच रही है, आई होप कि यही जज्बा जो है ये दूसरों में भी उजागर हो और हम अपनी अपनी इस्लाह करें, रादर देन के बड़े वो नहीं होते कि दुनिया को बदल देंगे, अपने आप को बदलते हैं। क्योंकि अल्लाह ताला ने और कहीं हमें इख्तियार दिया हो या ना दिया, अपने ऊपर तो हमें कंप्लीट इख्तियार दिया अल्लाह ताला ने। सो विद दैट नोट, आई होप that what I've said is of some help to you in these tough times। और मिलके इसको हम इंशाल्लाह पुरुमीद तरीके से गुजारते हैं, अपनी इस्लाह करते हैं और इंशाल्लाह होपफुली विद इन अ फ्यू ईयर्स हम एक बेहतर और अच्छा टाइम देखेंगे। जो मैंने बातें कही हैं इनसे मुझे लगता है कि दुनिया के अंदर भी हमारी भलाई होगी, दुनिया के अंदर भी एक पॉजिटिव इफ़ेक्ट होगा और आखिरत के हवाले से भी अगर हम अपनी इस्लाह करेंगे, अपने आप को ठीक करेंगे, तो वही एक वाहिद चीज़ है जो हमें आखिरत में भी फलाह देगी। सो इसी ऑन अ पॉजिटिव नोट इंशाल्लाह उम्मीद है कि हम बेहतर टाइम्स जल्द देखें। अस्सलाम वालेकुम वरहमतुल्लाहि वबरकातुहू।
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Thank you very much. That was Hamza Ali Abbasi. And as I think the famous quote goes that it's something like this: when I gained knowledge, I wanted to change the world. But when I became wise, I wanted to change myself. Something like that on these words. And I think that was the message from Hamza Ali Abbasi as well. And it was a very strong message, a brief, sweet, and strong message, because it's not that we should not be waiting for something we should not be waiting for something to fall from the top and we would say everything will change for us. Absolutely not. That is, we have to actually decide that for things to change, I have to change. And that is something that we have to do. As Hamza Ali Abbasi said, that even if it is 4 o'clock in the morning, I am not going to break the rule of passing over a red traffic light. That would be something, if everybody realizes that, it will do wonders. If everybody realizes that they don't have to, now and again I keep seeing people, I'm driving the car and suddenly I notice that there are कीनों के छिलके और माल्टे के छिलके खिड़की से बाहर निकल कर रोड पे फेंक दिया जाते हैं, and I'm just looking at them. I said, this is this not your house? Is this country not your house? You keep your home clean. Why can't you keep your country clean? And once we start doing that, we start changing ourselves. That is when perhaps the leadership and the government will realize, and as well, and they'll start putting some good things into practice. Yeah, thank you, Hamza Ali Abbasi, once again for such a strong message. Dr. Zia, over to you.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Umar. I think there are 3 types of people in life. There are people who I categorize them in shame, people in blame, and the third type is people who take personal responsibility. So Hamza's message to me was from those people who have taken personal responsibility, and it's up to us, and we are not going to wait for a miracle to happen or someone else or government come and change the things. And look at Dr. Shagufta's initiative. She is not waiting for anyone to come and spread the happiness around. She's the pioneer of this happiness movement. If she could have waited, she could have waited for a very long time. We wouldn't have been talking about it today. So let's quickly move on. Next, we have Riphah Got Talent, a video by Abdullah. Let's look at that video. Do we have an audio on that?
Ma'am, kindly enable the audio and reshare again.
Assalamualaikum, madam. My exam, your son is very good. He's doing very great. And he's achieving very good grades. Madam, English very well. Why you are not very English? His mother is Hindi. You say, ma'am, what he sees is girls. He's been watching music studios. He wants to abuse it. Ma'am, I told you everything. I have 4 female sons and 1 male daughter. Then she not study. Her mother Pitagi, I Pitagi, and we are hepatitis B. And I forward and you vaccine. I kill you, ma'am. What? I said, वालेकुम सलाम। देखिए आपके बेटे ने क्या किया तूने? क्या किया इस दफा क्या किया तूने? क्या किया बात नहीं है। तुमने तो ऐड कर दिया, मेरी नाक के पास की, नाक के पास की, मेरी नाक के पास की। देखिए आपका बेटा बड़ा हो गया है, आप क्यों मार रहे हैं? ये पुलिस कंप्लेंट कर देगा आपके खिलाफ। बाप का पुलिस करेगा, बहुत बाप का टिपाएगा, बाप का टिपाएगा पुलिस कंप्लेंट, बाप का टिपाएगा कि इस तरह ना मारे बच्चे को। आप बेटर बात के मामले बोल रहे हैं, कोई नहीं होता है, चुप करके रहिए। इसने मेरी नाक कटवा रखी है, ये हर जगह मेरी नाक ही कटवाता है। क्या किया इस दफा तूने? इस दफा क्या किया तूने? बैठ, क्या किया इसने? आपका बेटा बहुत शार्प माइंडेड है। तू शार्प माइंडेड नहीं है, शार्प माइंडेड नहीं है तू शार्प माइंडेड नहीं है। शार्प माइंडेड का मतलब होता है आपका बेटा बहुत होशियार है। अच्छा 95 कुछ मार्क्स आए हैं। 95 5 नंबर कितने चले? 5 नंबर कितने गए? आपका लड़का इंतहा का बदतमीज है, पूरा दिन क्लास में शैतानी करता रहता है। मेरा बेटा शैतानी की शक्ल देखी इसकी कहाँ से लगता आपको शैतानी करेगा? इतना मासूम बच्चा है मेरा, ठीक है, बिल्कुल गाय जैसा बच्चा, और आपने शैतानी करेगा? हो ही नहीं सकता, मैं मानते हैं कि शैतानी करे। फिर ये क्लास में हर वक्त बोलता रहता है। बच्चे है, बोलेगा नहीं तो क्या करेगा? अब क्या मैं भूखे बच्चे पैदा करने लग गए यहाँ पे जो बिल्कुल साल में चुप रहे? ठीक है, बच्चा है मेरा, ठीक है, कोई चलो आप इसकी साइड में दीजिए, इसको एक का भी आंसर नहीं आता। चले ठीक है, एक का आंसर नहीं आता, बाकी 10 का आंसर आते ना मेरे बेटे को, ठीक है, एक का नहीं हुआ तो बाकी 10 तो देगा ही आंसर। आप सही तरह फोकस करें अपनी काम पे। आपकी देखिए इसके इंग्लिश में 10 है, उर्दू में 20 है, टोटल में इसके 50 नंबर है। टोटल में तो 50 है ना, तो आप इसे टोटल में नहीं पढ़ाते। आप तुम्हें टीचर ही नहीं लग रही काम किया, टीचर नहीं आपका टीचर है, समझ आएगी? टोटल में 50 आपसे टोटल पढ़े, जिस चीज में बच्चे के हिसाब से वो भी नहीं पढ़ा रहे। तूने टेंशन लेनी तो जो मैं टोटल का स्पेशलिस्ट बनाऊंगा, ठीक है ना? तूने टोटल के सबको पीछे छोड़ देना है, समझ आइए? चल मेरा बेटा, ये टीचर, ये पाले का टीचर, इनका कोई रोल नहीं है, इनको कुछ आता है नहीं, कितने से टीचर बना दिए। मैं यार तभी तो आज मीटिंग थी, तो यहाँ क्या कर रहा है? पीटीएम क्या यार, वहाँ भी नहीं मिल रहा यार। ऐसी बात भी यार, तुमने अंदर अरेंज किया तो देख कर ले भाई, इस दफा वो भी नहीं है यार। मिल गया, क्या मिल गया? हाँ ये कौन है? राजू क्या? राजू पापा, राजू पापा। इसके बाद थोड़े मोटे नहीं थे? सदियों का चमन जब खिलता है, थोड़ा रेशम लगता है, थोड़ा चंचल लगता है, हीरे मोती होते हैं। अभी से जिम किया है तो पतले हो गए। पापा पापा अभी नहीं, ठीक है, आप ये इस पे साइन कर दें। साइन 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 साइन। देखिए आपका बेटा बहुत होशियार है। क्यों नहीं होगा होशियार? मेरा बेटा जो है, मेरा राजा बेटा कैसा हो सकता है? बात है कि बिल्कुल, लेकिन पढ़ाई में ध्यान नहीं दिया। मैं कहता था एकदम नकार है, लेकिन माँ पे चला गया, ठीक है, वो भी इसी तरह नकार है, ये भी नकार है, बिल्कुल पढ़ाई पे ध्यान नहीं देता है। अगर पढ़ाई में ध्यान लग गए तो 100 में से 100 नंबर। क्यों नहीं आएंगे 100 में 100 नंबर? आखिर मेरा बेटा जो कह रहा है 100 में से 100 क्या, 100 में से 10 नंबर लेके आएगा। पर चंचल है, ये चंचल है तू, चंचल है, बहुत चंचलाहट तेरे अंदर आ गई है। क्यों इतना चंचल है भाई तू? ऐसे नंबर तो आ जाते हैं, क्यों नहीं आएंगे? मैंने आपको बोला है मेरा बेटा, मेरा राजा बेटा, ये बड़े होकर कि एस्ट्रोनॉट बनेगा। लेकिन आपका बेटा बहुत प्यारा बेटा, मेरा राजा बेटा, डॉक्टर बनेगा।
That was hilarious. Light, but putting the fingers on the issues that we have with our society and the types of parents that we have.
Absolutely. Yes, that was really nice, light comedy, and I enjoyed it a lot as well. So, with this, we would move on to our next speaker. And yesterday, I don't know how many people listened to my talk yesterday, but in that I mentioned my 13-year-old son once asked me that Baba, if you become a superhero and are given one special power, what would that be? So I thought for a couple of seconds, and then suddenly I decided, it came into my mind. I said, I would like to have the power to make people happy, because that will make me happy. So the next talk is about the superpower of happiness, and our speaker is Dr. Zainab Wasim. Dr. Zainab Wasim is a board certified in internal medicine, diploma in IBLM, BSLM. BSLM is British Society of Lifestyle Medicine, and she is practicing oncology with interest in lifestyle medicine in Princess Alexandra Hospital, Harlow, UK. So without wasting any further time, let's see what Dr. Wasim has to offer in terms of superpower of happiness. Thank you.
Assalamualaikum, Samia.
Right.
How are you doing today?
Good.
It's such a beautiful day today, and I feel so lucky being part of this nature. You know, I feel as if my batteries have been recharged. So today we're going to celebrate the International Day of Happiness, and I would like to thank you for being part of this movement and being here with us to celebrate this day. Samya, tell us a little about yourself, your journey through this life, what brought you here into this beautiful environment, and how you came up with the wonderful idea of growing your own produce, which is organic.
The farming side of things I started, I knew that I wanted to do it when I was quite young, I think around 16 or 17. Everything seemed to point towards this as my life choice. Because I was always a very active person. I played a lot of sports and I was always very physically active. And farming seemed to be the most natural way of getting your workout. And also I was always very interested in eating right, eating natural, eating right, not unprocessed. So, and then the more I learned about this whole idea of growing your own food, eating local also became very important. So to grow things that are indigenous to the area that you live in and that are grown close to wherever you live. So they're not imported or haven't traveled miles to get to your plate. Those were some of the reasons. Then I studied anthropology at college, and that also seemed to suggest that I had very little knowledge of the place that I had grown up in, because we live in our little bubbles, and it's almost as if we haven't experienced how people in their other bubbles coexisting in your environment what their lives are, how they function, what their literature is, what the language is. I felt I was very cut off from that, and I felt that the only way I could be to connect and to be authentic to my own being was that I immerse myself in a community and become part of that. Because my parents are migrants from India, so we don't have that ancestral connection to the land that we are on right now. But I was very keen to find out more and become part of that. So my first assignment, actually the first job that I did after graduation was in Gilgit and Hunza with the Aga Khan Rural Support Program. And my idea was that I wasn't just going to work there, I was going to go and live there now forever. But that didn't work out because AKRSP was using the expertise of people who worked in the organization, but didn't really expect that people would go and live in the communities. So that I didn't continue with. I didn't even wasn't able to learn the languages of that area. So then when I came back to Lahore, I felt that I have to find out more. And then I was doing theatre, which was mostly Punjabi theatre. So I had to learn Punjabi, and then I got more and more attracted to the whole, because it's not just the language. The language comes with a whole baggage of culture and values and other things. So to understand things, everything seemed to come back and seemed to be connected to the agricultural lifestyle. So that's how I started. I think when I actually got this land was when I was 23, around there.
Samya, it must be very challenging to grow organic, considering the environment and the insects and everything, you know. So how do you deal about that?
It is very challenging also because the soil that I'm growing on is we started with very saline soil. So it wasn't conducive to growing anything. It had hardly any organic matter. We've been adding organic matter very regularly since I started. So things have improved, but there's still, I think, it's an ongoing process.
Why do farmers choose not to grow organic, and why do they consider the conventional mode of farming?
Because when you go into the market to sell your produce, the only thing that is given any value and is of any worth is the weight of your produce. And if you're growing your crops as cash crops to be sold in the market, then all you want is a heavy crop. Yields mean a larger weight. And the weight often in commercially produced crops is of water. So that dilutes not only the nutrients but the taste as well, which is why you often organically grown crops will always be more nutrient dense. Therefore, they will have higher flavonoids. They will have a better taste. And what the chemical fertilizers do is that because they are water soluble, you need to irrigate the crops much more, and the crops start, when they absorb the water, they get that's the only way that they get the fertilizer, because there isn't a process of decomposition that is going on in the soil through which is a natural way of getting nutrients to the roots, is that the decomposition in the soil and the microorganisms on the plants are absorbing the nutrients through a process. Here you're getting a processed fertilizer which is water soluble, and as the plant absorbs the water, it actually absorbs much more water than an organically grown plant would. So when you get your seed, which is the crop most of the time, or the fruit, it will be larger, but the size and the weight will be because of the water content very often.
Samya, how did that moment in life come when you realized you had to lead a purposeful life?
I don't think there was any switch. This is what I wanted to do from the beginning. My parents were always supportive of whatever decisions any of us made. So there was no conflict or any switch or anything.
What is your current level of happiness? What does happiness mean to you?
I don't know how to gauge that. Yes, I'm content. I'm happy. I suppose I'm content. I'm doing what I want to do, what I like to do. There are no obstacles except for maybe from outside my immediate circle. But it's just that I find I'm always learning and I make a lot of mistakes. So maybe that is a factor that brings some unhappiness, but there's always learning at the end of that. So it's a cycle.
By the grace of Allah, you seem to have achieved a successful life in your career in media, in film, in theatre. Is there anything you would still feel is left undone and you would like to achieve?
I've never done anything in my life thinking that I want to achieve anything. I've just done things because I wanted to do them, or I've most of the time followed my heart. But acting, as far as acting is concerned, I think I've done a lot of work because I needed funds to run this farm. So it hasn't always been because it's a combination of need and want. And
but you did carry that inborn talent in you.
I've always enjoyed it, in the sense that I enjoyed doing it, acting and dancing in school and college, but I never thought I was going to make a career of it until I needed money for the farm, which is when then I thought, I have this one skill, maybe I can put it to some use.
Samya, how do you connect with the environment here, the wilderness which I see around me, the birds, the greenery, the flowers, basically your surroundings?
I watch them and I watch them live, and that
you could connect them with the times of the day, because
times of the year also. Times of the year, you see the whole cycle repeating itself, and in a way that we actually have noticed that new kinds of butterflies come every year. There's a different variety that is added to the old ones. Birds, we've been noticing, my husband and I often comment on, oh, we haven't seen these before. And there's always the surprise. It isn't as if it's the same thing being repeated. There's always something added to that combination. One year we might see one pair of a particular kind of bird, and the next you'll see a whole herd of them coming. So it's always, yeah, but I feel as if we're adding on to whatever we had last year. It's becoming a little bit deeper or more or intense.
Thank you, Samya. How is life here, living in this environment and comparing it to living in the city?
I like being with my children and my parents and family and friends. That's always wonderful. But I always notice the noise level, which is very annoying after the silence here. And here, the most you'll hear is maybe a tractor in the distance, but mostly it's birds. And that's very pleasant. When you go into the city, you suddenly hear a lot of traffic or noise and machines and motor pumps and whatever. Air quality is affected here also because we're not that far from the city. But other than that, I like being here because I like getting up in the morning and just going out. When I'm in the city, I go to the park in the morning then. So there are alternatives.
Thank you so much, Samya. My next question would be, why is health important to you?
I think because health personally, or the human health as well as the health of the environment and the earth is, you feel better about it I feel better about it when I'm able to produce my own food in a way that is not damaging the earth or the water or the air. And trying to understand the old practices that have sustained us for so many thousands of years, which we have managed to destroy in a very small span of time. So I'm just trying to understand what it was, how it was done, because there are no manuals particular to the area that I am living in or growing in. So a lot of it is learning by word of mouth. And with practice, of course, trial and error. But I just wish maybe I should, or somebody should just put all this information together so that other people don't have to reinvent the wheel from zero again. And they can just build on our mistakes, maybe.
Have you ever thought of writing a book?
I do think about it, but I feel that it's unending, and I can't speak authoritatively about something that I am still in the process of learning about.
My last but not the least, what 3 wishes would you like to have or which you desire?
No wars, no arms and ammunition, and equality.
Message for our audience, our youth, our country?
I don't think I'm in a position to give any messages to people. I suppose follow your heart, be happy, and try not to hurt other people.
Thank you so much, Samya, for joining us today on the 3rd International Day of our Happiness Summit of Pakistan Association of Lifestyle Medicine and being a part of this movement. Thank you.
Thank
you
Samya
very much.
Mumtaz.
Yeah.
Thank you. As you can see, Samya is a great admirer of nature, and her passion for farming started quite early when she was still in her teens, when she felt that everything started to point towards farming and as her life prime choice, and she made the right choices. Samya has been very strong advocate of eating right, unprocessed and unchanged food, and is very keen to grow her own food, which is organic and indigenous. She feels that this side of her personality, which is loving the nature as a farmer, connects her to her roots, the environment, as well as integrate her to people whom she believes play such a fundamental role in the community which she lives in. Special thanks to Samar Hashmi for having us this talk. Now we will move on to a quick video from Riphah Got Talent.
I am good. What about you? Yeah, what is it? What do you have to tell me? Oh my God, that's so exciting. When did you get married? Oh my God, I'm so happy for you. I hope you have a great life ahead and enjoy life with your husband. Okay, congratulations. Okay, bye, honey. Take care. मैं ठीक हूँ तो सुना आप पर कॉल में सुनने क्या ठीक है आई ਉਹ ਤੇਰਾ ਕੱਖ ਨਾ ਰਵੇ ਮਰ ਜਾਣੀਏ ਤੈਨੂੰ ਪਤਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ ਤੇਰਾ ਵਿਆਹ ਤੇਰੀ ਫੁੱਫੀ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਮੁੰਡੇ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਹੋਣਾ ਹੈ ਤੂੰ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਕਿਤੇ ਮੂੰਹ ਵਿਖਾਣ ਜੋਗਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਛੱਡਿਆ ਤੇਰੇ ਪਿਓ ਨੂੰ ਪਤਾ ਲੱਗੇਗਾ ਉਹ ਕੀ ਕਹੇਗਾ ਉਹ ਤਾਂ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਘਰੋਂ ਕੱਢੇਗਾ ਤੇਰਾ ਕੀ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਹੈ ਤੂੰ ਘਰ ਆ ਤੇਰੀ ਮੈਂ ਜੰਗਾ ਕਪਾਂਗੀ ਤੂੰ ਘਰ ਆ ਉਸ ਮੁੰਡੇ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਘਰ ਆ ਇੱਥੇ ਤੂੰ ਘਰ ਆ ਸਾਰੀ ਗੱਲ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਉਹ ਘਰ ਹੋਏਗੀ Hey honey, it's 7 o'clock. Please wake up, you have your class at 8. Just 5 minutes, mommy. Okay, sure. Freshen up and I'm preparing breakfast for you, okay? I'm waiting for you downstairs. हमला बोलकर 7 बज गए ने 7:30 तेरी गाड़ी आ जाएगी तो उठ जा स्कूल जाना है अभी तेरी क्लास है उठ जा उधर 7 बज गए ने जल्दी उठ मैं नाश्ता बना रही हूं तेरे लिए नहीं उठिए हमजा पौने 8 बज गए ने अभी तेरी क्लास होनी है उठ रुपया सारी रात को बाहर में पड़े रहना वो रख दिया करना मतलब टाइम ना करना बच्चे स्कूल जाना है वो जाने तेरी क्लास पौने 8 हो गए ने उठ 2 मिनट कोई 2 मिनट उठ नाश्ता तैयार है मैं 5 मिनट इंतजार करने की कोशिश कर रहा आ जा अंदर वाले हो गया नहीं लोग बैठे हैं जो म्यूजिक
Right. That was once again very nice and light. There's definitely a great difference between the way white moms treat their kids and brown moms treat their kids. And it's always been something that I used to enjoy, such types of small clips whilst I was in UK as well. So, Dr. Zia, are you there?
Yes, I think we have something on bright light in the sequence, and then the talk after that of
Okay.
Dr.
So you mean bright light? Okay, we'll carry on with that then, and after that I'll introduce our next speaker again.
Sure.
Do you know that there's a center in your brain that's responsible for disappointment? It's a tiny little structure in the back of your brain called the habenula. Now, the habenula has two parts. There's one part known as the lateral habenula, and this part of the brain releases neurotransmitters that can suppress your dopamine and serotonin levels. And when that happens, you naturally feel disappointed. How can you prevent your habenula from being overactive? One of the ways is to avoid being exposed to bright lights during the hours of 11 p.m. to 4 a.m. That is because there are melanopsin cells in your retina which project directly to the habenula. And once the habenula is activated, it can make you feel very sad. So remember, no bright lights between 11 p.m. to 4 a.m.
Right? No bright lights between 11 p.m. and 4 a.m., Dr. Zia. No more mobile, no
Oops.
TV, right? So otherwise your habenuela will get awake and it will start doing its trick. Anyway,
the restorative sleep is very important, and I think
yes,
it's very
yes.
important.
Yeah, I mean, from I think ideal hours should be at least 10 to 7 hours sleep, because as they mentioned earlier on about natural killer cells, I would say even natural killer cells get affected if you have even just one night of less than 6 hours sleep. Your natural killer cells apparently have been seen to drop in the body by 50%. So like if every night you are getting less than 6 hours sleep, then every night your natural killer cells number is dropping by 50%, and that can put you at danger of cancer and all other chronic diseases in future. Right, we move on. Dr. Zia, इंसान गलती का पुतला है.
बेशक.
कोई पुतला है, कोई पुतली है. लेकिन मैं पुतला हूँ. मैंने थोड़ी देर पहले जो है एक इंट्रोडक्शन किया था डॉक्टर जैनब वसीम का. उनको मैं दोबारा इंट्रोड्यूस करा रहा हूँ. उनकी टॉक है अभी. Dr. Zainab Wasim is a board certified in internal medicine. She is a diplomat in diplomat IBLM and BSLM, lifestyle medicine physician, study group leader, British Society of Lifestyle Medicine. She's practicing oncology with interest in lifestyle medicine in Princess Alexandra Hospital, Harlow, UK. So, and her talk is about the superpower of happiness. Let's see what Dr. Zainab Wasim has for us.
This is Dr. Zainab Wasim. I'm the tutor of British Society of Lifestyle Medicine and presenting to you the power of happiness. So this is a trailer about the Happy movie, which I'm going to play.
What do you want out of life?
I don't know. To be happy?
To be happy.
I want the American dream. I want to be happy.
The professor said to me, you can never measure happiness. Now, why they thought you could measure depression, which they were all doing, but you couldn't measure happiness, I'm not sure.
This is a paradise to me. That's why I love it so much. And then you don't know what you're gonna see.
When I was run over by a truck, my whole life changed.
There is a great deal you can do on a regular basis to become happier.
So the reason I put the movie on is it's a really interesting take and it was actually directed. It's a 2011 feature documentary film, directed, written, and co-produced by Rocco Bellic, and it explores human happiness through interviews with people from all walks of life in 14 different countries, weaving in the newest findings of positive psychology. And the director was originally inspired to create the film after the producer-director showed him an article in the New York Times entitled A New Measure of Well-Being from a Happy Little Kingdom. And the article ranked United States as the 23rd happiest country in the world. So what is happiness? A social scientist may define happiness in your life where your positive emotions are more than the negative emotions, and with your life. So the bigger picture is, does your life have meaning and purpose, and how satisfied are you with your life right now? However, many definitions are relative to one's perception of happiness. What is happiness for one person may be completely different to another person's happiness. This is the World Happiness Report, and it shows these countries in different colors. And it was a survey, and this was a reported, self-reported life satisfaction survey. And it was by imagining a ladder with steps numbered from 0 at the bottom to 10 at the top. And the top of the ladder represents the best possible life, and the bottom represents the worst possible life. And then people pointed out which step of the ladder they would personally feel they stood at that time. You can see that Pakistan is somewhat in the middle, between 4 and 5, and the more prosperous countries seem to be more blue, which then takes us to the World Happiness Report, which is a well-known source of cross-country data and research on self-reported life satisfaction scores, which is looking at 155 countries. The self-reported life satisfaction correlates with other measures of well-being. That is, richer and healthier countries tend to have higher average happiness scores, and there are large differences across the countries. According to the most recent figures, European countries top the ranking, with Finland, Denmark, Iceland, Switzerland, Netherlands having the highest scores, all with averages above 7, and in the same year the lowest national scores correspond to Afghanistan, Lebanon, Zimbabwe, Rwanda and Botswana, all with average scores below 3.5. So what were the factors for variance across the countries for happiness in the World Happiness Report? There were 6 in total, and what they saw was the GDP, there was the healthy life expectancy, there was freedom to be the captain of your own ship with equal inheritance rights for men and women, there were human rights for all, good governance with freedom from corruption to ensure that the taxes are actually spent on people, with access to schools, hospitals, etc., generosity, which was a spirit of generosity and kindness in society, and social support, which is somebody that we can rely in times of need. And then, what are the metrics of happiness? There are generally 3 metrics, or another way of looking or defining happiness. The first metric is to look at overall life satisfaction. The second one is everyday happiness, which is more volatile than overall life satisfaction, with a weekend effect, where you're more happy on the weekend. The two do seem to be interlinked. There's a really interesting project which was launched by the London School of Economics called the Mappiness Project, which is an app that people could download, and that looked at how happy they were and who they were with and where they were. And they found that the unhappiest moments were when they were ill in bed or at work or when Trump was elected. And therefore, the mood does get impacted by the political situations and the environment around us. And that's very topical for the situation currently that's going on in Pakistan. And the third metric of happiness is purpose and meaning in our life. And why is the bigger picture important? Because the happiness may not just be translating to being happy with your own life, which is hedonia is sometimes not enough. A sense of purpose and meaning is equally important. And this example, who was called the free help guy, and he basically resigned in 2013, and he went out to find purpose and meaning, and he advertised himself as an anonymous person who will help anyone with anything for free. And he helped unite a father with his son. He helped someone overcome a fear of flying. He helped to find a donor for a cancer patient. But mostly he benefited from doing things for others, for himself, because he had a sense of meaning and purpose. And it's a really interesting article to read. And money and happiness relationship. Does money buy happiness, or does it ensure that you have the necessary resources to be happy? This was a really interesting article in The Guardian by Clay Cockrell, who is a therapist to the super duper rich. And what he found was that the higher you are in the wealth world or super rich, you are really, really miserable. So the being at the pinnacle of your wealth does not necessarily guarantee a sense of happiness. And this is because it translates into a lack of meaning and purpose, and you live in a bubble in isolation. You lack empathy for others, and you normalize a life of no rules. And this in itself creates something which is devoid of any kind of pleasure and happiness. So is there then a price tag on happiness? This was a really interesting piece that came out. It was a study which was done by the Princeton University researchers, and they found that as the people tended to increase in salary, the happiness increased till it plateaued at $75,000. And this was a survey of about nearly 450,000 responses, and it measured two metrics, which were the daily well-being and overall life satisfaction. And there are other pieces of research which have now come out, and they have found that there is no plateau, and it's probably to do with the methodology that was used in the later piece of research. I've included the references on the slide as well. So the strategies to increase happiness can be divided as maximizing social connections, gratitude, being present, exercise, and adequate sleep. Human connection. So this was another groundbreaking study, which was by Nick Epley. And what he found that he did a study. He divided people on their daily commute. He told one group to be in solitude and the other one to start talking to strangers. And what they found, that talking to strangers on their daily commute was beneficial for their health and well-being. And this was replicated in taxis and buses and laboratory waiting room. So the reason being that humans are inherently social animals who are made happier and healthier when connected to others. Feeling isolated and lonely, as we know, in contrast, is a stress factor that poses a health risk comparable to smoking and obesity. And then being present, where it's getting increasingly difficult to be present, as in with your loved ones or with people around you, because of the fact that you're with technology. And this book, How to Break Up with Your Phone, beautifully describes the WWW. Every time the phone rings, you ask, what for, why now, and what else? What else can you do besides pick up the phone? So every time this happens, you ask WWW. And then the be present techniques to increase happiness include prayer or breath work, mindfulness, meditation, which all allow you in the moment. And then there is a natural correlation with happiness and positive health behaviors. The more positive you are, the more positive and happy you will be more inclined to engage in other health behaviors such as exercise, because they were more inclined to be taking up things which make positive effects on their well-being. There was a study that showed that people who were happy were more likely to have better immune function, as they were 3 times less likely to develop a cold compared to people not so happy. So positive thoughts fuel positive behavior. And then there's positivity, happiness, and longevity, which is the NUM study on happiness. And this study showed that they followed these nuns. They looked at their journaling records, and they found that at the age of 85, more than 90% of the happiest nuns were still alive, and only a third of the unhappiest nuns. So the nuns who were happier when they were young lived longer because of their happiness and not the other way around. Happy people, therefore, are more other-oriented. Salary for salary, happy people are more likely to spend money on charity. They're more likely to volunteer more. And this interesting survey on gratitude, which was done by Martin Seligman, whereby people wrote gratitude letters and then read it out to the person. And what they found, that the happiness signatures lasted up to a month even after writing the letters. And so another thing which can help as a strategy for being happy is reframing by turning the negative into positive. And this is beautifully illustrated by the Buddhist parable of the second arrow, which is a well-known Buddhist story about dealing with suffering more skillfully. It is said, Buddha once said, a student, if a person is struck by an arrow, is it painful? If the person is struck by a second arrow, is it even more painful? He then went on to explain, in life, we can't always control the first arrow, but the second arrow is our reaction to the first, and the second arrow is optional. And then the concept of post-traumatic growth and resilience, because sometimes terrible circumstances can help you with reframing and giving a positive spin to things in the future by promoting resilience. And lastly, happiness and health. Andrew Steptoe and colleagues at University College London asked more than 200 middle-aged civil servants how many happy moments they experienced during a typical day. The happiest people had lower levels of chemicals which are linked to heart disease and type 2 diabetes. They found the saliva of those who were happiest had lower levels of cortisol, a stress hormone related to conditions including type 2 diabetes and high blood pressure. And no surprise then, happier men had significantly lower heart rates, down from 76 beats a minute to 68-70. and men and women who are generally unhappy reacted to stress by producing more plasma fibrinogen chemicals in their blood, a strong predictor of cardiovascular disease. So in conclusion, be happy for this moment. This moment is your life by Khayyam. For any queries regarding the presentation, you can contact me at zainabwasim@gmail.com. Many thanks.
Thank you very much, Dr. Zainab. Uh, the, your presentation was packed with information, and it was backed with quite a lot of research scientifically to help us understand the nitty-gritty of this subject. Well, we are slightly behind time, so without wasting any further time, I will move on to next video, which is on social connections.
The number one predictor of a long life is the number of positive social connections that you have.
Really?
Yes. And I thought it's going to be exercise. It's going to be exercise on top because of my first book. But no, exercise is, I don't know, 3 or 4 or 5. It is social connections. And it doesn't have to be that, girlfriend that you've had since 3rd grade. It can be positive interactions that you have with the barista at your coffee shop. Having that positive banter, giving them a little punch in the arm and they give it back to you. That counts, which I love thinking about that. So that happiness and joy that you can bring, it costs nothing for you and it is giving you a longer life.
Absolutely.
Great. Now we need to move on to our next speaker. Our next speaker is Usra Farid. She's a painter and interior designer by profession. She worked at numerous places as an artist and designer. The passion for rescuing animals started many years ago from her own home until eventually in 2018, she managed to build her own animal rehabilitation center by the name of Tarzan, which is a purpose built according to the need of the animals. It is located in the outskirts of Lahore. The animals, she have a lot of all kinds of animal over there, including abandoned pets as well. After treatment, most pets are returned back to where they belong. But for those who are physically handicapped or suffering from health issues, are taken full care of within the safe boundaries of the shelter. Usra now works full-time for this shelter as these animals require her continuous support and attention. Let's listen to Usra Farid.
अस्सलामुअलैकुम उसरा।
वालेकुम अस्सलाम जी, कैसी हैं आप?
अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह, आप कैसे हैं?
अल्लाह का शुक्र है।
एक तो बहुत बहुत खुश आमदीद। हमारे आज 3rd इंटरनेशनल हैप्पी डे को हम मनाने आए हैं। पाकिस्तान एसोसिएशन लाइफस्टाइल मेडिसिन मना रहा है आज इंटरनेशनल डे ऑफ हैप्पीनेस।
थैंक यू सो मच। क्या
हाँ, हमने एज अ गेस्ट स्पीकर आपको आप जहमत दी और हम जानने के लिए कि आप इतना ज़बरदस्त जो काम कर रही हैं ह्यूमैनिटेरियन लेवल पर, कुछ हमें थोड़ा सा उसके बारे में बताएं कि ये कब शुरू हुआ और किस तरह ये सोच आई। ये सोच इतनी हटके जो एक सोच है जो कोई भी हम सोचते हैं, हम सब बहुत सोचते हैं कि हम एनिमल्स को रेस्क्यू करें, उनको कंफर्ट दें और वार्मथ दें और प्यार दें जिसके वो मुस्तहिक हैं। लेकिन बहुत कम लोग होते हैं जो आगे बढ़कर ऐसे प्लेटफॉर्म पर काम करते हैं। तो कुछ थोड़ा सा अपना इंट्रोडक्शन देने के बाद हमें बताएं।
बेसिकली मैं पेंटर हूँ, इंटीरियर डिज़ाइनर हूँ और इसी फील्ड में दोनों में काम भी किया, जॉब्स वगैरह की। बट अल्टीमेटली जो कहते हैं ना किस्मत में लिखा हो वही होना होता है। तो फाइनली मैंने फिर ये एनिमल रेस्क्यू की तरफ ज़्यादा फोकस किया کیونکہ جب بھی کیسز آ رہے تھے ہمیشہ یہی مسئلہ آ رہا تھا گھر میں جگہ نہیں ہے. تو پھر جب شیلٹر سٹارٹ ہوا تو پھر فل ٹائم یہ ایک ڈیوٹی ہے جس میں ایمبولینس میری اپنی گاڑی ہی ہے اور میرے پاس کوئی وہیکل نہیں ہے, تو میں ہوتی ہوں اور گاڑی ہوتی ہے اور اسی میں ریسکیو ہوتے ہیں سارے.
اور کون کون سے جانور ہوتے ہیں بیسکلی جو آپ ٹھیک
بلیاں ہیں, کتے ہیں, پرندوں میں سب پرندے آ جاتے ہیں, چیلے, کوے, مینا اور چڑیاں, ہر طرح کے پرندے آ جاتے ہیں. گدھے ہیں, وہ میں نے علیحدہ جگہ پہ رکھے ہوئے ہیں. اس کے علاوہ مطلب جو بھی آ جائے جانور, ابینڈنڈ پیٹس بھی ہوتے ہیں. زیادہ تر تو پہلے ہماری سوسائٹی میں کیٹس ہوتی تھی, لوگ بڑا وارم ویلکم کرتے تھے, سب کے گراج میں ہوتی تھی اور سب کھانا وانا بھی ڈالتے تھے. تو اسی طرح پہلے بلیاں ہی ہوتی تھیں میرے پاس. لیکن ڈاگس جب سامنے آئے اور ان کی سچویشن میں نے دیکھی کہ یہ بدترین ہے ٹریٹمنٹ ان کے ساتھ, پھر میں نے سوچا کہ وائی ناٹ ٹو اسٹارٹ, کہ میں اپنا شیلٹر خود سے اسٹارٹ کروں. بہت سارے جانور ایسے ہیں کہ آپ ٹریٹ کر کے ان کو روڈ پہ چھوڑ سکتے ہیں, اور بہت سارے ایسے ہیں کہ آپ ان کو نہیں رکھ سکتے, مطلب واپس نہیں چھوڑ سکتے لیکن ان کو رکھنا لازمی ہو جاتا ہے. جیسے کہ کچھ جانور پیرالائز ہوتے ہیں, کچھ بلائنڈ ہوتے ہیں, کچھ ڈیف ہیں. تو یہ کچھ ایسی سینیریوز بن جاتے ہیں کہ آپ کو جگہ چاہیے ہوتی ہے ان کے لیے. تو یہی تھا مائنڈ میں, اور پھر اس طرح میں نے زمین ڈھونڈی رینٹ پہ اور پھر شیلٹر سٹارٹ کیا. تقریباً 2018 کی بات ہے یہ اسٹارٹ میں.
تقریباً یہ 6-7 سال ہو گئے. 6 سال, ماشاء اللہ, زبردست. اور آپ کہہ رہی ہیں کہ یہ بچپن سے آپ کو شوق تھا؟
ہاں جی, بچپن سے
ایک آرزو تھی کہ کچھ کرنا ہے ان کے لیے,
کچھ کرنا ہے, کیونکہ مزری تو آپ ہر جگہ پہ دیکھ رہے ہیں, اور اوپر سے ہمارے یہاں عیدوں پہ کیا بڑی عید پہ دیکھتے ہیں, وہ بھی ایک بڑا کیفیت ہو جاتی ہے ایسی کہ کچھ تو اچھے طریقے سے ذبح ہو جاتے ہیں جانور, کچھ بے دردی سے ہوتے ہیں. تو وہ بھی ایک طریقہ ہے سمجھانے کا, گائیڈ کرنے کا. ہر طریقے سے ہم دیکھتے ہیں کہ ہمارے ہاں عوام کیسی ہے اور ان کو کیا چیز سمجھانی ہے.
تو ان جانوروں کے ساتھ رہ کے تو آپ نے بہت کچھ سیکھا ہوگا ان 6-7 سال.
بہت زیادہ,
بہت فیلنگس کی ایک ہوتی ہے نا,
بہت زیادہ.
آپ کو جب ان سے آپ ایسوسیٹ ہونا شروع ہوتے ہیں, اور اتنے ماشاء اللہ آئی تھنک 100s کی تعداد میں آپ نے, پرابلی ایون مور آپ نے رکھے ہوئے, تو ان کے کیا احساسات ہوتے ہیں, آپ کس طرح کنیکٹ کرتی ہیں ان کے ساتھ؟
اب میں سینسیٹیو جانوروں کے معاملے میں تو اتنی زیادہ ہوں کہ وہ اسپیشلی پپیز اور کٹنس دیکھ کے تو نہیں رہا جاتا کہ اگر کوئی ابینڈنڈ ہے یا لاوارث پھر رہا ہے روڈ پر, وہ تو میں نے وہ اٹھانا ہی اٹھانا ہوتا ہے. پھر یہ کہ 3 سال سے تو جب سے کووڈ آیا تو لنکٹن مارکیٹ کا ایک ایشو کافی زیادہ تھا کہ انہوں نے اپنے زندہ جانور, بہت چھوٹے چھوٹے پپیز جو 1 month کے انڈر تھے, انہوں نے زندہ ٹھنڈے پانی میں نالے میں پھینک دیے تھے. میں نے وہ اٹھائے 52 پپیز اور 7 کیٹس تھیں.
ان کی کیا وجہ تھا؟
کیونکہ وہ لاک ڈاؤن ہو رہا تھا.
اچھا.
اور وہ لوکل بریڈ تھی.
اوکے.
تو ان کو کیجز میں رکھنا, دکانوں کے رینٹ بھی دینا اور ڈیلی آ کے فیڈ کرنا وہ پاسبل نہیں تھا دکانداروں کو. جو سوٹ کرتی تھی ان کو بات وہ یہ تھی کہ وائی ناٹ کر پھینک دیں ان کو باہر. تو انہوں نے ایج نہیں دیکھی.
دس از انبلیویبل.
اٹ ہیپنڈ ایکچولی. یہ بہت ہی
ایموشنلی انسان اتنا سخت دل کیسے ہو سکتا ہے, وہ بھی تو اللہ کی مخلوق ہیں, جاندار چیز ہے.
حالانکہ اسی جانور کو وہ بیچتے ہیں, پیسہ کماتے ہیں, لیکن وہ آیا کہ جب انہوں نے وہ 20 دن کے بچے بھی باہر پھینک دیے بارش میں, وہ اٹھائے. تو اس کے بعد سے میں اب جاتی ہوں اکثر ڈولنگٹن مارکیٹ. اسی طرح جو پھینکے ہوئے جانور ہوتے ہیں, بلیاں, کتے اور پرندے بھی, تو وہ میں اٹھا کے لے آتی ہوں. تو میرا موسٹلی جو ریسکیو ورک ہے نا وہ پیٹ مارکیٹ سے چل رہا ہے.
زبردست.
میں کیونکہ اب شاپ کیپرس بھی جانتے ہیں, جب میرا وہاں پہ چکر لگتا ہے تو وہ خود بھی بتا دیتے ہیں کہ باجی یہاں پہ پڑا ہوا جانور, یا ہمارے پاس یہ انفیکشن والے جانور ہیں, آپ لے جائیں, ہمارے پھیلے گا یہاں پہ. تو پھر وہ میں ان کی بھی سنتی ہوں, اور خود تو میں نے اٹھانے ہی ہوتے ہیں.
وہاں کے جانوروں کو زیادہ ضرورت ہے آپ کی؟
بہت زیادہ ضرورت ہے. لوگ اور بھی آگے آئیں تاکہ, اچھا یہ کہ خریدے نا. مجھے جب شاپ کیپرس کہتے ہیں کہ یہ بلی ہے, اس میں بس تھوڑا سا مسئلہ ہے یا یہ وہ, ना तो उन्होंने कभी पैसे डिमांड किए हैं मेरे से, ना ही मैंने कभी दिए हैं। तो ये नहीं होना चाहिए। जब आप रेस्क्यू में आए हैं तो फिर आपको पैसे नहीं इन्वॉल्व होने चाहिए
इन्वॉल्व नहीं होने चाहिए। और कितने फीसद आप सड़कों से या बाकी किसी और जगहों से इनको रेस्क्यू करती हैं, लोग आपको देते हैं, उसकी परसेंटेज कितनी होती है?
उसकी परसेंटेज मतलब 50-50 की चल रही है
50-50
जी।
ओके।
आप फेसबुक पे डिफरेंट ग्रुप्स बने हुए पेजेस हैं जिसमें लोग केसेस दे देते हैं कि विद पिक्चर्स या वीडियो कि ये एक जानवर यहाँ पड़ा हुआ है, अगर कोई हेल्प कर सकता है तो कर दे, तो अगर मेरी रीच में है तो मैं जाके उठा लाती हूँ।
और हमारी माशाल्लाह आवाम तो बहुत काफ़ी ज़्यादा अवेयरनेस बढ़ रही है इन जानवरों के लिए। तो कितना सपोर्ट आपको हासिल है इस नेशन से या
नहीं देखिए,
ऑन अ लोअर लेवल और प्रॉब्ली हायर गवर्नमेंट लेवल आपको सपोर्ट है?
अवेयरनेस तो बढ़ रही है, लेकिन हर कोई रखना चाहता है इम्पोर्टेड ब्रीड्स घर में। वो अवेयरनेस इन स्ट्रे एनिमल्स के काम तो नहीं आ रही। स्कूल कॉलेजों में भी स्टार्ट किया है एनिमल डे। उसमें क्या होता है, लोग एक दिन के लिए जानवर ख़रीदते हैं, उसको शो ऑफ करते हैं स्कूल में जाके बच्चे, और फिर उसका कोई अल्लाह ही हाफिज़ होता है। तो ऐसी अवेयरनेस की तो हमें ज़रूरत नहीं है। उनका ट्रीटमेंट है, उनका खाना है, उनकी देखभाल है, सर्दी गर्मी का मौसम है, बारिशें हैं। अवेयरनेस तो ये है कि हम हर चीज़ को देखें, लेकिन यहाँ पे काम ज़रा थोड़ा उल्टा चल रहा है।
अवेयरनेस के हवाले से मैं ये भी कहना चाहूँगी कि लोगों में जो जज्बात होते हैं ऑफ बिकॉज दे नो कि आप इतने बड़े लेवल पर इधर काम कर रही हैं, माशाल्लाह इतना बड़ा काम कर रही हैं, तो उनकी मदद कितनी आपको मिलती है उनकी तरफ से, कितना सपोर्ट मिलता है जिन कि वो मॉनेटरी टर्म्स पर, और एनीबडी हु इज़ वॉलंटियर्ड टू हेल्प यू आउट और प्रॉब्ली टेक दिस फॉरवर्ड टू बिगर लेवल?
वॉलंटियर यहाँ पे तो नहीं आते हैं। यहाँ पे क्या आपको पता है, शेल्टर के एक टिपिकल काम होते हैं, सफाइयों के, खानों के, बर्तन धोने हैं, कुत्तों को नहलाना है, तो इन चीज़ों से बहुत सारे लोग अवॉइड करते हैं। तो फिजिकली पार्टिसिपेशन तो ज़ीरो के मुताबिक है। लेकिन फाइनेंशियली क्योंकि ये सारा चैरिटी बेस्ड है, तो काफ़ी लोग हैं अच्छे इस मामले में जो मुझे हेल्प करते हैं, तो ही ये चल रहा है 6-7 साल से, वरना तो मैं नहीं कर सकती थी।
आई एम श्योर ये बहुत इनर पीस आपको देती होगी ये काम, एक सेंस ऑफ ग्रेटिफिकेशन, कंटेंटमेंट, बिकॉज जैसे आपने मुझे बताया कि बचपन का शौक था, ये ऐसा काम है जो कि अगर अंदर से तड़प ना हो इस मखलूक के लिए, ये काम हो भी नहीं पाता। तो कुछ अपनी फीलिंग्स के बारे में कुछ बताएं कि किस तरह ये आपको पीस, कंटेंटमेंट, सुकून, जॉय देती है।
अब तो
इतना बड़ा मकसद
जी, ऑब्वियसली जब आप पैशन हो और वो काम भी आप कर रहे हो और अल्लाह ताला की तरफ से आसानियाँ या मुश्किलात जो भी आए आप उनको फेस करते हुए आगे बढ़ रहे हो, तो पीस, इनर पीस तो मिलता है। स्पेशली मुझे तब मिलता है जब बहुत सारा मैं देखती हूँ ना, मैं वेदर फोरकास्ट चेक करती रहती हूँ अक्सर। जिस दिन बारिश का कहा हो तो मैं ख़ास तौर पर टोलेंटर मार्केट जाके चेक करती हूँ वहाँ पे बाहर कोई जानवर तो नहीं फेंका हुआ।
अच्छा।
और बेतहाशा टाइम ऐसा हुआ है कि मुझे वहाँ पे 5-6 पपीज़ मिल गए, 2-4 किटन्स मिल गए, मैं ले आती हूँ और रात को बारिश हो जाती है। वो पीस ना, वो मेरे लिए बहुत बड़ी खुशी होती है कि शुक्र अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह मैंने उसको उठा लिया, वो रात को बारिश में नहीं भीगा जानवर।
और इस चैलेंज को आपने खुद बज़ाहिर फेस किया, उस एक्चुअल
जी बिल्कुल
चैलेंजेस जब आप सरकम करते हैं उससे भी तो आपको होता है ना कि इतनी मैंने जिद्दोजहद की और इट वाज वर्थ इट, ब्रिंगिंग दैट चाइल्ड, दैट स्मॉल डॉग और कैट।
और ये तकरीबन ये जो है ना, हर 2 महीने में एक बार तो लाजमी ऐसा होता है, कभी आंधी तूफान या कोई स्ट्राइक है, कोई ऐसी चीज़ है जो मुझे, वैसे कोई शॉपकीपर ने कॉल कर दी कि बाजी यहाँ पे बहुत सारे जानवर पड़े हुए हैं फेंके हुए, तो जब मैं उठा के ले आती हूँ फिर मैं पुरसकून हो जाती हूँ। जब तक ना उठाऊँ तो फिर बेचैनी रहती है।
कोई ऐसा काम जो आप फील करती हैं कि अब ये मैंने ये करना है इस इदारे के लिए, इस ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के लिए, जो आपका अधूरा रह गया हो या आपकी एक आस तमन्ना हो कि वो हो पाए?
मेरे पास ना फंड्स की बहुत कमी है।
अच्छा।
काफ़ी ज़्यादा। अगर शुरू से अच्छे फंड्स मिलते तो अब मैं काफ़ी अच्छा काम कर रही होती लेवल पर, लेकिन अगर अभी भी मुझे मिल जाए तो मैं यहाँ पे अपने शेल्टर पे आस पास के जितने भी गांव हैं जहाँ पे जानवर और बड़े जानवर भी इवन जो बेचारे इग्नोर हुए जा रहे हैं और मर जाते हैं, छोटी छोटी चीज़ों पे उनको अबेंडन किया जाता है कि कीड़े पड़ गए, इलाज नहीं कराया और बाहर फेंक दिया गधों को। मैं उन सब के लिए काम करना चाहती हूँ ताकि शहर के जो जानवर है वो तो हमें फेसबुक पे लोग रिपोर्ट कर देते हैं, लेकिन गांव के जानवरों का तो किसी को पता नहीं होता। और स्पे न्यूट्री की कैंपेन मैं खुद करूं ताकि शेल्टर पे मेरे अंडर रहते हुए मुझे पता हो कि क्या एक्चुअली काम हो रहा है। गांव के और करीबी जानवर पकड़े, उनको स्पे न्यूटर किया और वापस रिलीज़ कर दिया।
अच्छा, एक और अहम सवाल कि जहाँ से आप इन जानवरों को रेस्क्यू करती हैं या लोग आपको देते हैं वो उनका शायद सो कॉल्ड नेचुरल हैबिटेट होता है और यहाँ आप लेके आती हैं, चाहे वो सड़कों से ही हों, रहते तो बेसिकली उस गलियों में है ना, उनसे मानूस होती हूँ, शायद उनकी फीलिंग्स एसोसिएटेड हो, और फिर वो जब इस माहौल में आते हैं, लेकिन वैसे तो मैं इस माहौल को ज़्यादा बेहतर समझूंगी क्योंकि ये बिल्कुल सिटी से कट ऑफ है, यहाँ हरियाली है, खुली जगह है, आबो हवा साफ़ है, इनकी हर ज़रूरियात पूरी हो रही हैं, खाना पीना, वॉक, सब कुछ। तो इनको कैसा फील होता है, इनकी एडजस्टमेंट कैसी होती है, इनको कोई ये रिएक्ट करते हैं या बेहतर महसूस करते हैं ऐसे माहौल में?
हर जानवर का अलग टेम्परामेंट है, अलग है उसकी आदतें हैं, कब अडॉप्ट करता है, कितने दिन लगते हैं शेल्टर को, मतलब ये वेरी करता है एनिमल टू एनिमल। लेकिन जो जानवर घर में पाल के लोग बाहर फेंक देते हैं, किक आउट कर देते हैं बेचारों को, उनके सर्वाइवल चांसेस बड़े कम होते हैं क्योंकि वो घर के पले हुए होते हैं, उनकी जो अटैचमेंट अपने ओनर से होती है वो शेल्टर पे उस तरह से नहीं अडॉप्ट कर सकते उन चीज़ों को। यहाँ पे वहाँ नॉर्मली लोग घर में 1 या 2 कुत्ते रखते हैं, यहाँ पे वो 100+ में रहते हैं तो वो साइकोलॉजिकली ना सेट नहीं हो पाते। ये चैलेंज बहुत बड़ा चैलेंज है उन बच्चों के लिए। लेकिन ये है कि कुछ जो यंग हैं जानवर, यंग कुत्ते होते हैं ना, वो जल्दी
और आगे लोग इस जिम्मेदारी को पकड़ें और इसको सोसाइटी इसको एक्सेप्ट करे। तो आपके जहन में या आप क्या ऐसा चाहेंगी कि हमारी जो नई हमारी यूथ है उसके अंदर किस तरह हम ये इस जज्बात को इंस्टिल कर पाएँ कि ये भी अल्लाह की मखलूक है, इनको भी सहारे की ज़रूरत है और ऐसा काम भी होना ज़रूरी है टू कीप अ बैलेंस इन सोसाइटी।
देखिए, ये चीज़ जो लोग नेचर के करीब है ना, वो इस चीज़ को बहुत जल्दी समझ जाते हैं कि अगर दरख्त बने हैं उनका मकसद है, वो नेचर का हिस्सा है, अल्लाह ताला ने बनाए हैं, तो इसी तरह जानवर भी हैं। और जानवरों में भी मज़ीद अगर हम डेप्थ में सोचें या देखें तो पाकिस्तान के टेम्परेचर के मुताबिक अल्लाह ताला ने नस्ल बनाई है। बाकी मुल्कों में उनके टेम्परेचर के हिसाब से बनाई है। इसी तरह जानवरों के टेम्परामेंट्स भी हैं और भी बहुत सारी XYZ, फूड भी चेंज हो जाता है उसी तरह ही। तो अगर हम ये चीज़ समझ लें कि पाकिस्तान में जैसे पंजाब है, ये पंजाब के जानवर जितने भी होंगे ना, इनके बाल छोटे होते हैं क्योंकि गर्मी ज़्यादा है। यहीं से आप नॉर्थ में चले जाएं तो आपको लंबे बालों वाले जानवर मिल जाएंगे। तो हम अपने इर्द गिर्द देखें कि किसको क्या ज़रूरत है। हर गली में कुत्ता है, हर गली में बिल्लियाँ हैं, यहाँ से दरख्त काट दिए गए हैं और चिड़ियाँ बेचारी बेघर हो गई हैं। ये सब इंटरलिंक्ड हैं सब चीज़ें, और सब इंसान के लिए और इंसान इनके लिए। बस ये चीज़ें सोचने की देर है, आप खुद ही देखेंगी कि एनवायरनमेंट में कितना बड़ा चेंज आता है।
आज के समिट के लिए कोई मैसेज, हमारी ऑडियंस के लिए कोई मैसेज?
ऑडियंस के लिए मैसेज ये कि आप अपना सेंसिटिविटी लेवल थोड़ा सा बढ़ाएं, बेहिस ना बने। अगर आप में मतलब इंसान तो है ही ना, हम उस चीज़ से तो इनकार नहीं है, लेकिन इंसान किस वजह से है इस चीज़ पे गौर व फिक्र किया जाए। अपने गिरदोनवा में देखें क्या हो रहा है, किसको आपकी ज़रूरत है। हम अपनी ज़रूरत के तहत खाना पीना तो करते ही हैं, घरों में भी रह रहे हैं, हर ज़रूरत की चीज़ भी है, लेकिन अपनी सराउंडिंग्स में ज़रूर देखें कि किसको क्या ज़रूरत है, वो जानवर हो या इंसान हो।
Wow, that was a very nice one. Actually, a very deep message that अपने गिरदो नवा में जरूर देखें कि किसको क्या जरूरत है, चाहे वो जानवर हो के इंसान. So that was a very nice message by Usra, and once again, thanks to Samar, who has been interviewing all our guests, and it's been going so nice with all these powerful messages. Now we move on, and next on the program is an abstract, and that is, let me see, HEMA scale, HEMA scale by Sadaf. So without wasting any further time, we'll move on to that.
Okay. Assalamu alaikum. I'm Sadaf Zafar, and I'm lecturer at Rashid Latif Department of Professional Psychology. The paper I'm going to present today is Urdu translation and validation of hedonic and eudaimonic motives for activities scale, and this one I have completed under the supervision of Ms. Samia Khalid, a senior lecturer at the Riphah Institute of Clinical and Professional Psychology. We all have been innately blessed with a lot of emotions, and happiness is one of those basic emotions. If we define happiness, happiness it's a state of contentment or satisfaction from the life, or from the life. If according to different surveys, and especially from the World Happiness Report, it's been reported that Pakistan ranks 121st out of 146 countries upon the level of happiness. And if we see, most of the goals are directed towards achieving happiness in life. The final target is to be happy in life. So it's a basically driving or motivating force in our life. And happiness is also a subjective state of mind. It's not there are not a specific factors that will always lead subjective state of ammonia. Culturally, if we see, there are some differences upon the perception of happiness. If we compare the individualistic and collectivistic culture, we see that in individualistic culture, most of the people compare their happiness to like they perceive their happiness upon achieving their own targets in life, how they are self-satisfied. But if we compare it to the collectivistic culture, or you can see with the Asian Eastern culture, so in Asian culture, it's been observed that people perceive their happiness by connecting it towards other people, that how the people around them are satisfied with them, how if they are happy, if they are satisfied and happy, they consider themselves happy, otherwise vice versa. So in this paper, we would be talking about the hedonic and eudaimonic domains of happiness. Hedonic means to achieve happiness, pleasure in life, to achieve satisfaction, contentment in life, while in eudaimonic domain, we talk about it's the way of achieving it. So basically, hedonia is the outcome of eudaimonic orientation. Eudaimonic orientation. It's been the HEMA scale has been translated in different languages all over the world. For example, Japanese, in German, in Italian language and Persian language. So it shows that it's a reliable, it's a valid scale to measure the happiness. So the aim of this paper was also to translate the English version of HEMA scale into the Urdu language, and then later on to after translation to validate the scale, Urdu version of the scale upon the Pakistani people. It was a cross-sectional study It was hypothesized that hedonic and eudaimonic motives for activity scale will likely to be a valid and reliable tool to measure the hedonic and eudaimonic motives for activity scale in Urdu language among Pakistani people. It was a cross-sectional study. Sample was about 250 Pakistani people. It was collected from two big cities of Pakistan, that was Rawalpindi and Lahore. Most of the sample consisted of students, while a few of them were professionals too, and most of the participants were females. First of all, the Urdu English version of HEMA scale was forward translated into Urdu language, and then later on it was again translated back into the English version, and then it was compared with the original one. And after the development of the Urdu version, to establish the validity of the scale, two different scales were used. For the convergent validity, subjective happiness scale was used, and for the divergent validity, patient health questionnaire was used. As far as the analysis is concerned, descriptive statistic analysis was done to know the reliability of the scale, and the results showed that it has the satisfactory reliability, and to know the validity of the scale, Pearson correlation analysis was done. For convergent validity, it has a satisfactory significant value with the subjective happiness scale, which shows it has a good convergent validity, and then it has also good Pearson correlation with the patient health questionnaire, that showed it is having excellent divergent validity too. For factors, exploratory factor analysis was done, and two factors majorly loaded. Most of the items were in factor 1, and few were in factor 2. So if we see for the limitations and the suggestions of the study, the biggest limitation of the study was that the sample size was of a limited age range. It was only for 18 to 40 years, and so it has a bit, it cannot be generalized all over the population of Pakistan. Similarly, if we the data was collected from the normal population of Pakistan, there was no clinical population. So in future, what we can do, we can develop the psychometric properties of the HEMA scale, and some researches psychometric properties, and we can use the wide age range for establishing its external validity. Some researches have also shown that it has a good correlation with the age, gender, and education, income, personality traits. So in future, we can take these demographics as a major variables to know about the validity of the scale. And it can be used for different purposes in Pakistan. It can be used for research purpose. It can be used in clinical setups and in educational purposes. It was a good adaptation of the scale. That's all about HEMA, Urdu version of the HEMA scale. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sadaf Zafar. And next is Words Have Power by Samia Khalid. We'll move on to that next.
Assalamu alaikum everyone. This is Samia Khalid from Riphah Institute of Clinical and Professional Psychology. I am working here as a senior lecturer. Today my research topic is Words Have Power, mean teacher words versus students' well-being. Words have power. Their meaning crystallizes perceptions that shape our beliefs, drive our behavior, and ultimately create our world. Their power arises from our emotional responses when we read, speak, or hear them. Words are extremely powerful tools that we can use to uplift our personal energy and improve our lives. Though we are often not conscious of the words we speak, read, and expose ourselves to, even the words of others can easily affect our personal vibration. Spend a few minutes with a chronic complainer who uses all sort of negative terms, and we will feel our personal energy bottom out. Words have great power, so choose them very wisely. Japanese scientist Masaru Emoto performed some of the most fascinating experiments on the effect that words have on energy in 1990s. In an experiment, Emoto tested the power of spoken words. He placed 2 cups of cooked white rice in 2 separate mason jars and fixed the lid in place, labeling one jar "Thank you" and the other "You fool." The jars were left in an elementary school classroom, and the students were instructed to speak the words on the labels to the corresponding jar twice a day. After 30 days, the rice in the jar that was constantly insulted had dried up into a black jelly-like mess. The rice in the jar that was thanked was white and fluffy as the day it was made. This dramatic example of the power of words is also detailed in Emoto book. A 21st century Jewish rabbi shared this striking statement about the power of words is that words are singularly the most powerful force available to humanity. We can choose to use this force constructively with words of encouragement or destructively use words of despair. Words have energy and power with the ability to help, to heal, to hinder, to hurt, to harm, to humiliate, or even to humble. Self-determination theory suggested that people are more intrinsically motivated, engaged, and show higher level of well-being when they have feeling of autonomy, competence, and relatedness. Teachers can create this environment that will be beneficial for our students' well-being. Based on this model, present study was an effort to explore the effect of teacher praising words as positive psychology intervention on university students. So rationale behind my research is that if we think back to our childhood and recall the voices of our teachers, what kind of words did they use? What tone of voice recall how we felt around those teachers? Safe and motivated to learn, or self-doubted, insecure, even sometimes angry? Teach language, what we say to students and how we say it is one of our most powerful teaching tool like a teacher. It influences every aspect of teaching. It can help them build positive relationship or encourage dissonance or disrupt. It shapes how students think and act and ultimately how they learn. So objective of my present study is to see the effectiveness of teacher words and prayers and praise on outgoing students during the last class of their semester. So I hypothesized that teacher words would be significantly effective for students' well-being. In method section, COSI experimental post-test-only design was used in present study. 160 students from last semester master's degree program from Lahore, Pakistan were selected, and in demographics include age, gender, qualification, and socio-economic background. In procedure, after the permission of concert authority, master semester fourth semester students approached on last day of their semester. I, being a teacher, write a small message on a paper for all 60 students, and in which I gave, when I give this message, firstly, I hug them and shake hand and praise them in return with warm wishes and future success. And after that, an open-ended questionnaire applied to my students' feelings and emotions about my prayers and wishes for them. So these are the results. You can see the messages after the class I received, and the students were so much happy and share their feelings and emotions with me, how we feel after this activity. In my small message, it was include a message like stay blessed and happy. I have warm wishes for your future success, and I add life is too short to, so try to make it easier for others. Like these type of messages I added for everyone. So it was first time happening in the students' educational history. So they were not ready for it. They were so surprised and happy. So some students starting crying with excitement. Their words were, I really feel the need of these words. We never see this type of love for students. I feel more energetic and goal oriented. I feel myself more precious and important, and many other words students that shared with me. So it is concluded that words have power to destroy or even create. Sometimes a single word can change everything. Our word have the unique power to quickly take root in the fertile soul of a child's spirit. So the proverb is kind words are like honey, sweet to the soul and healthy for the body. A life can be changed forever with a little as a single phrase, an uplifting word or an act of kindness. So use the words very carefully. Thank you so much. This is from my side.
Thank you very much, Samia. It was nice to see you. Samia was one of the panelists hosting the summit with us last year, along with Summer and me and Dr. Zia. We all, four of us, we enjoyed the summit with great success in the end. So moving on to the next abstract, it's daily wellness behavior by students, and presenting it is Sanila.
In the name of Allah, the most gracious and the most merciful, Assalamu alaikum. I am Sanila Habiba from Riphah International University, Lahore, and today the topic of my presentation is daily wellness behavior to promote happiness in young adults. So we all know that young adults experience elevated levels of stress due to their life experiences, and some common stressors include their excessive workload, inability to maintain meaningful relationships, and also lack of sleep. So, wellness is the act of practicing healthy habits daily to attain better health outcomes so that we thrive instead of just surviving. The Global Wellness Institute defines wellness as the active pursuit of activities, choices, and lifestyles that lead to a state of holistic health. Wellness is about more than just physical health. One of the important aspects to approach is to involve in the positive practices that are keeping a smile on the face, helping others, greeting first, and showing gratitude. So, it helps in preventing mental illness, and positive practices are one of the life's most vital ingredients. So basically there are many ways to achieve happiness. It may include charity, serve for others, showing gratitude, or positive gestures on minute things. Every wellness behavior has its own importance and impact on a person. So, present research is an effort to evaluate the effectiveness of these practices in the young Pakistani generation. So, the aim of this research is basically to see the effect of daily wellness behaviors for happiness among the young adults. And it was hypothesized that daily wellness behaviors such as keeping smile, greeting first, and gratitude for blessings before sleep are likely to predict happiness in our young generation. The methodology was that the research design used was quasi-experimental post-test only design. The sampling technique was used purposive sampling, and the sample that was taken were 50 young adults from Lahore, Pakistan. The treatment was that we gave awareness about daily wellness practices and practical guidelines to apply on these in daily routine. The questionnaire was self-created, open-ended questionnaire for post-test evaluation. And the procedure was that first the permission was taken from the concerned authority. The young adults were approached through a 10-minute debate on the importance of daily wellness practices. And the interested participants were asked to join this research through WhatsApp invitation link. 60 out of 100 adults participated, but only 50 completed given tasks in 1 month. The tasks included as an intervention were Number one, keeping a smile on your face. Number two, greeting first. And number three, showing gratitude for every blessing before sleep. A checklist was shared to record the behavior, and a daily reminder was given for 30 days. And this is the image of that checklist. So overall results concluded that over 88.7% of young adults reported peace, relaxation, happiness, automatic positive responses, and good relationships with others. Almost every individual wellness behavior was associated with a positive mood, and cumulative number of daily wellness behaviors were strongly associated with a mood state. So it is concluded that daily wellness practices are not only associated with the improvement of quality of life, but also linked with the well-being of a family, community, and the country. So Allah Almighty has given us this body to take care of it. We have to do daily wellness practices to keep ourselves happy. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Indra. Okay, I must say, looking at all these abstracts, we have a lot of good scientific work done from Lahore, and I must at this point say Lahore, Lahore hai. So moving on to our next speaker. The next topic is the secret of joy. And the speaker for that is Mr. Azam Jamil. He's the country head, Siddiqui Hospitality Private Limited. He was the former Minister of State and Special Assistant to Prime Minister for Tourism Coordination, former chairman of PTDC, internationally recognized corporate trainer, mentor, and a life coach, advisor, senior consultant for Franklin Conway Pakistan, Jaffer Brothers, Ahuwat, Tivta, corporate director, sales and marketing and learning development, Serena Hotels International, and chief operating officer, Hashu Group. He has also spoken to thousands of students in schools, colleges, and universities across Pakistan. Let's listen to Mr. Azam Jamil on his topic.
AJ, I've been following your life since a long time, and I've noticed that you've seen a lot of success, and at the same time you've seen a lot of challenges. After all these years, how have you perceived happiness?
Good question, Samar. Happiness, by definition, is a good thing. People pursue it, they chase it, and in pursuing happiness, they get unhappy. So that's the one part that doesn't make sense to me. It's an emotional response to something that happens outside of you. So something needs to happen which will make you happy. Your child does well in school, and that makes you happy. Your husband brings you a gift, that makes you happy. Your number arrives in a lottery and you make money, that makes you happy. If you're working, you get promoted, that makes you happy. Your boss praises you, it makes you happy. So all these things have one thing in common, that you are dependent on something else to make you happy. True. Right? So that dependence is the one that gets to you eventually. Because if you are dependent on some external activity to make you happy, there comes a time in your life when those activities don't happen. Right? So now what happens for 6 months or 1 year or 2 years, if nothing is happening outside of my life, that's making me happy. What do I do in those 2 years? And mostly people react very negatively to that. And then they chase happiness with even more aggression, and that doesn't work. So my advice to everybody listening would be, is to develop a system within you that you are not dependent on anything outside of you happening that makes you happy. For that, you need to forget the word happiness and you need to adopt the word joy.
What a beautiful word.
Anna? So you have to actually look for joy rather than happiness.
You're reframing the word.
Absolutely.
Joy.
If you look in the dictionary, especially in the Urdu dictionary, and if you look at joy and if you look at happiness, the definition is the same. It's khushi. What the dictionary doesn't describe is the source of that khushi. When you're talking about joy, the source of the khushi comes from the inside. And when you are talking of happiness, it comes from the outside. There's nothing wrong with khushi coming from outside. The problem is when it stops coming, because life is not all fair, right? But when it comes from the inside, then you're in control. And so how do you do that? People ask me then, how do I convert happiness to joy? That's a development of your personality. When small things make you happy, when you wake up in the morning and you're feeling okay, makes you happy.
Morning cup of tea.
Yeah, your morning coffee makes you happy. You go outside and you hear a few birds and that makes you happy. You go to office and you find a few colleagues happy. Their happiness makes you happy. So joy is something that becomes a part of your personality. It takes very little to give you joy. Everything happening around you gives you joy. And you can't have joy unless you have gratitude.
Of course. How would we miss gratitude?
Right? So you have to have gratitude. If you are grateful for what you have joy. There's always that one thing you feel, if I get this, I'll be happier. There's always that one thing. And the trick in joy is never to need that thing.
Fantastic.
Never to need it. There is that one thing. Whatever much you have, if I have 3 cars parked in the garage, I will want that 4th one because I feel that that's the one that's going to give me happiness. But not wanting that 4th car or the 3rd car is what will convert that to joy. So my advice, since I talk to the youth a lot, I just tell them, I said, okay, and in Pakistan especially, I get very saddened that we are now very angry by nature. We are an unhappy nation. When I post a picture on Twitter, and that picture has 9 good elements and 1 bad element, a majority of the people will pick the 1 bad element. And they'll say that, this is what's wrong with this picture. And I said, no, this is what's wrong with you.
So that's what I was trying to say. Is that human nature? Are we designed like that?
Well, no, we're not designed like that. And yes, it is human nature, but human nature not eventually, but always is in your control. You can't blame anybody for what you are. When there's a word I use in my training that if you're not interested, nothing will look interesting. Pehle interest to paida karo yaar. Because if you're not interested, nothing in the world will be interesting. You can come and say this happened, that happened, this happened, and it will not interest you because your personality, you're just not interested. So
that's a long way to go.
Yes,
develop that interest.
Absolutely.
What must one do?
Okay, it's not a quick fix. You're absolutely right. But look, it took us a long time to get to this stage also. We were a happy nation. We were a satisfied nation. We were a content nation. Everybody was happy with what they had. There was poverty in Pakistan 30 years ago. There was poverty in Pakistan 40 years ago. But people were happy within that poverty. They found joy within that poverty. You had poverty, now you have poverty and anger. Now you have poverty and dishonesty. Now you have poverty and character pollution. So poverty, you've added a lot of other stuff to poverty, which has made the bearing of poverty very difficult. Poverty is एक मुश्किल काम है भाई, गरीब होना एक मुश्किल काम है, लेकिन we've made things worse for ourselves. If I was to ask a kid who's got a good job, that if you had a choice, which company would you want to work for? And I do this as an exercise because I'm a trainer. And if some kid is working for a blue chip or a real nice multinational, 90% of them mention every company except the one they're working for. Now, how sad is that, And I said, look, you've got one of the best jobs there is. You're in a multinational, international company. People would die to get this job. And when I asked you, which company would you like to work for, you never mentioned your own. And that is the element of dissatisfaction. And when you walk into that company, this is from the outside, and when you walk inside that company and you see a girl from marketing or somebody from some other department, and you ask that person, hey, you work for this beautiful company, if you had a choice, which department would you like to work for in this company? And 90% of them don't pick the department they're working for. So imagine the misfit. Imagine how the puzzle is not fitting together. That 90% of kids are working in companies they don't want to, or at least they think they don't want to. And within the company, 90% are working in departments where they don't want to. So this general level of dissatisfaction is not because salaries are bad, it's not because benefits are bad, it's because internally we've become dissatisfied, we have become unhappy, nothing pleases us anymore. And whatever does please us, the shelf life of that happiness is very brief. In 2 weeks, you'll get over it. So what I was trying to tell you is that, we've become angry, we've become dissatisfied, we've become greedy. Like there's an old saying that there's enough for everybody's need. There's never enough for everybody's greed. So all these things eventually get connected to happiness, I remember when I used to arrive at the dining table when I was 8 or 9 years old, I was happy that there's food on the table. And my kids will be unhappy because the food that they like is not on the table. So now there's nothing wrong with that, because this is a generation of evolution and generations will change and you can't fight change. And all I'm saying is that the tougher things get outside, because outside things are now very difficult. The employment market is difficult, surviving financially is difficult, general conditions are difficult. So when everything is difficult, my question to the youth is, why would you make it more difficult for yourself? भाई ऑलरेडी इतनी मुसीबतें हैं, एक और मुसीबत तो अपने गले में डाल लो ना, थोड़ी है मुसीबतें बाहर. So they now need to overcome this with exactly the reverse of what they are doing. And that is that yes, things are tough, but we will handle it. It's like somebody said many, many years ago, Zindagi idhar aaja, hum tujhe guzarenge. हम तुझे गुजारेंगे, ऐसी कौन सी बात है, इधर आ जा. So, yes, happiness is a nice thing. It gives you a lot of good feelings, good vibes. But there's a downside to happiness also, and that is how much of it do you want? Because if you want 10 ounces of happiness and you get 9, you'll be unhappy. Now, you'll be unhappy after getting 9 ounces of happiness. So those 9 have not made you happy. That one that you didn't get made you unhappy. So we need to first reassess ourselves, that what are we seeking? And then this dependence on other factors, on outside world, needs to lessen. We need to develop ways to be happy without any reason. Small things need to make you happy, you know. My granddaughter, if she's 6 years old, if she gets 3 A's in her kindergarten, that will make me happy, but I shouldn't be depending on those 3 years. I should be depending on her playing in the yard outside. And that's screaming from the car, jaldi karo, der ho rahi hai, and they say, 2 minute khair jaye. And they go click, and they go click, and they go click, and it's posted on Twitter, and it's posted on Facebook. It's a rainbow. They can take a picture of the rainbow from Google. The internet is full of millions of rainbow pictures, but you value the one that you took. And you share it with all your friends and say, hey, I live in Model Town. Guess what I saw this afternoon after the rain? I saw a rainbow. Now tell me how cool that is, how beautiful that is. And yet, there are millions of us that will sit in the car and drive away and not even notice. And even if somebody tells them there's a rainbow, they'll say, oh, so be it.
But it's a beautiful thing, deriving your happiness from nature.
Yes. Yeah, and from anything. So
more what you're talking about is more of a habit change.
Exactly. Exactly.
Working on yourself, one baby step at a time.
Exactly. When I teach success, I tell people that successful people, success is 24/7. Abba doesn't have to. I'm just, my imagination is what drives me. Like I said, you know, when I tell parents, I said, when you're with children, don't teach them, learn from them. How can you not learn from a 12-year-old? You give him one piece of stone and he makes a world around it. Wow. You don't want to learn from him? You just give him one piece of stone and he will sit there and for an hour he'll draw an entire world around that one piece of stone. So how can you not learn from him? And here we are given the entire world and we don't value it as much as the stone.
Look at the imagination.
But that's what I'm saying. I mean, look at any kid. You give him anything, one small toy, one small thing, and in his mind he'll draw an entire world. So when you're with kids, it's time to learn, it's not time to teach.
AJ, tell us of something which has happened recently which has brought you a lot of happiness.
Every day. Every day I wake up and it gives me joy. Why? Because I feel that God is not disappointed in me yet. And
you're a lucky man.
Yeah, that He's giving me one more. The other thing that gives me, because I teach and train, making a difference in people's life, nothing is more rewarding than that. And the strange thing is that I taught kids 30 years ago, and they would run into me at the airport, and this man would be head of visa for Middle East and Africa, and he said, I was your student. And I don't recognize him. Obviously, I can't recognize my students. And he introduces himself, and he obviously says thank you to you and gives you his card, and he leaves. And you look at the card, and then you say, hey, I did this. You know? So that's the ownership. And there can be no bigger reward than making a difference in people's lives. So
Fantastic.
that's what happiness is for me.
Thank you so much, AJ. It's been a pleasure hearing all what you had to say, and I think
That was very powerful message, Dr. Zia.
Yeah,
Uh,
indeed.
mm,
Indeed.
I, I have not heard Mr. Azam Jamil before, but I must say that that made me think quite deep. So we move on next. It was a deep and serious message, but we'll move on to some laughter therapy, steps of laughter therapy, and our summit is slowly and gradually moving towards the end. So let's just enjoy a bit of laughter, and then after that we come back and have a bit of talk about the summit with Dr. Shagufta Feroz as well. So let's move on.
There are 4 steps to laughter exercise. The first step is clapping. We're going to begin by clapping with a full palm to palm, finger to finger clap. Let me demonstrate that and join in. It goes like this. Feel the energy massage in your palms and your fingertips. Excellent. You can bring that to a close now. Perfect. Now we're going to add a special rhythm. It's the cha-cha rhythm. I'll demonstrate and then join in with me. It goes like this. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Join me. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. One more. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, and yay! Fantastic. Now we're going to add laughter to that. Remember, your body doesn't know the difference between genuinely laughing and just making laughing sounds. You still get all the same health benefits. So let's dive in. It goes like this. Ho, ho, ha, ha, ha. Ho, ho, ha, ha, ha. Join in. Ho, ho, ha, ha, ha. Keep it going. Ho, ho, ha, ha, ha. Ho, ho, ha, ha, ha. One more. Ho, ho, ha, ha, ha. And yay! Terrific. This is a wonderful chant because your participants can do it at their own pace. You can modify this chant to make it a little more slow and gentle for participants. I'll show you that. And I'll also show you that variation in a series of 3s. This chant is always performed in series of 3. So let me show you the slower variation now. It goes like this. Ho, ho, and a ha, ha, ha. Ho, ho, and a ha, ha, ha. One more. Ho, ho, and a ha, ha, ha. And yay! Fantastic. You can also simplify this chant. I'll show you and join in with me, please. It goes like this. Ho, ho, ha, ha. Ho, ho, ha, ha. One more. Ho, ho, ha, ha. And yay! Terrific. The second step of laughter exercise is deep breathing. When we're engaging in breathing exercises, I want to invite you to breathe from your belly. That's our goal. If your participants are standing, invite them to bend their knees slightly. You're going to breathe in through the nose and sigh out through the mouth, all right? I like to stretch as I breathe, but you could also put your hands on your belly to feel your belly breathing. All right, let's take a nice deep breath in together, breathing in and sigh out. 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 And sigh out Let's enjoy that again. Breathe in and sigh out. Notice how my exhalation is longer than my inhalation. That's something that you're going to want to encourage your participants to do through leading them through the breathing exercises. You may also wish to combine this breathing exercise with intentional laughter. That's one sure way to get a long exhalation. Let me show you how that works. Breathe in like this, and then just laugh on the way down. Terrific. Let's do it again. Breathe in. Just laughing. Fantastic. Now we're ready to introduce some childlike playfulness into our laughter exercise. We're able to initiate our childlike playfulness through this special chant. I'll show you, then join in with me, all right? It goes like this. Very good, very good, yay! Let's do it again. Very good, yay! Stupendous. When you're performing this chant, you always want to do it in sets of twos. That way, if a participant didn't begin right away the first time, they have a second time to join in and feel successful. If this chant is painful for your participants to reach up overhead, they can also perform it in a different way. Let me show you that variation now. It goes like this. Very good, yeah. One more time. Very good, yeah. Fantastic. The fourth step of laughter exercise is, of course, the laughter exercises themselves.
Wow, that was nice. Some laughter treatment. I'm still trying to do, yeah. All right, all right. Moving on. Next, we have Mr. Noman. Mr. Noman is from IT of Riphah University. He's an artist, and he's an artist from National College of Arts. And let's look at Riphah Got Talent. Let's look at his work of art. Amazing, amazing. Beautiful, beautiful work. It was so nice and colorful. It was so nicely. It was so tempting that I feel like diving in and holding one of those brushes, you know.
Don't dive in, Dr. Zia. Just stay there.
Great.
Right. Okay. Fine. Walaikum salam, Dr. Shagufta. How?
I'm stunned, by the way, by the paintings which Noman Zahidi has shown us. A very, a brief video, but that was amazing how he is using the colors to express different ideas and themes. He is, mashallah, overly talented. So I would like to appreciate two of you because you were able to sustain the energy throughout the day. I must appreciate. But one thing which I am a bit wondering about, there is a connection between a cardiologist and happiness. Riphah University, the founder, General Zulfikar, he was a cardiologist. He conceived the idea of this big university. Then I met a gentleman, Dr. Shahid Mufti. He is in the board of trustees. He is a cardiologist who is working on wholesome or holistic aspect of life. Then Dr. Bari, today you were talking to Dr. Bari. Dr. Bari is a cardiologist. Then Dean Ornish. He has done a reversal of cardiac disease, the first disease which was reversed, though Dean Ornish is a physician, but the disease which he has reversed was heart disease, cardiac disease. And interestingly, when I was doing my fellowship in University of Arizona, the laughter sessions were taken by a cardiac surgeon. So what is common between the cardiology, cardiac surgeon, laughter and happiness? There is something. Probably cardiologists, when they handle cardiac patients, probably, this is my just an assumption, probably they land into a metaphysical heart somehow. As Dr. Umar was talking about Heart Maths Institute, I follow them also, and I bought a device from them also. So they talk about metaphysical heart. So metaphysical heart is the heart which is filled with gratitude, जिसकी हमने आज बात की है ना. तो gratitude शायद heart में reside करता है, और gratitude जो है वो एक इंसान को holistic बनाता है. Probably, I don't know whether it is connected or not, but this I was thinking during the day after listening to the profile of other doctors also. You all have watched and listened to the videos throughout the day, and we have learned about various ways of attaining or achieving or getting happiness in our lives. As you know, that gratitude, the theme is gratitude fosters happiness. So I was thinking one level of gratitude probably we lack. I think there are 3 levels of gratitude. One is individual. When we see our child growing, when we see our child getting better jobs, we are happy. Probably that is the individual level of showing gratitude. Then comes collective gratitude. When we are doing something for our family, for our neighbors, for our country, for a bigger cause, like Dr. Bari is doing, or Dr. Amjad Saqib is doing, like Yusra is doing amazing job. I think that she has got the most empathetic heart for animals, because we can't even handle injured or an animal who is loaded with dirt or mud or these things. So she is definitely a superhuman that she can handle animals. So this is collective practice of saying thank you or offering gratitude. I think there should be another level of gratitude, which Allah talks in Surah Rahman. Have we ever said thank you to the sun? which comes daily at a specific time, sun sets at a specific time, and the sun is playing so many roles in our life, the life on this planet. Have we ever shown our gratitude to moon? हम चांद के साथ गाने तो बड़े बना लेते हैं, बड़े रोमांटिक किस्म के गाने बन जाते हैं चांद से, but have we ever expressed our gratitude for moon? Because Allah has decorated this planet with all these things. Have we ever expressed our gratitude for climate change, for weather, for seasons? Have we ever expressed our gratitude for delicious fruits, tasty vegetables, nuts, which we consume? We don't say thank you. So I think I would like to add whatever we have learned in the morning, that we should be offering gratitude at cosmic level also, at global level, at universal level also. Probably that is the missing gratitude. And you know, at the moment, what is the status of this planet Earth? You might be knowing that the soil is farmable. The soil is farmable hardly for approximately next 50, 60 years. So we have damaged the soil of this planet, and this planet is not happy with us, and this Mother Earth is not going to supply us with the vegetables or fruits which we grow, which are essential for our survival. So we have to broaden our thought process. We have to think on bigger scales. And I believe when we start thinking on bigger scales, or we change the perspective, we start getting benefits of changing the perspective also. Because I was reading somewhere that gratitude is the oil. Gratitude is the oil of universal wheel. So if you do the oiling, the blessing which is on the upper part of the wheel is going to come to you. So I don't want to add more, but this, I felt that we need to add this part to our presentations also. And let me clarify the difference between a summit and a conference. This was not a conference, because when we organize conference, we need only research papers. We talk about everything evidence-based. But when we talk about a summit is about innovative ideas. Summit is about collaborating with people who have got the same interest. Summit is about little bit of science and little bit coming from the public. So it is a combo. So as you can see that there were research papers also, an excellent research done by our very young students from Riphah University, and you have seen presentations from abroad also. So thank you very much to all who were part of this virtual day. I would like to say thank you to our IT team. I would like to say thank you to our media marketing team. I would like to say thank you to those who have been part of this, who have watched or are watching or have been part of this summit. And thank you very much to Dr. Zia and Dr. Umar.
Thank you, ma'am. Ma'am, just quickly, there is a question in the chat box if you would like to quickly answer that. It says, my question is to you, Dr. Shagufta, how you remain happy with all the extremely busy routine and negativity around. Share a few tips.
Okay, no, very good question. Because happiness, you don't get happy without being unhappy. There is nobody in this world, because I have got a long experience of my life now, and I have been observed and exposed to different cultures and different classes of our society and even abroad. I have seen there is no one who is happy from the time they were born or from the time they gain consciousness. One thing which is very essential, that is grounding. What is grounding? Grounding means we have to be connected to our roots. Those roots can be your culture, your family, your parents, your faith, your faith. If you lose grounding to these factors, you are like a gas balloon which has lost its string and is flying in the air and finally is going to collapse. So grounding is the number one rule. So whatever you like, whether you like to serve your parents, they will provide you grounding. This is actually a biological phenomena which happens in all of us. We need grounding for our survival. If you are a spiritual person, look at the level of faith in your heart. If I say spiritual, I am not mentioning about, ibadat all the time. I'm not mentioning ibadat. I'm just talking spiritual. I use the term spiritual. If your heart is a pure heart, and if you have a strong connection in all stages, in all circumstances of your life, you are confident that ultimately you are going to survive. That is spirituality. That is a very strong mode of grounding. Then the family setup provides, I have seen people, young people who have abandoned their family and they want to live alone. After 20 years, when they reach at the age of 50, they want to come back to their family because they are feeling that they are left alone. I know few members of our family or our friends who have gone abroad, lost the connection with the family, but at later age, they want to come back to their family. What is this? This is called grounding. So grounding is very important. Then self-care is very important. If you know yourself physically, mentally, and emotionally, and even spiritually, you will heal yourself. You are the best friend for yourself. You don't need anyone to come and console you. So those of you, I don't know who is watching this summit, but many of my patients who are attached to me for the past 15, 20 years, probably they know my struggle also, or my staff who is attached to with me for past, I think 18, 19 years, they have seen my different phases of life. But I'm sure that they won't say this, that I was collapsed completely. So I never got off my grounding. And for me, spirituality is my strength. Spirituality gives me strength. And focusing on myself gives me strength. I hope I answered the question.
Thank you very much.
Yes, you now take. Best, by the way, Dr. Umar, one thing for you. I had a feeling today you had double dose of happiness capsule. Zia was having.
I had a butterfly in my stomach, you know. Ma'am, ये बार बार आएंगे मुझे घर से.
I wanted to stop him. I wanted to say, Omar, but I couldn't say that. Zoom doesn't allow to do this. I wanted to say, Omar, don't say this, but I have not said. So I like you were spreading happiness. So that was actually the wonderful way of conducting this summit. And actually, we don't want people to get bored. So thank you for your natural and very happy lifestyle. Thank you.
Thanks to you, ma'am.
Yeah. So
you're on mute.
Right. Thank you very much, ma'am. So yeah, I think that was the main thing, to spread happiness. And Dr. Zia, as we move on to our closing time, I would, before that, just give a small message to all the audience about creating a positive mental attitude. And that is by the famous author Dale Carnegie, famous American writer Dale Carnegie. And he writes in his book, I was asked once on a radio program to tell in 3 sentences the most important lesson I've ever learned. That was easy. The most important lesson I have ever learned, I said, is the stupendous importance of what we think. If I knew what you think, I would know what you are. For your thoughts make you what you are. By changing our thoughts, we can change our lives. And then he says, I now know with a conversation beyond all doubt that the biggest problem you and I have to deal with, in fact, almost the only problem we have to deal with, is choosing the right thoughts. If we can do that, we will be on the high road to solving all our problems. The great philosopher who ruled the Roman Empire, Marcus Aurelius, summed it up in 8 words. 8 words that can determine your destiny. Our life is what our thoughts make it. Yes, if we think happy thoughts, we will be happy. If we think miserable thoughts, we will be miserable. If we think fear thoughts, we will be fearful. If we think failure, we'll certainly fail. If we wallow in self-pity, everyone will want to shun us and avoid us. And am I advocating a Pollyanna attitude towards all our problems? No. Unfortunately, life isn't that simple. But I'm advocating in the strongest terms that we assume a positive attitude instead of a negative one. And that was Dale Carnegie. And in the end, as I mentioned, the verses from Quran about gratitude, I'll just go through them again. Is Fazkuruni yazkurukum washkuruli wala takfurun. इसलिए तुम मेरा जिक्र करो, मैं भी तुम्हें याद करूंगा. मेरी शुक्रगुजारी करो और नाशुक्री से बचो. Then there's another ayat in Surah Baqarah, and the translation is, ए ईमान वालों, जो पाकीज़ा चीजें हमने तुम्हें दे रखी हैं, उन्हें खाओ, पियो और अल्लाह ताला का शुक्र करो, अगर तुम खास उसी की इबादत करते हो. And then another verse, and again the translation, फिर इन पर हमला करूंगा, and that is Iblis, as I mentioned yesterday, Shaitan, and it's Surah Al-Araf, ayat number 17. फिर इन पर हमला करूंगा, इनके आगे से भी और इनके पीछे से भी और इनकी दाहिनी जानिब से भी और इनकी बाईं जानिब से भी, और आप इनमें से अक्सर को शुक्रगुजार ना पाएंगे. And the last one is from Surah Saba, ayat number 13. जो कुछ सुलेमान चाहते वो जन्नात तैयार कर देते, मसलन किले और मजस्मे और हौजों के बराबर लगन और चूल्हों पर जमी हुई मजबूत देगें. ए आले दाऊद, इसके शुक्रिये में नेक अमल करो. मेरे बंदों में से शुक्रगुजार बंदे कम ही होते हैं. This is very strong. मेरे बंदों में से शुक्रगुजार बंदे कम ही होते हैं. So obviously we need to try and be amongst those who are grateful. Gratitude helps foster happiness, and obviously Allah is happy as well when we are grateful. And with that, I'll hand it over to you to end the summit today. Thank you.
Thank you. We will close the summit with national anthem. Thank you everyone for attending.